through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and vroom right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
We riding round, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine up, one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away, do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated on focus. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. My feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it. I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it. I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You playing with my heart. You playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight. You're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish. Playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, 'cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? Trying to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real, it's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
dressing right. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my,
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't
welcome to day 3 of VCT EMEA Kickoff, where 2 more challenges will be taking the stage for the first time in 2025. We're coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany, and I am your host, Yingsu. Standing next to our analyst for today, it is Kakuka and Billy. You guys, welcome back. I love this theme of every single day we see 2 new teams.
I thought you were going to speak about the denim, but yes.
And the denim.
Yeah. Seeing 2 new teams, I think that people are very excited, especially for the one that we're going to see on Vitality later on the day. But of course, Fnatic, after the year that they had in 2023 and 2024 combined, we still have some expectations for them.
Yeah, I also thought that you were going to talk about our outfits.
We didn't align, by the way. We just turned up like this.
But yeah, no, I'm super excited to see the 2 teams that we've not got to see compete yet.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Every team we have seen, I felt like there were expectations, right? And do you guys feel like after seeing yesterday, there were any expectations met above or below?
I think there would be, I think that the first game was 50-50. I saw a lot of individual levels. I think that Kiko was great on this smoker role. I think it really fits him. But for the second one, I think it was on the line of what we expected at least for Kickoff.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think the first one, I couldn't really decide going into that one, but that second one, I was hoping a little bit more from Flora's debut. But I mean, you can only do what you can do on the very first day. So yeah, no, it was really exciting to see her come out on action.
I honestly feel like she smashed it.
Yeah,
I felt like she smashed every expectation I had of her. But this is the thing. We have 2 more teams taking the stage today, and we have a lot of other things going on. So I wanted to bring back one of the favorite games we played last year. Of course, it is Contender or Pre-Tender.
Oh my God.
Now, I know the watch parties that's going on right now. I need you, Sliggy. I need you, Doombros. Eric is watch partying, and everyone else that might be to join in and see if you agree with us or maybe disagree with us. So for those of you that don't know how this game works, I'm going to give Billy and Kakuka a couple of categories, and I want them to tell me if they think whatever I'm throwing over there is a contender for this season or a pretender. And Kakuka riled a few people up last year, so I'm looking forward to seeing what more you can do now. Let's just jump straight into it and bring back one of our favorite contender or pretender categories, and that is the new super team of Team Vitality.
You can't do this to me. I know that Salah was very mad at me last year. I didn't care. I said that last year they were a pretender, but I think that for this year, they can be a serious contender. I understand that this is not a hot take. They build a super team, and the expectations are definitely that and should be met. Now, is the pressure going to take the best of them, or are they, as so many people think, going to implode before anything happens?
Yeah, I have to agree with Kukuk on this one. I'm going to go with Contender, just to have to echo absolutely everything that you said. It's like, you can't doubt this team this early on.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's move on to the next one, of course. A team that's coming in with a roster change and a stand-in Crashies. That is Fnatic. They're very, very different now compared to last year. Of course, no Leo, and also plus Kayak minus Durka. Right. I'll start with you, Billy.
Yeah.
Pretender. This might be a little bit of a wild take, but I don't know. I'm not convinced yet. I feel like I have to wait and see them play, which is what I've said every day so far. But yeah, I think with the stand-in of Crashies, like you say, with Kayak being brought into this team, the replacement of Derka, I'm not convinced just yet. So yeah, I think I have to wait and see what happens in the server.
It's difficult. This one is a difficult one because I don't know what to go off exactly because we still haven't seen them, right? I'm going to give them one chance and one only to be holding this because I know the talent that is in that team. I'm very excited also, as you're saying, to see Kayak, to see Crashies, and the new changes. I want to see how they fit within the meta. I know that we saw and we've met a Fnatic that was very skeptical at the beginning in changing their compositions and adapting to new tanks, but we saw some changes last year. If they're able to keep up that level and have a little bit not so lukewarm as 2024, I'm going to give them one chance. I think they deserve it.
I think the new analyst bumps it up for me. I feel like that he puts the contender back in there. But let's move on to the next one, of course. A player that you guys have already seen in action. So I want to see after you guys saw his debut here, I think 2 days ago. What do you think about the new superstar Turkish talent we have on BBL?
Absolutely, I'm going to go with Contender. I think that for Lewin here, it's not only the fact that I really wanted to see him, I think it's one of the names that I heard the most during the off-season. To me, it's also the fact that we saw him playing things like Euro that he hadn't played in the past, and it was one of my points for him coming into this team. Yes, a very young duelist, he has all these electricity, but maybe the Asian pool is still on the expected one. We know that here in VCT you have to have that flexibility, and I thought the Euro was going to be very strong. So seeing him playing it on his debut and doing it the way that he did, very impressive. Serious Contender.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Contender for Lewin. I think the way that Yampi was supporting him as well, and the fact that he has this Turkish duelist firepower, I'm excited to see him play again today.
I want to see him play ISO. Do you reckon he would dare play ISO against Althea? That will be... whew.
I think it depends. Many teams take Kickoff as a learning experience as well. Obviously, the ones that have just been built or they're still, fixing the last bits, everybody's paying attention to what's strong in the meta because it still hasn't been defined.
Yeah, and the last one for you guys, a bit of a different one. I want to ask you guys whether you think Suigetsu on his new role specifically, I'll start with you, Billy, if he's a smokes contender or pretender.
I'm going to say Contender. I think that he had a lot of good smokes to help support his team. I think as well he was getting a lot of kills through smokes. Like his actual overall game sense of being able to play around in his smokes were really valuable. So yeah, I'm going to go with Contender for this one.
I'm going to disagree for this one because I feel like, I've been too nice. I'm done being nice. I forgot how much I love this game because I don't like being nice. I'm sorry. But I'm going to go with Pretender, but I will give you my reasons. I think that the other day, he was playing against Navi, probably being very excited to get that victory. I do think, and what I like about this is that he is willing to fit in what he needs to do to be working in this KC that we know is going to be one of the main topics of 2025. But I'm going to give it Pretender because I do not think that Suigetsu is limited by the role that he is playing, and I want to see more of him. I want him to be the superstar again, no matter what. So for me, if he's fixated in the role, or if we are fixated in the role, we're pretending.
Oh, I feel like we have different opinions here, which is what we love. But there is one thing I think we can all agree with, which is how excited we are about Crashies. Why not hear from him now ahead of his game today? You've seen NRG Crashies, you've seen Optic Crashies, some of you might even remember Envy Crashies, but now I'm joined by Fnatic Crashies, which feels weird to say, but I'm just going to throw it straight to you here and show you some reactions of people talking about you coming to EMEA, joining Fnatic. I'm sure you've seen some of these tweets already, you might be familiar. Going straight in for the first one, which is, I've never seen Crashies this happy.
Yeah, that's probably true actually, so.
You've never been this happy?
No. I love Fnatic. I love it here.
Okay, so what is it about Fnatic and I guess EMEA that makes you this happy?
I think it's just the team culture we have. We just get along really well. I've known these guys for so long as well. Competed at a lot of events and I've just talked to them throughout the years. So I think it's just kind of like just a friend group coming together. So.
Damn, you've actually confirmed it. I think people were kind of speculating on social media. Let's throw you the next one as well, which is, I've never imagined Crashies doing silly little TikToks. What is in the EMEA air? So, yeah.
Yeah, I
Talk
mean,
about the silly TikToks.
Boaster, he actually paid me a lot of euro to do some TikToks, so shout out to Boaster. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and speaking of Boaster, your former teammate, some might say, your boyfriend Vic, kind of caught you in the act here. So how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, sorry Vic. Unfortunately, you had to find out this way, but yeah, Boaster's like my guy, so sorry.
No, but you do miss him though, right?
I do miss Vic. Yeah, I do miss Vic. Vic's my guy. Been together since the start of the game, so he will always be my brother.
I'm sure he's going to be tuning in to watch your debut, right?
He will, yes, he will be actually.
I hope he's watch partying. We've got one more. I don't know if we can throw this up as well, but just in case we can't, it's the TikTok one. You've already explained this, but was this fun to do?
This was fun. I feel like it was pretty natural to do, and the community enjoyed it as well. So I think it worked out pretty well.
Can we expect more from you?
We're gonna have to keep that a secret for now.
Oh, okay. And last one I'm gonna show you, which, by the way, I don't endorse Boostio's flame of our GOAT, Poochan, FNS, Finesse, but he did say this is how happy a man can get when you leave FNS.
Yeah, I feel like Boostio's just, trying to start Boostio stuff as he usually does. FNS was great. I'll always love FNS, but Boostio, I think they're going to beat you this year, man.
Oh, but there's no beef, right? Like you love Boaster, you love FNS, they love each other, so it's very wholesome and friendly.
There's a good love circle going on, I think.
Absolutely love that. Thank you very much, Crashies, for joining me. I hope to see many more of your smiles as the week go on.
Thank you.
We heard it from the man himself. This is the happiest he has ever been. And it's not that hard to believe, right?
No, absolutely. Oh, I love that we have an extra guest here. No, but I think that Boaster has always had this kind of persona to himself. Like he likes to be very, not only active in social media, he likes to be a little bit of the clown. And I love the fact that he has found someone to match his freak.
Yeah, he has indeed. I mean, unfortunately, of course, in the offseason, I think everybody was shocked to hear about the departure of Durka from here. But Billy, you're very familiar with Kayak, so talk me through what he can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Kayak is insane. And even just to go back to talking about Fnatic for a second, like they had such a dominant 2023, and then we look at 2024 and they kind of struggled a little bit. So yeah, that's a big one for me. But Kayak, a great new addition to this team. I don't think that there's a duelist that he can't play. He's so flexible on every single one of those duelists, so I'm so excited to see him on this Fnatic.
Yeah, and the last time that we saw him, it was here in VCT EMEA when he won Ascension with his team, and I think everybody thought from the outside, man, this guy, I mean, he's already earned this spot, but I do not think that the teams are going to let Apex have this, and it's normal that we see him in a team like Fnatic, but the question's still out there. I think that his performance during that Ascension final wasn't the best. So today he has a bigger test, and I think that all of the eyes are going to be in him.
And I've never seen so much pressure from two players having to come in and fill the shoes of Durka and Leo. I wouldn't want to do that job. No, thank you.
Absolutely not. So I think that's why Fnatic were for champions, right? For Kajak, it was one of the biggest promises coming in from EMEA Tier 2, and Crashies, I mean, the man speaks for himself, winner of Reykjavik in 2022 with Optic, a long career, and you need this, instead of going for these new faces that sometimes Fnatic has been very known for with Alpha, with Durka back in the day, very back in the day, I wonder what this new approach of scouting is going to bring for them.
Yeah, I think the expectations are also different, right? I feel like going into 2023, Billy, people were really on this hype train, but coming into this, you can't really expect anything of nearly the similar level of them.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And I think as well, like Mini dropping down from that assistant coach, dropping down from head coach to assistant coach, we've seen the detriment of that in their 2024 results. Yeah, they didn't make Kickoff initially, and they bombed out pretty early of the international events as well. So I think that that's already had a bit of an effect on the team.
Yeah, now this will be the first time in the history of Fnatic where Mini is not part of the coaching staff, and I've been told that it actually has absolutely nothing to do with Pansy. It's just, you know, it happens in life where you don't want to coach anymore, you want to go do something else, and he seems pretty happy, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think that Pansy has a very interesting method of convincing people to do stuff. I feel like there's a lot of legwork and a lot of things that Mini could have done against that, but you know, we're happy to have him in any capacity here.
Yeah, we are indeed. But this is the thing, though. They're going to be going up against BBL. We have seen BBL play already. What did you make of their debut here, Billy?
Yeah, I mean, firepower. We've already kind of quickly touched on Lewin in that quick little fun game that we had to begin with. But yeah, no, two Turkish players from BBL that were the standouts for me in that very first series that we got to see them play the other day. I think a question for me going into this one is, can Lewin show any form of discipline? Because I think he was overheating quite a lot in that series previously. And with Kayak having little LAN experience as well, I think that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on, is how do these duelists pair up to one another?
I mean, I want to see maybe Fnatic bringing in something new for this one for BBL. I want to see consistency. I want them to keep at least the mental that they had in the first game. Yes, they weren't able to close that 8-12, and they actually lost that map in the second one. That of course takes a toll mentally, but BBL has never won against Fnatic. Maybe this is the time.
Yeah, especially with Sociable being on the form that he's on too, right? It's going to be very interesting to see. We have seen BBL on this stage already. They had a great start. They managed to win their opening game. But here is the test. Can they do that against Fnatic? Without further ado, let's bring both of these teams onto stage.
With me.
It is a new year and a new look for this Fnatic roster. They would have been sitting at home watching what BBL brought to the table, watching what they can do. But the question is, how good is this team? We've been theorizing, we've been guessing. We will find out in just a moment. This map veto, though, will be very, very interesting. Fnatic traditionally, Kakugo have had some pretty strong maps.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And some permabounce as well. Let's see if they...
It's New Year's same
I was going to say, I mean, with Pearl back in it, are we going to see them picking it? But no, we still don't know, right? It's the first time, but we have seen Fnatic banning Pearl in the past. Very excited to see not only that Abyss, but more so that Fracture. We know that back in the day, Fnatic was one of the teams that were trendsetters in the map. And please, can we get to Split? We've seen every map. I want to see Split. I was watching Americas yesterday. I am that desperate.
I mean, Billy, I'm actually very surprised they banned Lotus to choose to go to Split. I mean, BBL taking away the Haven, that's a no-brainer, but yeah, I'm not sure about this. Maybe Alpha just sick of playing Killjoy?
I think this seems like a fairly strong veto for both teams. I think it can swing in either way. I mean, Fnatic obviously seen something on Pearl from BBL yesterday that they just didn't want to entertain and have decided to take it completely, like, right out of the map pool off the bat. So yeah, no, I honestly think this map veto favors both teams. It could swing either way.
I mean, technically, Fnatic should have a small advantage because they're the ones that have been looking at what BBL has been bringing. Well, and the rest of the teams maybe theorizing with what they could play in other maps. One thing that I would love to see as well, and that we saw during the offseason, some double duelists we were mentioning Alpha year, and also with having some young Turkish promises on the other side. I can understand how he can want to put his foot on the ground, being like, it's me.
Yeah, I'm really glad that BBL instantly chose this Abyss, because as good as Fnatic's map has been, this Abyss has been abysmal. They have not won a lot here. In fact, I think just the one time. And Alpha is going for Tejo. We talked about whether Kron and Crashies could do this, but are you guys surprised that it's Alpha yet?
I mean, I was expecting to see him, you know, maybe in a more aggressive role. I think that sometimes he's a little bit underused when he's playing on the Sentinel just because of the raw power that he has, right? So I'm very interested to see this Tejo. On the other side, though, the only Sentinel that we are going to see is that Sage. Knowing also how this map works, I'm very interested to see how Vac is going to merge onto all of this, and Lewin going back into that Euro second time in his career.
Yeah, you would think with Vac being the stand-in, I don't know, maybe it's a comfortability pick. I imagine if Chi was playing this, they would have maybe had him on a Cypher as their Sentinel for Abyss. So yeah, no, this is really interesting to me. And the Alpha on the tail, I'm so excited to see how he pairs up with Kayak and help support him. Of course, Crashies is going to be given the recons as well. But I mean, the Yoru to Yoru head-to-head, I'm really looking forward to this one.
I think that especially yesterday, we saw a lot of synergy with the Initiators and the Duelists. That is something that I want to see from Yampi as well today, playing on that breach. I think that he was amazing the other day, so I want to see if he keeps it up.
Yeah, and also it's Kron on Astra. Boaster is one of the most iconic Astra players in the world. You gotta wonder why they've decided to make this switch as well.
Yeah, exactly. And also, you have to wonder, are they going to also keep that for other maps? Only time will tell.
I can't wait to see it. Let's send it over to your casters. I'm sure they're very, very excited about this agent select as well. Over to you, Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Very excited indeed. Day 3 of VCT EMEA, the third installment. Makes sense that it's the return of the king. Tom, what do you think about what Fnatic have been cooking up for us in this offseason?
It's a change. It's not a massive one. That's the thing. They haven't like completely revitalized their composition on this map. They've got rid of an ISO and they brought in a Teo. And I like the idea. I think it's slightly less aggressive than what they were running before. You can have the double drones, which is going to be quite interesting to see teams try and deal with that. Maybe potential to sell a little bit more fakes in there as well. And on the other side of things, yeah, quite some big changes to what we saw in the past. They were also running a double duelist, but have opted to bring in the Sage. And I am intrigued to see if Vac has got any sort of plans, any ideas, because he was basically put on the Sentinel the other day and just like, okay, you sit here, hold this site. Well, with Sage, you could be a little bit more cheeky, a little bit more aggressive, and I want to see what he's got in his locker.
I want to see if it's going to be the Battle Sage from Vac. Certainly a player we know has high skill ceilings. Wouldn't be strange to see him on a duelist back in the day. Now, we'll see how he delivers. BBL have had challenges, but a pretty good opening. And to be honest, the thing is, though, the limited time, again, the one-day turnaround, moving into this one day off to work on everything. It does inspire me with some confidence, though, Tom, that the issues we saw, they seem to be fixable. They were players getting a little too eager, and it seemed like the longer BBL played, the better they were playing. So we'll see if that continues into this series. Fnatic a big challenge, and on the attack, they've already got Spike planted. Looks like deep control is going to be held late into the plant as Boaster has a Paranoia primed and ready for a play straight into their spawn. Kayak with them. This is delaying them even further. Tejo's rockets come in, the salvo blocking them a little longer, meaning it's a panic as they run back into Boaster. He's not able to capitalize though.
Yeah, they've caught both controllers in a matter of seconds. The only problem now is just that time has been ticking. Already half. Some shots connected by Kayak, but it doesn't matter. The diffuse is coming under his nose. Some crazy shots from the duelist to at least show that, well, he's definitely bringing it in VCT.
Oh, he's come in warmed up today. A 4-0 start for Kayak, but a 1-0 start for BBL. Managing to take that round in the end. Dealing with Boaster, the first domino falls as they take the backside. Footing in there from that point, though, it seems like the round's slipping away right here, right now. But that was one big swing to cover the defuse, to buy that little bit of extra time. And as you can see, they were on the same page. It's got them around.
More than halfway to his ult, though, so that's something at least. They've collected the orbs as they go, but yeah, the round going the way of BBL. Solid start for them here. And while Loon, definitely an exciting prospect going into this one, because that's the thing, you're looking at two duelists coming into the VCT, but one, I would say, has a lot more in terms of pressure on their shoulders. An Ascension winner, someone who was purchased out to replace Durka. Like, that's ultimately the goal. That's the shoes that need to be filled. Definitely not easy ones at that. As said, I think the double drone is definitely going to be an interesting piece to the puzzle. They're still making this one a little bit more costly than BBL might have liked. Even still, though, 3 players standing.
Yeah, it looks sociable, barely hanging on. It could have been a much more costly round, but that's the start that's expected. You lose that pistol, you come into the follow-up without a whole lot. This one here for Fnatic, the full investment, and as you pointed out, Tom, Kayak finding so many of those kills. He's built up the orb fund to have that ult online, so round 3, they're going to be able to have a very pointed spear wherever they decide to bring that push.
I think it's a scenario as well where you know that your opponents, if they have got anything, will likely have to gamble. So I really don't mind seeing it in this round. Get yourself off the mark fairly quick, because I think that's something also worth talking about, that we have seen this in the past where you go, okay, well, these teams have a clear advantage. They get to skip a match, they go into that sort of upper bracket match, and okay, then if they lose, they go down into the lower bracket. But at times that's not been an advantage. You've seen teams warm into the tournament, get rid of those jitters on the stage, and basically just get a few more reps in, because you don't know if a lot of what you've been trying has worked. I think that BBL got that with, okay, letting a map slip, having to bounce back into the series, showing that, okay, their chamber that they ran on Pearl was fantastic, we can run that in the next one. And sure, Fnatic get the advantage of, okay, we get to watch, we get to have a look at what you're doing and try and counter it. But personally, I think the value comes from getting more reps, especially really early in the season. Sure, when burnout comes into play, maybe you could talk about, okay, that's less ideal. But right now, I do wonder if Fnatic will actually be happy about the fact that they've skipped a match and come up against a BBL who looked very good the other day.
Yeah, and tying that into as well what you said earlier about the duelists, different levels of pressure. It's true for the teams as well. Fnatic expected to be towards the top of the pick and order, regardless of what squad you put up against them. Regionally, internationally, it's all the same. When it comes to BBL, the weight is not on their shoulders. And indeed, already starting out the season with a win, you got to imagine morale is high, especially considering the things like visas and travel and so on that they've had to butt heads with.
They have a stand-in right now.
They have a stand-in playing, indeed. Like, you know, it's not an easy bunch of situations that they've found themselves in. They've navigated them all well and come out the other side. For them, a start 2-0, build up a couple more rounds. It's certainly going to affect the Fnatic mental on paper more than it would the BBL if they had started that way.
I think as well, again, you have to talk about the roster changes that were made for Fnatic. One of them is you're trying to fill the shoes of Leo, who still unfortunately isn't here. Those are shoes that are literally impossible to fill. Although Crashies is about as close as you can get in terms of caliber of player. And then I said, for Kayak, he's had a great start in this match, even if they haven't got themselves around. But he is trying to fill the shoes of, I don't even think it's arguable, the best duelist we've seen in EMEA. So it's one of those things where it's going to be interesting to see how not only he deals with that extra pressure, he did well in Apex last year where you basically can't lose. It's going to be a similar scenario. The expectation on Fnatic is you need to be attending every single international event, and I think this year that's going to be tougher than any other. And think back to Kickoff last year. Like, they were in that match to make it and didn't. So starting off strong is going to be incredibly important, and I think beating BBL, it's a must.
You know, for BBL as well, I was looking as we saw the veto come in and just thinking how much of a challenge this must be, because they've already had a series not that long ago, and now they're coming in 3 completely different maps that are on field. So again, you're getting tested early in the season for how deep your map pool is up against one of the strongest opponents you've got. I guess at least they come in with an unknown. I wouldn't like to face Fnatic on a map I played 2 days ago that they've got to examine.
That's fair.
So that's at least an upside. But another thing that sort of lightens the expectation on them as well. I don't expect them to be as good on their 6th map as on their 3rd map, for example. We'll see how BBL shapes up, and we'll see how this game does as well, as Fnatic returning to this stage. High expectations, but high delivery off rip. And look, for someone like Kayak getting a 4K off the bat, certainly going to put some, dispel some doubt that people might have.
But that's something interesting about this first map, because you sort of look, obviously, Fnatic took out Pearl. I think that would have been the choice of BBL if they could have had it, because they were insane on it the other day.
Good.
But then you look at this Abyss, and as much as a counterpick could be, because you've not seen Fnatic play in the regular season, that was the map that it seemed like they were testing things out on during the off-season. They played it multiple times. It didn't go particularly well, as Sue was saying on the desk. So maybe you've gone and gone, I actually think our Abyss is unreal. Let's go in for it. Let's give them a fight on it. And as I said, they've come in with a slightly unusual comp running that Sage. And clearly, they feel confident on it.
Well, Tom, we've gotten through the podcast section. Back to the MP4. BBL. 2-0 start, and they've lost Profek off rip. A lot of weaknesses for the defensive side. This is a bonus round. They managed to deal damage onto Kayak, leaving him on 17 HP. Blow for blow early favors Fnatic, and they are now grouped up with that man advantage, looking to take this B site by storm. The ult, aforementioned, used in round 3, clearing all this space and just getting rid of any of those nasty little low-buy dangers.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you want to make sure you're not walking into the stack, and I think after getting an opener already,
Decoy.
definitely made it a little bit easier to read. Ready though, the defense are here. Crashies will drop another. The thing is, they still haven't got the planted. Eventually, that will go down, and I think a lot of the danger in this round has already gone. Loon though, with that sniper, might be the one risk.
Well, appears to be. Already dropping one, the double barrel, both are used, and now creeping onto the site is Yumpy. It's a free kill. Kayak looking the wrong way, but Chronicle's able to correct. Drop another member before this gets too scary. Only one to block the defuse. The wall, though, put into play. That's a big problem. They've got to find a solution to this quickly. Grabwell goes in, buys them a bit of time. Distance needs to be closed here and now, though. Vac could just start to stick this, but they've got players ready to respond with Boaster just up top on the boxes, and no chances given to Vac. He was looking for the kill. He needed it, but Fnatic denied any opportunity. Well handled. Boaster barely made it out alive.
I think his plan towards the end was just try and take as many players with him as he could using that spike, and it comes very, very close in the end. Not too bad overall for Fnatic. They keep 3 players alive. Obviously the investment into the rifles, but now the same will be happening for BBR. As mentioned, it was a sort of lower purchase, and that is the sort of fear with that Sage rule. It's the one sort of value that I really feel like it can bring is like, okay, you're gonna try and wrap post plant from this position. I'm going to wall it and make you move. And if he had teammates alive, that would have forced a lot of players out into very awkward positions. Unfortunately, Fnatic had already wiped everyone else.
Yeah, I think even just Chronicle trading quickly onto Yumpy there makes all the difference. It could have been a disastrous start to have it stolen out from under them and propel BBL into the lead. Instead, blow for blow, the play-by-play has been nice so far with Fnatic getting the victory, just enough players left alive that the economy is in an okay spot, but the BBL have a spark of hope to humble them in the coming round. Thing is though, when we talk about, obviously Kayak had his ulti on super early, this next round we're going into it with most players 2 away. It could go any direction. I think those early orbs are going to be a big factor.
It's obviously, it's one of those things as well on this map in particular where I do feel like a lot of those favor that attack side. Like being able to get the orbs is always going to be easier.
B-main.
Yeah, it's whether or not you, again, look at maybe A site if they're going to challenge for it. But it's quite an aggressive challenge if you are going to go for it. And if your opponent is there, you're kind of screwed for an orb. So I think that definitely favors Fnatic going into the next round, and especially with the Armageddon as one of the potential ults. That ultimate still just looks utterly terrifying. We saw it yesterday on Bind, just being able to clear the entirety of the back site, although I don't think it ever got a kill. I don't remember it getting one, at least. Maybe it moved people.
Well, it did get a kill on Bind. One of the players stepped into a Viper orb just as it came through. He was right in the edge of it in our last game.
Okay.
But that's the only kill it got, and that was a misstep by someone who just walked in a little bit too early. It's like the Killjoy ult, though, you know? When you haven't played against it, when Killjoy first came out and so on, you think, oh, it's already activated. Step in, detained. It's it can be hard to get that read.
It's that split second after the timer goes through.
But it's often like, I think most of what you're going to see, because it does quite a bit of damage if you do get caught, and if you add to that a snake bite, or like we saw a Viper orb that it's in the right place,
damn,
you get much. That's quite a flight.
That's one hell of a trip. I guess let's hope Fnatic are worth it, or BBL.
Yeah, no pressure for Fnatic.
They'll probably do the meet and greet afterwards as well. So you at least get to see them. They're normally good for that. But hey, they're on the board at least. Obviously a bit of a tempered start to this match with a few pauses coming, and hopefully we'll get those out of the way nice and early. We can get back into our bye rounds as well.
Yeah, that's it as well. Once those barriers go up again, it's going to be the real meat and potatoes. Rifles for everyone. Ultimates coming online, and we'll see how this early half is going to play out. If it will be Fnatic claiming that lead back and stomping BBL into the dirt, which I think a lot of people are expecting in terms of power levels, but BBL, they've been surprising us. Some of these individuals stepping up. Some of the clips, I think Sociable's certainly going to be in the top 10 of EMEA's clips with the...
He's going to be top 1.
Marshall.
Like, I'm sorry, he's top 1.
Well, you don't know what's ahead of us.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
Best play so far.
What is better than that?
Hey, listen, Sociable part 2.
You're going to have to get like 5 knife kills.
Do it a shorty or something, I don't know.
I don't know if I'd enjoy that as much. I think it was the surprise factor of it as well, so... I don't know. I genuinely don't think that will be beaten. Definitely not a Kickoff. I don't think a Kickoff. Maybe the entire year. I guess we've got some very good players in the server. Maybe if Alpha can finally... Because that's the other thing. So far, Teo has been okay. Like, it's not been the sort of crazy agent that I think a lot of people have been donning the agent to be. Now, if anybody could maybe change my mind, it would be Alpha plus Boaster ideas. Like, I feel like you've got the complete skill set there. A crazy aim from Alpha, and then crazy brain from Boaster. So if it was gonna work, this will be it. If it sucks in this match, I'm tapping out. Like, I think that I need to see something, because I think a lot of it, like for example Shados, I feel like he was decent on it when we saw it before. Like, I think he played a good game, but there wasn't anything in that match where I went, oh, that was insane from the Teo utility. It's like, oh, that was kind of cool.
There's nothing that had me saying, if every team doesn't do this, you're trolling.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And that's sort of the expectation that was set out at the start of the week by a lot of people for this agent. I do agree, though. Fnatic are probably the one team that would change that early on in the game. You look at some of the things they're missing here. I mean, taking out the ISO for Alpha, there is going to be a little bit of a gap to be filled, which was my concern. But then you look at a capable duelist like Kayak in there, combined with the utility that Alpha will now be empowering him with, clearing some angles, destroying some utility.
You know who I want?
Definitely possible. What's that?
I want to see Mr. Fallen.
Mr. Fallen, yes.
I want to see Mr. Fallen.
Because
I feel like some people come up with cool ideas. He'll come up with weird ideas. And that's why I like Mr. Fallen.
Like our Paper Rex almost.
Well, it was
different style.
Exactly. It was like when he started trying the deadlock just for like 1 week on Sunset, and I was like, I don't really agree with this, but I want to see what you've done. And I think that it even fits within like his initiator play as well. Like, and he's got the crazy Turkish aim, so I think he is the one player I'm also waiting out for to just go, okay, what have you come up with? Because somehow I think that would just be broken and maybe convince me that other things are allowed. Or again, like maybe someone like Sanak, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, there's no shortage of players that could be pulling it out. But like I said, even looking at some of America's last night, Cowan Zine was playing it, and it all just seems like the agent is doing cool things, but I don't think we've seen a fully well-rounded enough plan to, like you said, convince everyone to start doing it.
Centralized around the Teo. And I think that's the other thing is, like, I think a lot of what has been looked at in terms of this agent being overpowered would revolve around the rest of the team looking to make that agent as good as it can be. Whereas I feel like right now, a lot of people are just going, okay, it is one of them, which is probably how you should play, because if you centralize your plan around one agent and one idea, unless it's neon broken, that's probably not going to work.
Well, I know some of you folks at home are admiring our new color scheme here. The red looks good in
I
the
do like
studio.
the red.
It does look good, but for now, we're going to toss this one to the desk, who will be filling in some time while we fix these tech issues.
I don't appreciate that cackle, Tom Biz. One more of those, I'm sending you to the crowd for an interview.
You're so nice when you toss to him, and this is what he gives you.
I'm so nice of them. What's new? We do have a little update. We're currently trying to iron out a hardware issue, and when that is all done, we'll send you guys back into the game. But for now, welcome to our podcast. I've got Kakuka and Billy here with me. We get to actually yap about some of the things we saw, so we're just going to go down topic by topic. Let's start with the elephant in the room, the alpha year Tejo, him of all people on this team playing it. What do we think? Was this, you felt like something that you couldn't envision, taking away the ISO, putting this back in? Would it fix their Abyss issues?
I mean, I think it's definitely interesting with how overpowered it is. Probably they got to the same, like probably 2 weeks ago, they had the idea of just going with the ISO and just probably filling in the same as they were. But after seeing Tejo probably on scrims, they decided to just go with it. And Alpha, again, it's not an agent that requires a lot because the ceiling is still, you know, very far. We still do not know until what point it can be used, but it's very strong on paper, very simple and easy to use. Alpha individually is simply brilliant. You can give him the ISO, you can give him almost any agent, and he's going to be fine. I'm excited to see something that we were talking about, and it's Kron on that Astra. I want to see the combos between them, because just in that third round, we were seeing how, you know, the post-pump was very, very well planned. So I want to see, you know, we barely saw 3 rounds.
I like that you mentioned combos as well, because I think that's something that we have seen from timeless Fnatic, right? They're always trying to reinvent how people should be playing the game. Maybe we'll see some things with the tail, maybe we'll see teams that have not started running it try to implement those kind of things next week. I'm not entirely sure just yet, but yeah, no, I think that we'll see a lot coming out from Alpha's tail.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is I watched him play in Ranked on stream. Not that that's anything, but he looked really good. He was making some smart decisions, and I think this is one of the things about Fnatic, right? They do like to develop their talent, and one of the things they do is to make their players smarter. We see a lot of players join this team, and by the time they leave, they seem to have elevated themselves to that level. But yeah, let's address the Kron Astra. I mean, they're running Astra Omen. You guys feel like it could work the other way around? Billy, you think was it the right decision to put Boaster on the Omen and Kron on the Astra, or maybe you would have liked to see a switcheroo?
I like the switcheroo. I think that we're so used to seeing Boaster on Astra, and I think that with Chronicle usually playing that initiative role, he is able to kind of take initiative in where he places his stars, how he uses them. I think one of the first couple of rounds that we just seen there as well, like BBL lost the round because of that Astra pull, right? So I think that I'm expecting to see a lot more of that, and their post plants will hopefully be strong with Chronicle being on that Astra.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna put it out there. If I think of like a really, imagine that they're attacking, right? Like they are right now, and we're in this situation,
okay, yeah,
right?
set the scene.
It's like a 2v1. There's Astra alive on the side of Fnatic. The stars are put. The Astra is on the position that she needs to be to get the best out of the stars, but also being able to pick and get the frags. I would give the Astra to Kron instead of Boaster.
Honestly, I think you're
You understand
right.
what I mean?
I completely understand.
Right? Like if in that situation, if I'm going to put my Omen to just be on the flank and keep that covered, on the 1v1 or on the 1v2 and on the 1v3, I would put Kron with more possibilities of winning that than Boaster.
Actually, I disagree. If we throw our minds back to 2023, you remember who on the globally had the highest clutch percentage? Anyone want to remember or guess?
Wasn't it like out of how many? Okay.
No, it was a lot.
Yeah?
It was by far leading by far. The most clutches one was Boaster, by the way. So let's throw this back into 2 people who are more biased than me, is Mitch and Tom.
BB, I've got this.
In the bag, 2-1. Is that the series score?
In the bag is 2-1.
2-1, that's the series score, right? We're done, on to the next one. Let's go, French Derby. Now, 2-1 to BBL is where we left you folks, and La Pausa Técnica is no more. We're ready to roll, and Fnatic, 1 round behind, rifles on the board, ultimates built up to just 2 away for a lot of these players. This could be a swing round. It starts here for the Fnatic attack side. Already space taken on mid. Loon, bit of a lunatic indeed, and Kayak shuts him down, puts him in his place as a 5v4 emerges.
Something Billy mentioned on the desk as well about sometimes he does look like he goes a little bit too far. I will say I don't mind that in this series because I don't know if BBL are going to win if he isn't just making these crazy plays.
If you're making the exact right amount of aggression or not getting punished for over-aggression 100% of the time, you're not being aggressive enough. There has to be a give and a take with it. And I think here, definitely a give from him. Gave the pick away to his opponents, but the re-aggression, it kind of works out the same. Lost the breach, man advantage still for Fnatic.
That's Yumpy down as well. A lot of your setup utility, if it does go into a retake, is going to be gone, but it doesn't look like there's any plans from BBL to play the retake. They've already got 2 players within the site, but it seems like Fnatic are well aware of that. Checking their backlines, the hold from Kayak, but he can quickly maneuver with the TP, and a third man re-aggressing up mid, and Sociable trades evenly. He's done incredibly well there. Now with 25 seconds left, a 2 versus 2, a player on either side of the map, and the fake TP hasn't really baited anyone. It will put the pressure onto Vac as they look to make it their way into his site.
They certainly heard the adage, if at first you don't succeed. The triple mid push nets the 2v2 with 10 seconds left. Time to move. Fnatic walk in. Plan being attempted. It's Vac that could stop it, but won't get there in time. Eliminates Kayak at least and follows up onto Alpha Yair. It's BBL 3-1 in the lead, and a great start for Vac, a player that was a little bit slower to get on the board yesterday. His morale has got to be boosted by that.
I think it's always difficult as well when you end up playing that sort of like pure site anchor with Cypher utility and the pressure's all on you all the time. He had a couple of moments, thinking back to, it was their Lotus, where he had some really high impact rounds at the back of the site. But in this case, it literally was a 1v2 on the site with 2 players that I think most will fear. It's going to put 3-1 on the board for BBL. And now the economy's kind of rough for Fnatic. They're going to invest into a couple of extra rifles and the players with more cash. And they do have Armageddon, which we've already said, for site clearances, is about as good as it gets.
Yeah, there's a lot of spots that you can't feel as comfy in holding, one of which might be where Loon is, if not for the gate crash that he can quickly fall back to up in heaven. That may be needed. Guided salvo underway. Rocket's not going to take Loon out of position, though. Ult used now, confirming. Still one up close, one up top. Lots of information to play with for the BBL side. The decision for Loon, though, does he keep the advantage, hide with his team? There's a lot of weaknesses in play here. No, he's taking the risk. Punished immediately, and a rifle on the floor. That was, you have to feel like maybe that was unnecessary, Tom.
Yeah, I think blinding himself might have thrown it off a little bit. I think maybe had other plans in mind, but that went up in smoke when he caught himself with a flash. And now things become very difficult. You have yourself that ultimate available. It's already been thrown through, though, and isn't going to be able to do too much. None of the players were in the site just yet. I think that's Rolling Thunder that's been used all the way back. And in fact, Yumpy's actually walked past his opponent, and that time really is ticking. Boaster still within the site. They have to be on it right now, and I'm intrigued to see if this is actually going to go through.
What?
Oh! 0.01! It is just about going to be the Red Bull clutch for Fnatic. Oh. I bet Chronicle's happy to be on the other side of the 0.01 this time.
Oh, I did not think that was going through, man. I did not think that was going through at all. The panic Hunter's Fury as well at the last second. You could see I wasn't the only one. A Fnatic taking that round 3-2 by a fraction of a second.
It was genuinely the last time I remember that happening. Chronicle was on the other team to Boaster.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Well, Fnatic fans and heart attacks. Seems like that's not changing this year.
No, they're the mecca for heart attacks, that's for sure. Quick play up, straight through B. Kayak's got control. They've seen one behind that wall. They know what's going on. There's no way they take the risk, surely. Straight into the shorty would be a mistake. Just time being bought as the plan comes through. But BBL are of the same mind, waiting for the rest of the team to rally up so they can make this play together. The rifle on Yumpy, the main threat, and oh, it's gone. It's already been dealt with, surely. The drop, it's too easy for Kayak, slipping up behind. They think he's come from a different dimension, but it was the smoke
gave him the chance to be the star of this round. 3 kills under his belt, 3 rounds for Fnatic.
Waiting for his moment, I think, knowing that his teammates had him covered, but again, that was a low purchase round. I feel like important though for Fnatic to keep that one nice and clean. After the last round ended with, I think, no one left standing, to make sure that they have those credits in their back pocket. I'm excited now as well to see that operator come online for Loon. We've already seen him try and get incredibly aggressive. I think maybe this will temper his aggression a little bit unless he was watching Nat's demos from yesterday.
Yeah, well, the aggression has gone up to start with. He's denied the pick and takes damage instead. Heal up, Loon resetting and going back out for more. Deep A main control for BBL as a result. Quick rotations. They start to make their way towards mid to stack up heavy for the fight. That does come their way. Kayak drop double peek. Boaster's running right into. Realizes that's not a fight he wants to take, but can he get out? There's 4 players all around him, both sides stacked up, but Boaster still delivers. Sociable down, and perhaps an avenue for this squad to move towards B. The paranoia, absolutely perfect, and time bought for the TP. He is out of here, and although Yumpy's brought back to life, Fnatic try to punish. I thought they were going to get it, but not quite in time.
I think he was just out of position. A good res that's brought this back into BBL's favor. The work of Boaster somewhat undone, and with 40 seconds left, they do still have to make a move. Vac's got to be careful. There are 3 players in middle, but he just about gets out of there, and in fact, he's ended up getting quite a bit of information for it. I think multiple players shooting at him as he tries to exit, and 25 seconds. Fnatic have to make a decision. They've used that from the shadows as well, which might have given a quick avenue onto the site. I do start to wonder if this becomes a save.
15. I mean, this is going to have to be a quick approach. Look where the spike is, straight to the site. No room to slow down. Chronicle needs to clear the way. They have to take the snake out of the grass. If Loon can drop this spike, it's over and done with already on the site. The plant now attempted, but he's just around the corner. Loon denies it. The time run dry. The round going the other direction. BBL maintain their lead 4-3.
Really messy. That's the thing. I kind of looked at it getting down to the late round, and it really did just come down to, can we kill this person immediately and stick the plant? I think the second they let go of the plant, the round's already over. Maybe not quite realizing how little time was left on that clock, but somewhat of a mistake in the end from Fnatic, giving BBL back that lead. They've been fighting tooth and nail for it, and it really has been an aggressive stance. I like the fact that even though BBL are coming up against what should be better opposition, they are not shying away. And time to jump. Hey, you win some, you lose some. He won that one, and I'm not sure how.
He was blind. He was blind, no.
You miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah, he hits almost every shot he takes. Not bad for Loon. And you see again where, like, that is not the kind of aggressive position most players will be able to find success from. And if he goes down, it looks kind of silly that he's going this aggro, but when it works, and it does work a lot, you end up with an advantage like this, healed back up as well.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why they've got the Sage. just make sure.
Reset Loon.
But the thing is as well, as said, I think if you try and play a more default and let Fnatic execute, they're they always have been one of the best execute teams in the world. Post plants as well, so you have to be disruptive, you have to be in their face, and it's also one of the ways that they're getting information. So I'd like what BBL are currently doing on this defensive side. Speaking of those executions, Fnatic are setting up for one here on A.
Definitely looking like a pointed approach. Sociable in trouble. Caught on that right side, needs help. Stepping forward to hold in that smoke with him is going to be Yumpy. Reinforcements from Profek as well. This man was putting up 4Ks round in, round out the other day. 15 seconds left.
This time I think it is a save. Sure.
Unless they do just run in. But Chronicle's got one, no real movement. Spike is still actually shifting forward. They are moving in. 7 seconds left. They've left this so late. Yumpy's just stopping them. Spikes on the floor. Weapons thrown to the ether, into the abyss, and they won't be coming back. I agree with you, Tom. At 15 seconds, I'm 100% with you. It's a save. The Spike's moving forward still. I think they called to push in at like 8 seconds left.
Yeah, I think they got the kill and went.
It still took like 5 or 6 seconds from the kill to the push in. Like with that little time on the clock, well, all they needed was Yumpy.
that feels like 2 rounds now where Fnatic have just been hesitant on whether or not they're going for it. And it's ended up completely stabbing them in the back, maybe only assuming that there would be one more player on that side getting the read wrong and losing because of it. But this is unorthodox. And, well, we got ourselves the pause coming in for Fnatic. I'm not overly surprised because these are not mistakes you really expect to be seeing.
No, not at all. And indeed, this is a Fnatic pause that's come through. It makes perfect sense. After a round like that, I think there's, you know, coaching staff sitting on the side. You're seeing all these flags pop up. You got to get on that immediately.
You're hitting the big red button.
Oh yeah,
In fact, I think Mini probably hit it from the talent room back. He's like,
ran in,
he's
just started slapping
he's
it.
clenching right now. He's like, wait, I'm not the coach anymore. I'm free.
Yeah. Like getting back up to 3-3, being up 5-3, these are all normal things. The scoreline doesn't look bad for Fnatic in any shape or form. It's BBL's map pick. Look, no need to stress, but it's how they've ended up here. It's how that last round went. We can't do that. And indeed, yeah, it's rare to see even the one. So for BBL, playing Sailor, keep doing the same thing. Hope they keep making the same mistakes. It's been good. Tempered, well, I'm not going to call it tempered aggression. It's just been aggression.
Well, yeah, they have aggression, but then they also have all of that utility to delay. Like those really late stars being put down for smokes, the wall being utilized, the slows as well from back. It is just annoying. That's what they've built. They built an irritating comp. And we can see the pace change. Some of these were working earlier on. Kayak again, he's been getting so many kills that this ultimate is continuously coming online. But he's trapped in a corner, not really anywhere for him to go. The Sage Wall just left him in the back of the site, and nobody else is particularly close. They're now looking to go for those trades, but the swing out is sublime from BBL. They work together. They are looking like a stellar team. That was so well timed. And while Fnatic are left with just the superstar of Alpha yet, he's going to go down as well. Great round from BBL.
Well, this is it. Previously, you look at how these pushes might go down. Kayak taking that same kind of space, but then Alphayer with a second lease of life with that shield on ISO rushing through to claim the space. This time, though, that utility is being used with this composition to set Kayak up to clear all these spaces and keep players back, and that's a very unlucky way to go. Not only could he not see him because his teammate was in the way, he got full blinded and still didn't shoot the decoy.
The funny thing is as well, though, is that normally in that circumstance, Kayak can just leave.
Yeah,
but yeah, he could just, or even just walk out when he still had the ult. But because the Sage was there, he's just gonna go, oh, I actually have nowhere left to go. Here goes Loon again. It has to be expected. First headshot, second as well. Great early start from this youngster. We've spoken about it many a time. You get an 18-year-old prodigy from the Turkish league. Chances are they're going to be pretty good, and it seems like he's another hit. I'm yet to see a miss, actually. That just seems to be the meta.
At the end of the day, man, like
we're going to have 60 Turkish players in a few years.
When this guy's doing it against Giants, it's one thing, but up against Fnatic, if this continues, yeah, this is going to be a lot. There already are a lot of eyes on him. It's only going to increase from here on out. Alphayer dropped, trying to push up back again, steadfast in his defense of the B site. Getting around that wall is Boaster, but it's not going to give them any extra avenue of approach. He is dropped immediately, leaving Chronicle to make this as costly as he can. At least one dropped. And that is where it ends. A 3-piece for Loon. Another big round from that young star. And 7 on the board for BBL. This was equalized 3-3 not long ago, Tom. But, well, there doesn't seem to be any slowing down the Turkish side now.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know if I've seen a Sage Maul that has annoyed teams more than this one. Like, and it's not like he's doing much unique. He's put it flat, I think, once or twice across the main part of the site. But other than that, he's just putting it down, and every time someone walks around it, they die. Because there just isn't really that much space, and there's no opportunity for trades. It seems really silly, but it does feel like one of the main things that has been frustrating Fnatic in this match.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe just break it.
Destroy it. We'll see if that idea is put into effect.
The fun thing is, though, Loon then plays ahead sometimes. So it's not like they're just sitting doing the same thing again and again. And well, there you go. He's ahead of it. So you're not expecting anybody to be that far forward. That's already Kayak dead. And by the way, he had the spike.
That's the second time as well in that exact position. Kayak's being cut off, then ult used for info. Hunter's Fury on the back of it, wall that's sectioning them off. That was... So here's where we get to the overcooking conversation. Maybe in the 5v3 we didn't need to continue the aggression, but Hey, listen.
He TP'd through their Cosmic Divide.
Just don't cramp his
into
style.
their entire team.
Don't cramp his style, man. At the end of the day, you know, if you want, you got to take the good with the bad. And that, it was the bad, but there's some good behind it. Still, equalized down to a 3v3. Now, BBL might start to regret that little bit of over-aggression. Also, you know, 5v3, and they had the spike. I think that's an important extra piece of information. Fnatic no ultimates to claim it back in terms of Boaster, but Alphayear going to be putting in the Armageddon. Big problem for players on site. Having now moved to the back exactly where Boaster knows, but Profect still delivers the hit. Alphayear, 20 HP, holding on for dear life, but Profect makes him let go. And as this slowly slips out of the control of the attacking side, 12 seconds left, spike down, 1v3 for Crashies, and no money, it's time to save. This half has fallen apart for Fnatic.
Oh, this round is more terrifying than you might think as well. Like, that's not only... I thought for a second he was going to go down, but no, it's Yumpy falling. But that's not only, okay, you lost the first 2 fights, whatever, you get it back to a 3v3. They used, I think, 3 ultimates in that round. So you had yourself Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide at the start, and Armageddon across the site. So from a 3v3, okay, you use 2 of those ults after it, you get no kills, and you lose the round. Like, that's a really bad position from their perspective. And then you look at the other side, okay, you now have Rolling Thunder online. You're halfway to getting the res again. You're almost at the Cosmic Divide. And what, there's only 1 round left in the half, and Fnatic are definitely coming out looking much worse for wear.
Oh, Loon.
If at first you don't succeed.
Well, this is the try again. 4th time he's just gone walkabouts. Success has been found before, but this, the cleanest exit he could have had. Sticking around still, though. Greedy, hungry, perhaps. And Boaster set to feed him down to 2 bullets. It's time to get out.
I love he had a TP the whole time, and he was like, 2 is not enough.
I need that 3rd, and he almost got it. Had the chance. Alphayear tagged down to 10 HP, but survives the engagement. When Loon comes back, though, it won't quite be the same case. Standing inside the salvo, he claims a 4th. The lunatic finally put to bed, but Chronicle left in a 1v3.
Obscuring vision.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone disrespect Fnatic this much. Like, it's almost like it's a new year and he's forgotten who they are. It's just filthy. Fights them tooth and nail, does that versus Alphayear. And now Chronicle. Well, the desk had a conversation of who they'd want in a clutch. Sue begged to differ that Boaster was the choice, but we get to see what Chronicle can do here. 25 seconds up and coming, still has the spike, has a chance to isolate Vac, who currently sits at the back of site alone. Oh, that rotation's already coming in with a Rolling Thunder. I don't think that leaves any hope. A very impressive half from BBL. New boys on the block, and they are 9-3 up in the half.
From 3-3, now we're going into half 2. It's 6 consecutive rounds for BBL. Impressive stuff. We'll see if they can keep this energy up in half 2 after the break. You 9-3 when we return. We didn't sneak any rounds in without you, don't worry. Round 13 about to kick off, a pistol round that I think Fnatic are going to be coming in desiring.
Oh yeah, for sure. This definitely hasn't looked like a great map for them, having a fair few mistakes in the mix, but also, well, we're just seeing Loon do Loon things, like just bullying them at times with the level of aggression he's willing to go for, the respect not being shown, and I think they need to, well, almost put him in his place if things are going to turn. Either way. Turkish side are looking to build up pretty directly towards this A side. They have left one man behind just to try and catch any flanks, though.
Yeah, Profect's going to be that safety net. Boaster probably running into him later on. See if BBL go back in that direction. Already lost Loon, caught behind the smoke. Spike hasn't made it out. Yeah, time to go meet Profect. But Boaster, well, he didn't get too aggressive. Just sat around here, waiting up top for these players to rotate back to nice spot. And if no one goes up towards the window, he could be catching them all with their back turned, but it's unusual. With 4 players, someone has got to check it, and then Boaster needs to deliver. Here comes the Stampede, plenty. 3 players there, in fact. Smoke blooms a little too late. He's already been spotted, drops one at least.
That's fine.
And buys time, 3 players just outside of B, as Footfall found by BBL.
Trying to bait out some of that utility before the plant comes in. Well, the Venture's going to come through, but easier said than done. Forced into the hands of Kayak. He went a little bit quiet in the end of that second half, but he's back on the board again. Fnatic will win themselves that all-important pistol. Now they can start to try and kick things back into gear in the second half.
Yeah, and there you see some of the better use, and I think what we've seen most teams going for with the salvo, just using it to push players out of position into your crosshair, force that closer peak for them. You've got that advantage to capitalize on, and players like Kayak will not let those advantages fall into your hands.
It's also being used in the first and second clip. It's used on one side of the map, and then it's recharged so quickly he can use it to stop. He denied plants on either side.
I think we're looking at probably like a 2-kill reset for that or something in the future. Yeah. I think the rework will be, I doubt it's more time. Okay, that could have gotten a little bit dicey, but there's plenty of players on Fnatic who are just running pistols as well. So even in a round like this, you lose 1, you lose 2. As long as those players are close enough to pick up the fallen pieces, or indeed maybe they have those pieces themselves, if Boaster has just a classic, then it's going to be fine. You don't end up losing that much overall. So 2 kills already. BBL, they lose a lot of their punch. Even if they group up now and hit a side as a unit, it's still going to be a 3v2 without guns.
Maybe build up a few orbs here and there. And well, Boaster with the classic. He's doing it for the bundle, doing it for the branding.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and he's thrown it on the floor.
He's left it on the floor.
Talk to HR.
Wasn't be that good, I guess. Not worth keeping. Now you take the Ghost over the course.
Kabad was loading up the clip, and now he's just defeated.
He's just cut that one a little bit early. Yeah, as well, like, the fact is those players were running into the pistols. They had the best chance to win those duels and get the spike on the floor there than anywhere else, but it doesn't work out. Good kills across the board for Fnatic. Good economy builder as well, which is very important when you're trailing by 4. Still quite the lead for BBL, and now the rifles come out for that attacking side.
Not really any pieces missing for Fnatic either. Having all of those rifles kept through, even having the players without them getting the majority of the kills. Boaster set up as that Cyanka. Now he does have pretty close support, but Loon is already in TP onto the site, looking to try and take as much space as he can. And while the flash, I think maybe slightly off, it's going to leave him blinded instead of Boaster. And that duel will go the other way.
Here.
Plan secured at least. BBL have something to report home about. They managed to break the wall as well. The stealth drone grabbing info up close. Angle held as they cross back over. It's Sociable looking for the battle through that wall. He'll get it. He's been spotted. Comes the salvo yet again. Concussed too. They've dodged all that utility, ready to take the fights, but in a very nasty position as the wall is chipped away at. Covered. Less and less of it by the second. They look to fight on the backside. A big swing from Yumpy. Kills picked up, and even more by Sociable. But the numbers, they remain in Fnatic's favor as the defuse started again. Now just making it to half as Alpha puts to bed the final opponent. Another round finds its way into Fnatic's hands, just trailing by 3.
Yeah, that was the sort of curse of that aggressive plant, is you really needed to hold on to that deep control, having the Sage Wall broken pretty quick, and also all of the utility that was removed from the drone that was put in to just sort of leave those players stuck in the mud. That plant doesn't leave you with many positions left to go, but with Fnatic previously denying the default plant, using the salvo for that, it's not gone great. And while for Alpha, getting ever closer to having that Armageddon on the board. Already though, we are going to see a pause called from BBL, wanting to stem the bleeding as early as possible. Maybe a few pieces missing in terms of synergy. I think like it's always difficult to tell when a player gets flashed by a team flash. If it was Loon peeking too early, which I think it might be, or if it was Yumpy doing it just a little bit too late, because that was the thing. He goes in for the peak, Boaster manages to then sort of dodge it, and he gets full blinded by his own flash. Yeah. You have to feel like that's slightly better timed, and it's a very easy kill for Loon.
Well, is it a situation of, yeah, Yumpy's comms, or from what we've seen, Loon getting a little too over-aggressive?
I think it might be that.
I don't know. I don't know where my money's going, but it might be Loon. 3 rounds between them. That timeout now coming to an end. I believe that was BBL taking a moment to touch base with their coaching staff, and now they're right back into things. Barriers soon to go up, but the economy has gone down for BBL. It's not in a healthy spot. Weaknesses across the board. Sheriffs in play. But if you were watching the other day and you see Sociable with that weapon in play, you know that this man still poses a bit of a threat. They need to be careful.
He did need a headhunt of one of the kills.
Granted. But now he's got shock darts. Pick up one with that.
Sure.
Robin Hood.
Again, no surprises. Loon is already at the top of mid, and he is dead. An isolated fight. And around like this, you don't mind it too much. You've seen the drone thrown out on the other side. A lot of information gathering. I think that's what this composition really allows. Lots of delay and info for this defensive side. And Kayak with the ability to claim a lot of the space that they can find to be clear. Of course, for the attack in this round, expectations still minimal is what they can do with those pistols.
So they've seen a lot of utility used up, not only the salvo, but the paranoia, as well as a reveal on mid just off Loon's utility contact. He did happen to be there. But there's a good chance that that util gets burned up if they can fake it out early enough. We'll see if they adapt to that as time goes on. Fnatic now with a choice. Fight ahead of this push or wait and attempt the retake. Kayak manages to pick up one, and they've walked straight into Alpha here. Not something you usually get to walk away from. 9-7. Gap is now 2, and Fnatic, they're making quick work of this comeback, building up economy as well. Ultimate's coming online. Things are looking good.
Yeah, the in-zone flawless definitely helping out to make sure the finances are as tip-top as possible. I do like as well that a lot of the time the guided salvo is just being used for the default plant spot. It's like, okay, you want to sit in your normal positions, and I'm not going to allow you to do it because you have to give us at least a few seconds, and it means that, say for example, Boaster wants to fall off the site, you're not just giving everything up because there's still going to be a few seconds bought of extra time. This is where the rifles are back up though. But again, those ultimates have been built. An immediate use of the Armageddon, just trying to catch them early and even putting an extra salvo into the corner. Clearly some ideas, but it's only really gained space. The damage wasn't done.
I didn't see where the second salvo ended up going. Maybe it was even a misclick that it's supposed to fully cover that gap. But a very nice setup. We might see that a little bit later on. For now, seems like BBL have not been deterred. Looking still towards the A site, Rolling Thunder online. I might even see Yumpy setting it up just now, but Kayak not quite caught by it. Is revealed though. The stealth drone clearing him out, so he TPs to backside. A lot of space given up here, and Prophet claiming a kill on mid. It's a great start for BBL, starting to get a sense of this site. Kayak still though causing problems, able to pick up one and fade back. A 4v4, damage done to Loon. Utility coming in to delay. Ultimate used for info. Alpha catching Yumpy. So much disruption from the side of Fnatic, and they're picking up kills as BBL flee the site. Kayak now behind them as well to be concerned about. That means the players on site know that Loon is the only man challenging them. That gives Alpha the green light to swing on in, and a clean conclusion to this round. Fnatic, honestly, flawless gameplay. Who could have seen it coming, the Fnatic comeback?
Yeah, really nice use of all of their utility in that moment. Again, the refresh of the salvo just forces players off that plant super quickly. Like you can see, they had to just jump out and Alpha's ready, and then you can immediately see the swings off of it. They know what they're doing, they know exactly where they need to be and where players are going to be after they're forced out of position. This defensive side so far from Fnatic has looked stellar, and for BBL, I think it's getting tougher and tougher. Not being able to get properly into those post spawns without mass amounts of utility coming their way has left them out to dry in a few rounds now.
Standing ahead. This is where it has got to get frustrating, seeing that scoreline close in. Now, hot on your heels are the side of Fnatic. Credits built up, some ultis used in the last at least, but well, this is a chance for them to build them up even more. Yes, ults online for BBL, but just the economy, the investment that they have, it's not likely. They commit a whole lot, he says, and immediately Loon pops the ulti.
Does this mean they're going to use the other? That was the question I was going to ask, is do we do? No, he just goes alone. I thought maybe, okay, they'll use the Hunter's Fury just to get a free kill and a gun. No, instead, Loon was like, I can take him, I've got this. I think there was a stun to help him out, but even still, it leaves them level with a severe weaponry disadvantage, and a lot still to do.
Oh, the retake of space is nice from Yumpy. They cleared that side out, but now he's up close looking for the fight. The shots don't land though again. Weaponry disadvantage in play. Glaring for the side of BBL. They've lost Yumpy, they've lost the sight. A star down to at least use the grab well, buy some more time. Hunter's Fury and a couple of kills. This could actually work out. Another burst of the Hunter's Fury claims Alpha Yair, and the grab well wasn't even needed at this point. The round is already theirs. BBL, they won't see Fnatic equalize. They won't even see the end of the round as all 10 players perish as BBL make double digits.
What an impressive way to do it. A pay save card, thrifty, but again, you look at this man, sociable, and what he's able to do with so little. That ult was basically to buy them some time. He not only gets 2 kills, but he tags Boaster, who's running up to make the 3rd kill even easier. That's about as good as you'll see a Hunter's Fury work these days. And while we talked about that as a low investment round, we didn't even expect the ultimates to be used, it's won them the round outright.
Gorgeous play. And that's it. We've seen Fnatic climb back up. Really nice rounds on display from that side, but BBL, they still have some gas in the tank. It's a race to the finish. BBL have the lead, but by a narrow margin. A move to the A side after a fake out of B. Heavy utility has got Fnatic stacking up that side. They put a gate crash down just now, moving through the spawn, but they won't be there in time to deny this control. A plant is found by BBL.
Yeah, it's one of the first times I think we've seen Althea on the wrong side of the map, and that's definitely made it tougher. A lot of the time he was denying this post plant. And again, we're going to see this aggressive position with the wall. The plant, though, in a better position for the players who are in main. So this time, you can see those later flanks, those later spots, and you need to highlight also what Profek is currently doing, wrapping around the back lines, coming in incredibly late just to make sure that this becomes awkward. Boaster's done well though, a clear on the first, immediate trade. They just need to buy time for Profek if he can even get there, and he's right there in the last second. This could be Ushiro. His own grab ball has caught him out though, but I think he's bought enough time. It didn't matter in the end, but oh, if there was a few more seconds, that would have been horrific.
Yeah, indeed. Just a couple more seconds on the clock, and it was a disaster. Instead, Red Bull clutch, glory, and another step towards victory. Maybe a stumble towards victory, but in the right direction nonetheless.
I could have turned coal to diamonds with the way I clenched there.
That was ridiculous. And as well, you know, that little bit of extra time bought by Vac on the backside with the wall in play, dancing in and out of the angle, every contribution that ran down that clock, that drained the time away, gets BBL to this position. Rifles still there for Fnatic. Decent buy, good amount of utility still left to play with. Kayak, he's gone up aggressive. He's looking to play like Loon, but he has met the same fate as Loon did many times in the early half. Dropped off rip, and for Fnatic, that is a huge loss with just a few seconds off the clock.
Yeah, the fact that the Hunter's Fury goes in as well, like that was a set play with an attempt to do mass damage. He runs in with the drone and beats a Sage Wall in the spawn. And it's almost just being used as info. Like, has someone pushed this far? Because they have to break a wall if they do. A bit of a slowdown from BBL. Fnatic do have the right players in the right place, and it seemed like at the right time, but that drone has kind of given them the idea that maybe it isn't going to be a B hit.
Well, yeah, just look at Alpha here. He's still re-clearing all this control towards Heaven. They think it was going the other direction, and now they realize, luckily, 3 players still here, ready to fight. Flash goes through. The peak slow from Loon, 8 HP. He's so low, but that will not stop him. A gate crash put through. It might even have been spotted by Crashies. I'm not sure. It was faked out anyways. Loon going aggressive instead, straight through the smoke. He might not be needed. Traded out the last second by Profek, and the spike planted. The round's already done. 12-8 with 4 chances to close out this map against Fnatic. This has been a sensational start to the season for BBL in their opening matchup, but this right here, it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, again, like it has to be mentioned, having the stand-in this sort of scenario is always going to make things a lot more difficult, especially when Chiwa is someone who is such a reliable anchor. I think that Vac has done well, but you have to look at the other players that are within this team. Sociable having highlight rounds, Loon still just an absolute maniac within that server, and a lot of these rounds have been close. Maybe a few tweaks here and there can be enough for Fnatic to turn the tide. They've already had a 5-round streak in this defensive half, and it was only coming down to sort of like a few obscure plays that I think 2 of it was actually no players alive and the spike winning the round. Like that's what we're talking about with a couple of the losses they've had in this second half. Doesn't matter though. All that matters for BBL is that they take their map pick as they go into Fracture.
Yeah, you never know what awaits you there up against a side like Fnatic. It's been a good fight for BBL, 6 rounds in a row that gave them a huge lead at halftime, and now starting to string them together yet again. One more is all they need, a flash in the pan, and it'll be enough to send them to a 1-0 advantage. The potential to deal Fnatic their first loss in VCT 2025. That's an accolade you won't soon forget. With 10 seconds left before barriers go up, take a look at the economy. It's not great for BBL, but they've got that beautiful position to say, hey, they can play a mixed bag here, throw it at the wall, see if it sticks, and we've got plenty of room to maneuver if we need to take an eco later and bounce back hard for the end of the game.
I'll handle this.
Oh, here goes Loon. Somehow I'm normally more nervous for him when he has these ults. He just sticks the landing almost immediately. Does, for maybe the first time ever, decide to actually teleport out. Now bear in mind that Alpha has that Armageddon online. A big win for Profek on the outskirts of the map, and well, this time not denying that plant. I wonder where Alpha will even place. It's such an obscure post-plant position. They're playing alongside the wall, and you break the wall, and Loon comes and fights you. Again, he's going to retreat for the 2nd time after finding a kill, and is being healed back up by Vac.
Armageddon, oh my god, stun, paranoia, everything hit him. Finally, they deal with Loon, and it's Boaster to lead the charge right back into the site. They're taking over. Rolling Thunder put in by Yumpy. It'll buy them a little bit more time. They've even got a grab well. They don't know if the defuse was coming through. Yumpy confirms that it's not. They've bought that time, and they've bought enough. BBL, they've done it. There's no stopping it now. The spike explodes, and so do Fnatic's chances on map 1. It's a 1-0 start from a squad everyone had at the bottom of the list while they're fighting for a slot at the top.
Incredibly impressive display. But before we head into the break, let's pass things over to Yinsu for a quick message to all of our fans.
We want to turn our attention away from the VCT EMEA action now and take a moment to acknowledge the ongoing wildfires in Southern California. As many of you might know, LA is where Riot's story began, and the past weeks have been an incredibly difficult time for the community, including many of our fans, pro players, teams, and colleagues. From everyone here in EMEA, we want to send our most heartfelt well wishes and messages of support to all of you, our friends, colleagues, fellow players, and members of the wider Southern California community. For those eager to support even further, starting Wednesday, January 22nd, Riot is launching in-game fundraisers which will go towards global fire and other natural disaster relief. Proceeds will go to the Riot Games Social Impact Fund, which will direct funds to organizations aiding natural disaster recovery in Southern California and around the world. Thank you for listening. Now we'll head to a quick break and continue with the games.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just tasting my shots with good vibes. No!
Things just keep getting better and better for this new BBL squad as they take map 1 against Fnatic. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined once again by Kakuka and Billy. Now, we were so hyped about Loon when we saw him on his debut, and I didn't think that he could get any better, but Billy, I was wrong. He does indeed get better.
Yeah, Loon was absolutely incredible that map. I mean, the amount of opening engagements that he was getting, those first picks, it was just absolutely incredible to watch. And like, he was just constantly everywhere, right? One round he was peeking A main on the defense, the next round he was pushing down mid on the defense. Like, Fnatic just didn't really have an answer to those first picks that Loon was able to pick up what felt like so easily.
Yeah, and it was a very strong first half for the side of BBL. I think that they understood the assignment, they understood the composition that Fnatic were playing and what they were lacking. No Sentinel. What does that mean? How are you going to fight for mid? How are you going to fight for it? And also with the incorporation of the Sage, Astra Sage, you're going to have a hard time attacking and executing. You have to fight for some of the control. Do not get me wrong. We saw on that second half what Fnatic plan was on the defense. And I think that it is a very good curated plan. I'm very surprised by the level that we saw from Alpha with the Tejo, how reactive and quick he was in some of the decision making. But still, even with that, BBL understood how they had to play against it and how to trick their timings against the retakes from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think to that point, the way that Kayak and Alpha were playing with each other on that A site, I believe it was, yeah, just so many like little combo plays, and the drone usage that we were speaking about as well whilst we were waiting for this match to finish. They had the Sova drone, they had the Teo drone, but then they also had Kayak's ultimate as well to go and find out any information. So yeah, a really good information gathering composition from Fnatic nonetheless.
And also a lot of people had questions about if Kayak can fill the shoes of Durka. And when it comes to debuts go Kukuka, this is not bad at all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also referencing the time that he had during Ascension final, probably not the best, but here he understood what he needed to do and he did it to perfection. Even though Fnatic did not end up winning this map, he was there as the third drone, as we're saying, with those ultimates that I believe were super effective. Again, when we think about the retakes, some of the times Fnatic run out of time, but the plan was very good.
Yeah, and you mentioned those successes we saw on mid from BBR as well. So let's just take a look.
Yeah, exactly. So as I was saying, right, the composition from Fnatic not having that sentinel in the map like Abyss, you have to watch out from it. Either use it or understand that your opponent is going to have an advantage there. Previously to this one, which is the last round of the half, we've also seen BBL using it. And I think that doing this on the last one keeps putting that pressure onto Fnatic that does not have a clear way to control this part of the map. And in this case, has to fight. As we're saying, Loon has very easy to get a couple of kills and just get out of there and just play from there. But in the past, we had seen them pushing time and time again. You have to keep an eye on that. And you can also not execute very fast because of the composition that BBL is playing. And I think that is what gave us that result of 3-9 at the end of the half.
Yeah, there's just something about this Abyss. Fnatic have just struggled on it time and time again. But as we move on to Fracture, this is where things should pick up a little bit for them. But also, though, if Loon was that oppressive on a map that didn't have like north, south, east, west, and all those sides, Billy, I'm expecting him to pop out of every single direction you can possibly expect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I'm honestly curious to see if they run something similar to how Koi ran the other day with the Teho, because they had a Yoru, they had a Brim, they had the Teo, and they were taking up a lot of A main space. I wonder if BBL's taken some inspiration from that, just from getting to see it the other day. So yeah, I'll be intrigued to see how Loon actually pops off, and if he does stick to that Yoru, or if he moves on to, say, a Jet instead.
You know what I want to know? Are we going to see Sociable back on that chamber?
Yes,
it kind of feels wrong going to Fracture and seeing Yampi not on the chamber, knowing that he has given us some of the best moments in Valorant in that map. But actually, I think that after the performance that we saw in Pearl the other day, coming in from BBL and from Sociable himself, I'd like to see it again.
Yeah, I wouldn't even hate an alpha chamber on the other side if we're just going to throw out the chambers here. But this is the thing, with Crashies coming into this as well, we got to mention the rope incident. Well, or some, it's an incident to some, but Crashies has traditionally been extremely comfortable on this map as well, Billy. So I think he's going to be able to slot in quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think with Crashies as well, he wasn't one of the sort of louder players in that map that we just seen. So I think he's still kind of warming up into it, right? I mean, we have to think about when was the last time he played on a stage, right? It was back in like July of last year.
Hey, Alpha, let's go!
Alpha on the chamber, that sounds good. And BBL bringing in the double duelist is not going to be the chamber, it's going to be Raze and Euro. The explosive power from the side of BBL is going to be massive. That's a lot of flashes, pulls. I hope that Kayak is ready to be playing against
the
Loon
fact
again.
that it's the two Turkish players on these two duelists as well has got me so excited for BBL.
Yeah, and Perfect, I just got to say, he's a phenomenal lurker. The util's on point. He won them, what, like 5 rounds last game as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how he fares here.
Yeah, Yampi is still sticking to that breach. I think I was mentioning at the beginning of the match, his utility is being on point. Some of the success and some of the setups that we see, and when we're highlighting the duelists, and obviously the calls. Do not forget Yampi picking up the IGL role for this BBL that is looking so good. We have to give him a lot of props.
Yeah, and of course, Boaster back on the Brimstone. It's been a hot minute on this map as well, and no massive surprise on the side of Fnatic. They kept it quite safe considering.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not going to see we're not seeing the Vice just yet in this match. At least is sticking it to the Cypher, and then on the other side, even though I expect Alpha to play a little bit more like out of pack, just by himself, just going for those early engagements that honestly you should be scared of. It is Alpha.
Yeah.
Like this is, you can give him anything, but you will be scared of him no matter what, because his aim is just it. We've seen it for 3 years. Is never bad.
Yeah, maybe he gets unleashed as well, because on map 1 it felt like he was more on util duty than just like shoot duty.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that in that previous composition, it was kind of Kayak with, he was the only one with flashes, right? He was having to set up his own flashes, but you still seen the Alpha kind of helping Kayak. So yeah, I agree. I think he's going to be searching for those picks on his own.
Well, BBL, they're on a fantastic win streak right now. Mitch and Tom, let's see if they can pull off another one.
Well, Tom, quite the challenge to take Fnatic down. Doing it in a 2-0 fashion when you're moving on to their map pick might be even more difficult. I'm not sure if BBL will 2-0 this, but the win, it's anyone's.
But that's the thing. You look back to last year, and even the old squad was always like a solid upset team. Like it felt like they could beat anyone and at times maybe lose to anyone. But this roster is incredibly exciting, and I do have to agree. Like the two standouts for me going into this match, obviously the duelist, but more importantly, I think Sociable going back onto a more aggressive role, and then Althea on the chamber. I think that's always going to be exciting. The first bullet accuracy, so integral to playing that agent, and well, Althea has that in spades.
Well, barriers going up. BBL sending Alpha
Hey,
down.
he's already dead. See you later.
Althea's got nothing to say about the pistol round. Neither does Sociable.
He's too old at this point, that's what it is. Past 18, Loon's younger. He automatically gets the buff, the Turkish buff.
That's all it is. The neurons are firing faster. Well, Loon's up close with another chance to do damage. Boaster's the one to shut him down. Chronicle steps up as well. It's an even scenario. Leaving just back though. Damage done to both opponents and a shot away. But it doesn't land. It's Chronicle instead to take the kill from the grave, and Boaster to bring the defuse across the line.
Yeah, my theory went out the window when Boaster killed him. I think don't think that worked.
What are you trying to say?
He looks young, but surprisingly, Boaster is not 18 years old. But yeah, a big pistol round for Fnatic to take. Like it definitely came down to the wire. Like getting back in after those initial kills went the way of the attackers, and well, Chronicle having a big start to this game. Someone we know that on his day can be better than anyone. Fnatic fans will be hoping it's today.
Well, yeah, most certainly, especially after that first map opener. BBL on form, but a close pull back in the pistol round for Fnatic, an injection of rounds early on. And you take a look at BBL, not too much of an investment, but they group up, they play this one as a team, and look at the reward they get. Boaster already dropped, Althea sent walkabouts on B, shut down by Sociable. Now, what was a round in which we expect almost nothing becomes one with so much potential for this attacking side.
Yeah, I'm starting to get nervous. It's crazy that you look at sort of like the clutch players and individuals you have on the Fnatic side, and right now, BBL have been the ones that have been pulling out the miracles. Spoke about the lurk potential of Profek on the desk. What about the lurk potential of Sociable on a Yoru? You didn't see that one coming, did you? Neither did I, because it's kind of weird, but kill him, and it seems like somehow Chronicle has eyes in his hands because he was able to see Sociable just jiggling a little bit.
Eyes in his elbows. Could be, who knows what they've been doing to the breach arms. Kind of upgrades Killjoy's given him. We're looking at the push up from BBL though. Plant, lots of control, a ton over towards Sand as well, where it does look like Crashies could be in a bit of trouble as he swings on out. Already up close, wrapping around right behind him. Profek didn't go through the cage, didn't commit fully. If he did, a free kill awaited him. Instead, Crashies gets a second lease of life. His position now spotted. Nice shot onto Sociable, but still to deal with Profek. And the knife in the back is the most effective weapon for BBL, as Loon falls the time though, ticking away. Chronicle making this possible for the squad, but the time too far gone. 3 kills. A nice round for him, ult online, but BBL with an immediate response, 1-1.
I have to say, like, no matter what happens in this series, I'm so impressed with the way BBL plays. You look at this team being a mix of a brand new IGL, a load of players coming up from the tier 2 and a stand-in, and the way that they're so disciplined in rounds like this, because this easily could have swung out of their control, but they're all making sure that the time is being bought off that spike. Like, everybody is willing to sacrifice themselves, but the majority are just looking to stay alive as long as possible, finding information for each other. It is incredibly impressive from, as I said, like a team that doesn't have like years and years of experience under their belt. That second round will go to BBL, and while the lead for Fnatic short-lived, they do, however, keep some of the guns online, and with how Chronicle started, there might be an opportunity here.
Most definitely, maybe. They're going into it. Big push. Chronicle already able to rip off one's head, and the second follows. Great damage done. BBL responding in kind. The Bulldogs left to try to make up some ground, and Boaster does a great job of it. Molly down 2, Spike obtained with a flank from Vac. This is the real danger if Prophet can keep them back for long enough, but he won't. And now, Vac the knife, but he comes in a little bit too late. Over to the A site for the plant, and a 1v2. Boaster and Alfier with upgraded weapons will be coming back into him.
Had to go for a safer plant as well. Knows roughly where both players are coming from. The door sound is going to be baited by Boaster. The whole idea is to try and put doubt in the mind of Vac that maybe they've gone the other way. He gets that first kill, and he's still looking the other way. The spam from Boaster has done so much damage, but it hasn't managed to clear out Vac. He's still standing, at least for now, and it's close. But the IGL of Fnatic will get things over the line. An important round and an immediate bounce back.
A much needed one. We saw what happened last time when BBL ran away with it. Fnatic started to show their claws towards the end of Abyss, but too little, too late. Now,
just through the fake out.
Back on that wrecking ball quickly. Crumbling BBL's early half chances. This is 2-1. Rifles in play for Fnatic. And it all comes down to just that 1v1. The shots from Boaster through the wall, lighting back down to 12 HP. That was the real difference maker. If a few of those shots don't land, even fight, who knows where it goes.
Look at this scoreboard as well. Alfie and Kayak combined, 0 kills. Boaster, 5 kills. That's all you need to know. Leading the way. We'll see how long that lasts. I think it'll be a dangerous ground if that is how things continue. Stun dodged. Again, just back to pistols. A fair few ults close, though.
Take flight.
Showstopper, unfortunately, seems to be the furthest one away. Back solo lurk. Doesn't want to overface, but he ends up giving the kill away to Crashies.
Understandable in a round like this. We'll see those players trying to take space on their own. Now the pack is what's left. The flash was good, but Chronicle still able to deliver. That's a 3-piece. I think he was full blind for the first.
He's already on 11 kills. I think we're only just finishing round number 4. I think that's one of those things. There's certain players in Valorant you don't want to piss off. And I think Chronicle is very, very high up that list.
He might be one of them, yeah.
11-2, playing a Breach. Not too often you say that. I'm thinking back to people playing this map. There was a time where Kesnit played Breach on this map, and he had a pretty good statistical performance, but I'm not necessarily sure that had anything to do with him playing Breach, and more to do with him being Kesnit.
I'll tell you the advantage, though, when your Breach player is popping off, that Rolling Thunder online so early on and so frequently. Chronicle will have it again fairly soon. Boaster, 5-1 start for him. That's why the Orbital Strike was there, used for early space taking and damage done to Loon. BBL sent to the other side of the map by that ultimate, but Cosmic Divide of their own is going to block out Fnatic, rob them of any opportunity to really deny this push. And with no utility on the site, there's no way for them to know when this plant is coming down. All they can do is sit. Actually, there is. They sent Crashies to step through the wall. He heard it just now. So it's confirmed for Fnatic, and that gets the push up through A main. They're going to walk right into Profect.
Yeah, he's done well in a lot of these scenarios before and already. He's going to deal with Alfia. That stun isn't going to help out Chronicle too much just because he was so low on HP. Boaster, though, again, has managed to find a way back into the round, looking to pressure Prophet, knowing clearing him is going to be so important, and that's exactly what he does. In fact, Kayak now steps up as well. And this leaves Yumpy alone. Ultimate already gone, time being bought. He goes through, but he can't quite connect that second shot. It will be the defusal coming through, and well, I have to say, in clutch scenarios, late round scenarios, Boaster has been unreal so far this game.
Well, didn't you say Yinsu was doubting him earlier, saying that he wouldn't be the one that they won the line?
No,
she said he would be.
He would.
Okay.
It was
I wasn't
Bea
sure.
who was doubting him.
Bea was the doubter. Wow, well, it would suck to be the doubter right now. My guy is sitting 8-1. 5 rounds into this map, Boaster showing his teeth and sinking them deep. And he's loving the feeling. We got a bop out of him. Well, a 4-1 start.
To be honest, if I was BB, I would have broken something if Boaster
Call
was
a quick
8-1.
tech pause. He's 8-1. He's doing whatever that move was. Doing the hoedown over there. You can't have that happening.
Unfortunately, again, BBO have been able to get through at least a round, but it came off the back of very little. They've had clutch scenarios again and again. Like you could be looking at either an even scoreline or in their favor if they manage to get 1 or 2 of them over the line, but unfortunately, that isn't the case. Fnatic are storming into the lead on this defensive side. And the funny thing is as well, is you talk about normal sort of win factors for this squad, you would be looking at Althea. He's yet to get a kill, which is very surprising, especially being on an even more aggressive agent than you'd normally see him on. Hasn't been the start. And that, if anything, that's more terrifying. If they're winning rounds before he performs, chances are if he starts performing, this could become quite a bit more dominant. On the other side, the one sort of saving grace is the ults. You've got that showstopper available. Have yourself the dimensional drift on Yoru as well, so some fairly decent combinations. And I'd say BBL have been pretty happy in rounds where maybe you wouldn't expect them to use these ultimates to try and pad the gaps.
Oh, he's not having a good time. That's all right. This too shall pass. That's all you gotta say to yourself. And for Fnatic, you know, last time they were facing down these pauses, it was not a fun situation they were in. Trailing BBL, hot on their heels. I think they were 3-1 up. And the interesting thing about the last map, Fnatic, they have the lead now, but they were 9-3 down. They went up to 9-8 and then lost every round from that point forward. Right?
Yeah.
So we've had these streaks, but in terms of going blow for blow, I haven't got to see that side of Valorant just yet. Maybe it'll be the same thing here with BBL coming back in on a light buy. Fnatic go up 5-1, streak continues.
Yeah, I think the thing is, especially when you look at the rounds that were lost on the last map, I think a lot of them Fnatic are going to be frustrated by. Like, you had 2 rounds that ended up being lost to time. You then had 2 rounds in a row where they just couldn't quite get the defusal over the line on that defensive side, like in somewhat weird fashion. So I think that, again, like, a lot of the stuff was fixable. And you could say the same thing here for BBL. Like, we have seen rounds that have been incredibly close, but they have all gone the way of, well, Boaster in a late round clutch. The VAC 1v1, we just saw 1v1 with Yumpy as well to end out the round. If either of those goes the other way, we're talking about, okay, this is a very close map, BBL could be running away with it, but that's not where we're at the moment. Fnatic have started to show their caliber, even if it's just with a couple of the individual players, Chronicle and Boaster being the ones we're talking about here. Sitting in it, though, might not feel as good. No, when you've lost, as I said, 2 or 3 clutches and we're only in round 6, just sitting there for a while is never going to feel great.
No, having to stew in it for sure. But, you know, like you say, for BBL, having that map already under your belt, at least, going to keep the morale high. One of the other things that this will get them thinking, so remember, you can't sit there chatting to each other. You can't share your ideas. So everyone's just ruminating in their own head. Dangerous situation to have.
I don't know. I feel like Boaster's pretty good at charades. I wouldn't want to go against him in a game of it.
No,
Let's put it that way.
absolutely not. You pronounced that in a very British way. That was interesting. For BBL, they come into this with a very...
It's almost like I'm British. It's crazy.
It is. Yeah, it always throws me off.
Madness.
From East Cork, this man is. The depth of buy we expect from BBL, not much. But last time we saw this, Tom, thinking back to the previous map, they came in with a couple ultimates. We said, well, you know, we don't really expect to see them use them here. Immediately, Loon popped his dimensional drift, went to backside, got a little crazy,
got one
as
with the
per
share.
usual. Yeah. And then they end up winning the round off Hunter's Fury late play. I think that there's no situation in which for Fnatic you come in just thinking, all right, we got a couple easy rounds here. There's always a barrier that BBL are going to be putting up. Been doing a remarkable job so far. And like I said, I'm really impressed by the turnaround of how little prep time they've had, how many external factors disrupted them in their setup. Even here playing with the sub, Vac, who's often playing on roles that are not typically where you're going to get the most value out of Vac, but obviously he's filling a role on this team. So there's been so many difficulties for them. And even from their opening day to this, they've had one day off in between to sit and prepare for who were for a long time at least the best team in the world. Who knows how this year and this roster shapes up. But it does feel like they've improved on a lot of those issues that we saw the other day. The one prevailing thing is obviously Loon being crazily aggressive, but with the hit rate he's having right now, with how successful those early fights are, I don't mind it if he falls flat in his face 2 out of 10 times, but the other times you're getting a 2-man advantage. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he's been a real shining star, and we sort of spoke about it a couple of days ago. You're talking about a guy who it is not. I don't think he was on like everyone's radar. Everyone was fighting for like what Kayak on the other side. It's like, okay, if Fnatic didn't pick up Kayak, well, either he's staying with Apex and he's already in the league, or someone else is going to try and buy him out, because he was one of those people that you just got, okay, this is a guy who farmed the Polaris League, came into Ascension, and okay, maybe on the stage he wasn't quite as good as the expectations rely, because, well, again, he was up against some Turkish maniacs in the form of Comeback and Dwayne La Rock Johnson, who's one of my favorites, but no, I think that he has proven that he's more than deserving of being in this league, but I think that's the fun thing with Loon is, yeah, I can safely say I came into this going, I don't know what to expect from him. I don't know if he's going to be up to that standard, and the fact is he was.
Go on, Kron, follow it up. Follow it up, Kron. He has no interest.
See, that's the thing, but that's what it is. He's the disinterest. People like the disinterest. That's why Leo's so popular.
Yeah.
Just because he does not care.
I love that. Different energy.
He's got places to be, you know?
He does. He's got reservations after this. He was expecting a quick 2-0. He might still get it.
Which direction?
Yeah, he might still get it. Hey, it's looking a little spicy out there.
He's got to now not look too happy, because people have been saying that Crashies is too happy being a Fnatic.
Or he's got to just send it. Be full, over the moon. Every time he's giddy, he's got to go over the top.
Well,
I don't think that's Crashies style.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's Crashies style. Much chance of a GX coach following that mentality. But yeah, for now, I think Fnatic in a good spot. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table after this pause.
Also, I will say, don't normally have a caster bias, but Split has and always will be my favorite map. So if we happen to end up on Split, I'm not going to be complaining whatsoever. And it's one of those maps, again, we've been talking a lot about the sort of new agents within the pool. I do think there's good opportunities for Teo there as well. Like, it's a map where you're constantly trying to claim control of one side or a middle. That's where his utility really shines. Retakes, there's so many like rat corners that you're just like, I would like to nuke that, please. And that's exactly what you can do. I'm thinking about B-site retakes with Armageddon. It's like, that's half the entire site. So I'm hoping we get there and we can see some new and interesting things. I also think just Vice's delay in the wall could be fantastic. So there's so many ideas on that map in particular that I think would be great. And apologies, BBL fans, I might be willing this into existence, but I like Valorant and I'd like to see more of it, please.
It is one of the more interesting spots as well, though, because even looking at, like, last night I was talking to Ulysses about this when we were watching Kalanzine playing on Split, but he was up against Ye, and Ye's playing the Chamber. You're not getting the same value, but what we're going to see from most teams, I think, in this region is obviously going to be your Cypher in play, and seeing Tejo utility up against Cypher in terms of constantly clearing out utility, constantly pushing players out of back site control. I think it'll be very interesting to see how especially a team like Fnatic adapts to that, because like you're saying, or like we've been saying, so far, the agent usage hasn't been to an extent that we think everyone has to do it, but if anyone's going to convince us of that,
I do think, like, especially when you go into the second half of the last map, like that defensive side and the way that they were using Teo, that's where I think that's probably the most excited I've been for it so far, with like the plant denial, refreshing it to sort of clear backlines where normally you're going to get caught in an awkward fight. You force them into fights that are favorable for you. That I really enjoyed. I thought that was quite cool what Althea was doing with it. Obviously, again, it came down to some sort of rough scenarios that they didn't manage to close out, and also having such a poor attack side. And then you kind of look at it the other way and go, okay, well, if it was that bad on the attack side, does that mean that we shouldn't be using it because it's only going to be used for in one half? And a lot of the time your initiator is really valuable on the attack side. Like, think about how much info you get from a Sova or something else in its place, and then you start to go, okay, was this worth it? Like what you could potentially do with a fade or a KO, etc., having those extra flashes. So it does, like, that's where the questions are being called right now of, okay, it was really good on the defense, but is it worth it still utilizing it if you can't find value for it on the attack? So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we'll be seeing a split, but at the same time, if BBL are going to turn this and really show again that they are a team to be feared in this tournament, I don't mind that either. And it would also send whoever loses this into that elimination match, back down into that first round lower bracket, where I don't think there's any team that I've watched so far where I've gone, they're about to get blasted. Like, every game has had its moments, been close. I think even like you go back to watching Koi, I was a little bit worried going in, but I think we saw that Filu is clearly a duelist that we do need to be watching out for, someone that I think like can bring a lot of value. So I don't know. I think I'm excited for basically every match, which I don't know if there's been a year where that's the case.
Well, yeah, I've heard word in my ear, folks. Don't you worry. The ready check's down on the stage. The players hopefully ready to dive back into things. And I've even seen Althea adjust the back of his seat. That's usually our last sign that we're about to dive back in. Getting that guy to sit back up, so it was a little bit of a challenge. Well, and we do get back into things.
He's just got to start being, do you remember JDM? Were you this was basically a guy in CS who would play lying all the way down.
Oh, hell yeah.
And he was an AWPer.
Right.
So he would do these like crazy flicks. So for some people, that reference will make sense. And for 98% of you, it won't.
Yep, different game, different time.
But he was known for lounging. That's what they said. He would lounge while he plays.
A lounger. I can see that.
I feel like that.
We have
would
the opposite
resonate
of that
with
in
you.
Valorant. We got like Redgar inside the screen, sniffing the characters. It's impressive.
Let's not say that.
Maybe not. Sorry, Redgar. I let your secret out. But
you got smell-o-vision.
Scratch the screen a little bit and it works.
I know Chronicle smell anyway. He's over on that side of the map.
Oh no. That's been a long propagated rumor. Redgar knows exactly how every pro player smells. He can identify with his eyes closed. You know, I didn't mean to let it out, man, but here we go. The truth is out.
Alpha looks ready to go, honestly.
That's about as ready to play.
He's just happy to be here. Like, honestly.
To be fair, he's had a 0-4 start on Chamber. He's
just had to sat there looking at it. I bet he's just held tab the whole time, like, this is not going to say 0 for any longer.
Well, I don't know what would annoy him more. 0-4 start, everyone can get unlucky. Then he looks up and sees 8-1 from Jay. And just knows Boaster's going to talk his ear off about this one later.
He's just looking at him. He's literally doing...
Chamber now, right?
He's doing...
Should I sit over there?
Yeah.
Swap seats.
Swap seats. Oh, God. Yeah, it's not been the stuff for him. But as I said, I do feel like that aspect is almost scarier for BBL, the fact that he has not popped off early. Also, to bring things slightly back into the he has bought himself an operator. So that could be a turning point quite easily. Crashies got the ult online as well. There's a lot going into this next round that will be exciting when we get there.
When we get there.
Yes.
It'll take a while.
I've been told soon, but as we know, soon is a...
trademark term.
It's sort of like it's only a day away. It's like, but in the context of the song, that's actually an infinite amount of time. So we could be here forever. We could be here forever. The worst thing is we've got Pansy up next too. So if this is us,
yeah, listen,
we're gonna be challenging the Pacific last year with their 8-hour tech pulse.
We want to see how long the French fans will stick around for a game. You know?
Hey, you know, for that game, they're sticking around.
Oh, they're gonna be here. They're gonna be here all damn day. Yeah, no, it's a fun game coming up later on. But this one, you know, last year, and it is a point that you mentioned already, Tom, the fact that there's so many teams in our league. Typically, when we start out, there's going to be hits, there's going to be misses. There's going to be teams that assemble in the off-season, good ideas, and it just doesn't work on paper. But the reality is, when you come to what we've seen so far, the only issues we've had from teams, the maps that get blown out, sure, there's always going to be those sort of things in your map pool, those things to fix. But most of the issues have been things that are pretty easily fixable. I feel like the level across the board is much closer than what we've seen in any of the other years. And look, if BBL being 1-0 up against Fnatic doesn't prove that to you, I don't know what will.
I think the fun thing as well is after last year, I think Heretics really sort of changed the mindset of a lot of people going, oh no, I've got to get these people who already have VCT experience, otherwise I'm going to lose. Whereas a load of teams that maybe didn't have the best year went, youth, let's do it. Let's get someone we trust. In BBL's case, it was Yumpy. Let's bring him in. We've heard rumors here and there that Sliggy and others, I think Emil said as well, thinks he could be a good IGL. We'll make him our IGL, and then we'll pick up youngsters. We'll pick up people from Ascension and Tier 2 and the Turkish League, which we know are going to be good, and bring them to the league and see how they do. And the fact is, yeah, they've still got Chiwa to come, who I'm sure is going to add another layer to this team. I'm excited. I'm excited to see. I've been told we're going back together. The red has disappeared.
Oh, yes.
Yes, that deserves a round of applause. If it goes red again, I'm going to cry. But luckily, our producer owes us a drink every time it goes red.
It's going to be a messy night, Tom. 4-1 for Fnatic. When we left you oh so long ago, that was the scoreline. Once again, we didn't sneak any rounds under your nose. It's going to be a big hit towards the A site and pressure on Alfier. 0 kills so far. Soon to change. Straight through the wall for one, and Sociable onto Alpha. Catching him, fading back. It's a great punish from BBL, but he only barely survives that engagement. Same can be said for Profect. With control over the A site, though, they may get a plant out of this.
Yeah, Alpha very nearly got quite a few kills, and I do think that Crashies might be there to clean up the mess, trying to predict where the next is, but they still haven't managed to get that plant in. Patiently waiting as Profect, hoping the off angle will be enough, but it isn't. Come on. I remember Yumpy on the chamber from this exact position, but it's easier said than done. It's left onto Sociable, the only man with a kill in this round, and with completely the wrong weaponry for this sort of fight.
Yeah, it may be a kill into a gate crash, into a judge spree, but it's not going to happen today. Might even want to go down. Yeah. 8 HP was easy to drop him. So 5-1, Fnatic winning that round. They did use the Hunter's Fury, which normally we could look at and say, probably didn't need it against that kind of investment. First of all, very impactful because it stops the plant coming down. And secondly, Fnatic not only have a showstopper for this round, but one away from Rolling Thunder. With other ultimates coming online, this actually gets them into a perfect ult cycle where every couple rounds they can be dumping one as that safety net. We're saving them up in case things get a little dicey. BBL facing an uphill battle, to say the least. Let's hope they've got their hiking boots on. Early control from Chronicle with the stun. And actually hasn't sent Sociable back in the other direction. He stuck around, and he'll get his reward, but not before Vac fell.
It's trades across the map. Chronicle has definitely been one of those players to watch thus far. Loon even going to just pop the showstopper. It'll be for space rather than for kills. Sociable, we've already seen this. This attempted flank went horribly last time, but Crashies is going to win that battle. An important one. Clearing out those backlines. There isn't really that lurker anymore for the side of BBL. It's going to be a tough hold.
And tougher as they keep the 1-for-1 trades going. Fnatic close the distance, up in play for Alfier. It's not the easiest to step into that angle. Yumpy might have a chance, but a quick shot needed, and it lands. Flash primed and ready. Loon on the swing through the smoke. Lands perfectly, and Crashies almost delivers with that transfer, but it's not quite in time. BBL, 5-2.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to one. Like, I think that's what we have to talk about in this match so far. Maybe if you've just joined us or midway through the pause, there have been so many rounds that have lasted with just one player standing. The thing is, though, Fnatic have had a clean one here and there, so financially they are in a much better position. Even, interestingly, investing into the operator while having
no smokes on them.
That tour de force.
Satchel out.
They're clearly wanting to have both. See what that does. A very aggressive push. Finally manages to finish his dinner into one. And actually with the stunned up team, that showstopper goes through. Vacto wins the battle, and actually Profit wins one more. That was all but set for Fnatic to take over. Well, Boaster eventually will even things up again, but that could have gone a lot better.
Yeah, fair to say that it could have. Using the showstopper, rounding the corner like that and being picked apart.
And Rolling Thunder as well.
Operator on the floor, Rolling Thunder used. We talked about Fnatic's ult economy and how they had so many advantages, being able to save them up and dump them into a round. Well, they did that right there. And they found themselves not quite a neck-and-neck position. HP favoring the side of BBL by a small margin. Boaster, though, looking for the off angle, 21 HP. The element of surprise, his best chance to drop a player, and there it is. Sociable didn't see him coming. 20 HP on Yumpy. He's in danger and has to run. 40 seconds on the clock. They have to decide where to take that spike. No knowledge on where Crashies is. They only know about Boaster. So going anywhere else, there could be two players lurking.
One gap.
But they have walked cleanly into that gap left by Fnatic.
Yeah, this was the only space that was left. They had everything else covered, and well, that will at least give the plant, and more importantly, that gives Yumpy his ult. Now, using it to effect is going to be difficult. He is so desperately low on HP, but instead, there's the re-aggression. Crashies is trying to wait for the timing, hoping the Prophet doesn't expect the second player to be here. This battle is absolutely everything. Just playing that time a little bit longer could in fact win them the round. Now Prophet looks away. The expectation that there still could be someone there, but the doubt in his head, and he's actually repositioned maybe perfectly. It's just going to come down to this fight on the site, and Yumpy wins it. Now lift onto Crashies to try and get back in, but that time is ticking. The stun going to slow him down even further, and the HP difference, not a massive amount. Hoping to try and kill him off, but it's down to Yumpy, and he will win it as well. BBL thread the needle in this round, and they'll have themselves their third.
Not even going to use, I guess, everything that was at his disposal in that last fight. Swinging out, no utility, a rifle in hand, just running that clock right down to the wire, knowing he wouldn't have it half already. And this is where it fell apart. Showstopper, active, fired in, doesn't find its mark. Push up as well for the close fight, lost by Alpha.
They got it into a 3 versus 2. That's the crazy thing.
And not only that, the 3 versus 2 exactly, because Boaster's able to catch that kill from main, dealing the damage into Sociable, who in those situations is the man that gets them out of the spot of bother. Really nice stuff, and Vac going down again. Not going to win the fight towards the satellite. The rest of BBL now gonna have to fight in without that control.
They've got to be careful in this round still. Ultimates being utilized by Fnatic to try and pad the gap of what is a pretty horrible buy, but it's working. Already managing a couple. Yumpy with a nice shot, but he's tagged low. Sociable now going to try and clear things out, and the Cosmic Divide, they now know exactly where these players are. Should mean that they can get a plant in, although saying that, I'm just looking at both. No, in fact, it's Crashies with the spam. That's going to catch Yumpy out.
Got the spike.
From here, the plant being stuck, what is there to deny? There is still some utility that they're looking to fire in, but doing so cost Crashies his life. Profek was waiting, Outlaw in hand. An upgrade there on the floor if he wants it. He's sticking with it. Sticking with the Outlaw here. It's a risk, but it may pay off. Everyone but Alpha here will be one shot to him. Alpha, with the big gun, manages to drop one, leaving just Sociable. Already used his decoy. He's just got one flash to work with, and there's a player right beside him. He's still alive, though. Flash used now for the close fight. Lands it onto Boaster, but Alpha saves the day at the final hour. 6-3, the score that BBL are facing down the barrel of.
Could never guess how many players are alive in this round. Just the one again. Incredibly close, but it's that start. Like being able to hold on the site, getting a couple of kills from off angles, maybe a little bit disjointed from the side of BBL. And in fact, we're going to see a pause actually called from them. Still came desperately close, but this is what makes things so terrifying, with Althea having a tour de force, and of course that Headhunter for the late switch, just about able to close out Sociable in the end. A nice attempt. Fnatic will get themselves back onto the board, and this is what I was speaking about. Because of how close a lot of these rounds have been, a single loss for BBL was enough to pretty much obliterate their economy.
Well, that's it, and as we said before, in these rounds, they do pose a danger with those ultimates online, but they'll be coming in without them, relying on perhaps Sociable, as we see down the bottom, just a man with the Guardian, or the rest of the squad classics in hand. At this point, Fnatic, not quite close to ultis themselves. The economy posing a bit of a threat. If they were to lose here, it could open the door for BBL to fight right back up to a neck-and-neck scoreline. The problem is, it's unlikely to happen when you're investing so little. The timeout for BBL coming to an end. They've touched base with their coaching staff. The wise words from Pal, the calming moments before the storm rages on. In just 20 seconds, see a chance for Fnatic to hammer home this victory. At least get a 7-5 at the half, locked in up against this low buy. And the main thing is, in rounds like this, when BBL have the chance, it's a player pushing up, caught out by 3 or 4 of BBL's players, hunkered down, waiting. This time, though, the attacking side's much more spread out, looking for control across the map. It's not the usual face that we see, and no success early.
Yumpy as well, 1 HP. That spray was perfectly timed to just basically dismantle this round from the get-go. Some nasty shots need to be connected. Boaster really has been having a fantastic game on an individual level. Yumpy though, let's manage one with the aftershock. There's always potential for these sort of rounds to get dangerous. And that's another one.
Yumpy goes down though, spike in the open. Still though, well, that's it. That's it. Sociable falling, the rifle out of play. I was waiting for him to land another. Now it's the weaker weapons, and they're not finding any ground. Vac with a Sheriff in hand. He will not find anything to report home about. 7-3. 2 rounds to play for in the half. BBL, well, they'll be investing their credits into this one. Lose this, and it is going to be a tough way to get back into Fracture.
Such a... Oh, no.
Well,
slightly misjudged
there.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like that initial damage as well was just so much that coming back from it was always going to be difficult. And I'm starting to feel that way with the half in general. 7-3 up. Fnatic with a chance to find a 9-3 of their own. We haven't seen a whole lot to say otherwise. Some stellar individual plays and a nice start from Alpha. That's what we want to see with that chamber. Getting aggressive, getting a pick, getting out.
That's what we've been missing for this game as well. And Fnatic, without that, still leading by such a substantial scoreline. I think Fracture, defensive side at least, clearly a comfort zone for this squad. There will be an attempt from BBL to take this to the A site, but the early utility from Fnatic is sending them back in the other direction. Much more passive hold from the defense on B. And in fact, I think it's already being abandoned. Yeah, they're stacking up A. They've had this read for a couple seconds now. BBL walking into a lot more players than they're ready for. He didn't know Kayak was behind him. Sociable blindsided, Yumpy falling, and the push coming to an instant halt.
Yeah, this would have to be one of the best clutches we've ever seen. Back left in a 1 versus 5. Already being encroached on from multiple angles. 5 players around the corner ready and waiting. And Fnatic keep that one nice and clean.
And that's a round that BBL really needed. That was their economy invested. Spanner in the works with Alphayere's early aggression, but this here is where it started to fall apart. The TP from Sociable, the ult used to get on site, but not expecting a second player to be there on the stairs.
He flashes it by accident.
He does,
He's a little bit unlucky that the timing wasn't a bit better. He might have ended up getting both, but...
I mean, that's it. If he was in his ult for 0.2 of a second more, perhaps. But player saw as much as he needed to. 8-3 and 9-3 half looking likely with a weaker investment from BBL and an almost flawless round from Fnatic just some moments ago. Alpha's taking risks here. He's going a little crazy. Let's see if he gets the reward. There's a player up in his face. He's TP'd out. Rolling Thunder sends him flying. Not having a good time of it, but he is alive.
I think that's going to go on one of those like Valorant Nightmare Twitter accounts. Loon, he's been having a quiet time, and well, he will get one, but that's all she wrote. Prophet, well, Boaster's cleared the angle next to him. And actually, that means Prophet can focus on the one angle where Boaster is. Puts it back into a 2 versus 2. Make that just 1, as Prophet has to do basically everything. But he lands a shot at the last second. Even looks for a little bit more. It was looking like a 9-3, but with a Red Bull clutch, 8-4. A little bit better for BBL.
Profect delivering with those 4Ks, just the same as the first day we saw him down on that stage, looking comfortable and leading the squad 14-11 as he closes that one out. An 8-4 half. It's not the end of the world for BBL. It could have been a lot worse, but fair to say that pistol is going to carry a lot of weight for Fnatic. A bounce back after a disappointing Abyss. They'll look to take this all the way to split. Whether we get there or not remains to be seen. We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, folks. 8-4, Fnatic in the lead, doubling up on the scoreline of BBL. This pistol round could propel them towards the finish line and buy a third map for the series. For BBL, they're hoping it's the exact opposite of that. They want to fight their way back up and take this 2-0 up against what is at least theorized to be one of the strongest teams in Valorant at the moment.
Well, you get to skip a stage for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
That's the whole point of it. So if they can take them down, they're only a couple of games away from making it to a Masters, which I think that I don't even think the biggest BBL fan would have expected that. Maybe Power would, if possible.
I heard Mark New wants the trophy. It's that or nothing.
What he wants and what people expected are very different. If he didn't want the trophy, I'd be a little bit worried for him. He's like, actually, second.
I don't really care. It's whatever. They're paying me.
You know, I've heard the trophy banging, but we'll have to wait and see. Already, onto the site they go. Back trying to hold the line, but the nade will deny him. Wary that he could be getting wrapped on, and in fact, he was right to be wary. Unfortunately, he's still met with a bullet from Althea. So is the fake out. It's starting to get dangerous. They're still not clearing this man, just giving him shot after shot, but they are still trading evenly. Somehow this has come down to a 2v2.
Oh, caught with the stun out as well. It was almost bad for Chronicle, but he delivers. Now that last player caught behind the boxes won't last long. 9-4 for Fnatic. This pistol round should be a nail in the coffin for BBL on Fracture. We could be looking at a very dominant scoreline coming out of this map.
Definitely seems like Chronicle has been having a field day. But then again, you look at Crashies, obviously the newest player within this Fnatic roster, someone who sort of came in as a, okay, I guess we're not going to be having Leo, so we need to get someone who's going to perform, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. 15-9, had some high impact kills, close to slipping. He needs to get back up there, needs a quad kill.
He needs a quad kill or he's gone. That's it's a fair call. Any tips? Let's see. A 4K for Profit in this round would be impressive. He's got no head, so even more so.
All right, edit out all the first shots. Just leave the last
Just the last and move to the next. Easy peasy. He only bought a few bullets that round. That's why. Well, Fnatic on site. Easy plants. Spams through the smoke. Catch Yumpy. Losing your breach util for your way back in. Losing your smokes. Back's not really going to leave them without that much utility, but the cages could help to bridge the gap. Sociable, happy to pick up one kill, but how much more can be expected? I think one at most, and with the rifles, or the couple pistols Fnatic had in play, they won't really be feeling the hurt of this economic dent. 10-4 for this side. Double digits reached early on. Like I said, if BBL are going to show up, it has to be soon.
Yeah, it's sort of getting the feeling that this one is moving its way towards split in a fairly quick fashion, getting that second pistol under their belt, and well, you've got the heavy hitters of stepping up over on that Fnatic side, and unfortunately the likes of Loon, who was really causing them issues on the previous map, it just hasn't been the same. Like, the Raze hasn't brought him that same level of success, unfortunately, which, I don't know, it's not necessarily a bad sign considering he didn't really play Yoru before being on this team, that I want to see more of it. It's a good sign, but for this map at least, hasn't had that level of impact.
Minute 20 on the clock, and a shift from BBL towards... Oh, actually, I thought Yumpy was on the shift towards the B side. Instead, they're moving for A main aggression, taking the space, door is open, and the walk-up is coming through. That control coming in as Fnatic slowly set up to run into that Cypher utility that is in play for BBL on B. This is a pretty good start to the round with nothing there for Fnatic to spot the flank. They just have to hope that it's watched by Crashies. Vac doesn't manage anything up top, but Crashies is at least dropped. Now that flank underway, 3 players coming through main. They're gonna have to run straight into these attackers. So much space has been given already.
And it's not like Fnatic are rushing. They've still got 35 seconds to play with. They know that these players have rotated in. They're hoping maybe an angle gets given to Alfia. Purchased an operator for this round, the one major investment here. And I think the defenders must just be a little bit confused. They've already made their way right back into the site. Now that pick comes in, but Loon is still there. Sociable is going to get stunned and forced right into the hands of Kayak. A nice little 1-2 punch. But even still, that time is ticking away. The spam not quite going to be enough to deny that plant. And now for Loon, well, we need to see some of the magic that we had in the last map if there's going to be any way for him to get back into this round. Already spotted out looking for that double peak. He does manage one, but it is an instant trade.
Yeah, really impressive just decision-making from Loon, though. As soon as he baits the first shot from the first player, he knows everyone is going to swing me, tries to step back and keep isolating fights, and he does. At any point, or most of the point, there's only one player on his screen, so considering he's up against a triple swing, he's done remarkably well. Just the shot's not landing in the other direction. You see the potential, how skilled of an individual he is. 11-4. BBL calling a timeout. It is a Hail Mary play. They've used both their timeouts now, and it's going to be a streak to get them back into the game. They need to dominate Fnatic with players like... I mean, realistically, if Fnatic are 11-4 up and Kayak and Alpha are a pretty significant quantity behind the rest of the pack, you know something is going wrong in your camp, I suppose. Because for Fnatic, you know, that should be a bad game, and it's absolutely not.
Maybe not. Maybe you focused on beating them, and you forgot about the rest.
Yeah, I forgot about Chronicle. It's an easy guy to forget. What's he ever done?
The thing is, I really enjoyed the way Fnatic played that round. Like, you took the initial control. I think they've realized that Vac is being left on an island, so they just went, okay, if we can get tower, they have no defense of this site at that point, but then they just wait. They know the players are going to re-aggress, and you can just see when that stun comes through. Sociable, rightfully so, goes, okay, I need to get out of here, jumps right into the remaining players. Like, Fnatic almost telegraphed exactly what their opponents were going to do. It's just a nice round from them to sort of ease their way into this attacker half, having 3 rounds in a row already. The economy of their opponents in the bin, and because of that, again, unless there's some heroics, which Sociable on a judge makes me a little bit excited, but that's likely to be 12 and an 8-round streak needed, which I can't say I believe it.
I'll handle this.
It is a tall task, to say the least.
He's going for it.
He absolutely is. This is Sociable we're talking about. Stun goes in, and so does Sociable. Easy kill, and he's out of there. Didn't quite manage the upgrade of the weapon, but that's good enough for a round like this. Looks like Fnatic are going to not take this moment to hasten themselves into a site, not go running blindly in. Instead, they've sent both Boaster and Kayak back to clear A pushes. It's going to be a slow approach.
Off angle. A nice shot hit by Alpha. That's the thing. He's been incredibly patient with this operator. You think back to his debut on Fnatic, he was on the Raze and he was anything but patient. It was probably one of the most aggressive displays we've ever seen, and probably one of the most dominant from a debut. For now, at least. Sociable looks like the point of contact. Players above him already just trying to hold on to the bottom of the side with the Judge and getting up close. This is a problem for the side of Fnatic, but he's down to just 5. Crashies will eventually deal with the danger. And the rest now just Sheriffs in a post plant with a Hunter's Fury. You have to fear for BBL.
Yeah, the chances were there a moment ago, but certainly fading away. Having to walk into the operator in arranged angles across the board. A squad of Fnatic who have already now cleared out A main. No pressure on them. Hold back from Alpha Air, not ideal. That is a part of the map they knew they'd given up, but just gambling that no one had come that way. That gives an op away to their opponents. Low HP on Crashies, he quickly falls, and with Boaster having received the first shot, and the Molly, you know, fading away, I think a little bit too early. That should be BBL back on the board.
Yeah, no, plenty of time in the end left on the clock. It is going to be that pay safe card Thrifty that gets them over the line. And yeah, again, just seeming like a couple of mistakes here and there. Obviously, a nice start to the round from Sociable. It is fun watching him play these more aggressive agents. It's unusual that you see someone go like directly from a Sova into, okay, I'm now a Yoru Judge player. It's like, cool. Like, what happened to the guy that was there last match? And especially from someone who's not like this 18, 19-year-old whiz kid who's just come into there. That's not the case. Like, he's a veteran player that we have within the server at the moment, but
you want to play?
Seems to be working out. Tour de force, though. Well, it seems like Alpha, yeah, he was told stories of Bucky FC. He's decided to invest into one himself.
He remembers the days. Well, he watched the boys doing their shenanigans.
He remembers not being on the team.
No. But it was an era in and of itself. For BBL, good round previously, an operator on Loon. Know what this guy can do here on the attack. For Fnatic, there's going to be challenges around every corner, but ones that Alfier is looking to take head on. Operator for their opponents. He'll take the tour de force for himself, but yet to find a victim. And it is just slow takes of map control from Fnatic. Not giving away where the commitment's coming through. This could still be a fake. There's minimal steps, but now it's being heard. Prophet knows they're on the way back. Doesn't quite adjust in time. Caught out by Boaster. Yumpy emerging from the smoke is an element of surprise, but not one that catches them off guard. And well, Sociable already spotted this round. Seems to have fallen apart for BBL.
And it's a horrible one as well, because the only logical thing to do here is save. Like, you just don't have the backup of finances to throw guns away, but when you're this far down in the game, you kind of understand why risks are being taken. The thing is, like, for Loon, you're not winning this round. Like, holding on to the operator just has so much more value behind it. Obviously, an extra kill would be nice, but it's just not worth it. He's stuck around way too long. And sure, the game looks like it's gone anyway, but I don't think that was the right decision.
Well, no, you imagine if he kills everybody on Fnatic, but still fails to win the round, what's the impact? Well, they still have 4 ults for the next round, unless they dump them into you for some, or 3, I suppose, because Tour de Force was already active.
Yeah.
But still, they still have 3 ults for the next round. They can probably buy, even if they can't buy, it's going to be fine. They can wait 1 round. They've got plenty of runway to burn up here. So just a strange decision when you look at, once we get back into the game, what BBL will presumably be left with. Yeah, it's fair to say that Loon, sure, he's got a rocket launcher, but the Sheriff not going to pack as much of a punch as that operator could have. Plus, now Alpha's got an operator for free, but they already had economy.
Yeah. 4-1 anyway. Doesn't manage to connect the shot.
No damage? Oh.
Oh, it looked close, but
pick wall.
Close doesn't win anything. I wouldn't want to go across those ropes with Crashies on the other side.
I think it's a little too early for him to be there. Shooting back. For BBL, 7 rounds in a row. It starts here and
oh no, it doesn't.
It almost ends there as well.
4 and 5.
How have they survived that?
So cursed. And for somebody else, this could be some freebie kills. Maybe not. Vac has been having an absolute nightmare, and actually Crashies on 5 HP gets 2. If it wasn't bad enough that he didn't quite die, he's taken out a couple of your teammates with him. Prophet will dome 1. And Chronicle now the only healthy player Has to try and be a little bit more careful in these scenarios. Bear in mind, he's the one with the spike. Look at where Crashies is going. He may be
Spike down
Sociable. Just has to read. He gets it absolutely perfect. And now on just 4 HP, Profek is going to close the round. It may not have been the kills for Loon. I feel a bit bad for him that it wasn't. But hey, he did the damage that helped in the end.
I'm assuming we're getting a replay of that one. How those players survived that, I do not know. That is, I mean, oh, Luna's got to be fuming.
You know, they said abilities in Valorant don't kill, so there you go. They don't get kills.
Loon would have been inconsolable if they lost that round with a guy on like 5 HP after picking up a 2K. Oh, wow. Well, actually, it works out great. By letting him live, he ends up using an ultimate that now they don't have. All part of the plan. Great job, Loon. He knows his lineups.
Sociable gets closer to his ult by killing people easier, whereas the Showstopper, you know, it's not that far away. So
Loon's a great team player with a perfect understanding of rocket physics in this game. Profek not having a good time. That's a quick pick by Alphayer, and BBL looking to take up some space elsewhere. Push up on B with traps watching for the north side push. It's Yumpy trying to get in his opponent's faces. As we can see, he's made the right call by backing off. There were 2 players waiting for him to round the corner.
Once again, Sociable's got his ult. Now, normally, he has a judge, but he's going to do it with the shorty. No, how? No. How has he managed to survive? No, not going for one! He's an absolute nut job! I can't believe he's come out with 2 there. That's got to be a bit of a tilter. While Boaster tries to hightail it in the other direction, he is met with exactly the same result. Chronicle, he's been insane this game. 22-9. But he's got 70 HP, 30 seconds, and a spike on the other side of the map. If he wins this one, I'm going to tell the observers to report him, especially because he's going in the other direction. He is on orb collection duty.
Yes, sir. Build up those ultimates in case it is a long road, as we're seeing still some fight left in BBL.
10 seconds left.
Clear that close corner, go back and grab the little orb for Chronicle. Nice. So, 12-7. And this comeback, it would be monumental. It would be a taste of their own medicine for Fnatic, something that they've dished out many a time. But for BBL, it does feel like a matter of time before these things stop working. This round, absolutely outrageous.
I don't understand how you're like, okay, so what happens if this goes wrong? Oh, we lose the map. Gotta give it a go, right? And I kind of respect it because it's like, yeah, that is the way you're going to get into this game, is by doing things that are crazy, but dear Lord, that was not what I was expecting.
Well, at that point, if anyone expected him to jump around the corner with a shorty on Fnatic, then fair play, give him the kill. That is an unusual play. Buys him enough time to grab one. BBL, Rolling Thunder online, ready to roll, but it's Fnatic that come in with huge advantages. The operator on Alphayer starting to pick up pace, grab some shots, and Sociable's walking right into it, but the shot baited out by the crouch. Perfect use of the hitbox, intentional or not. It's given them a late 5v5. They should be a player down by now. Showstopper, though, alongside Orbital Strike, big threats to this site push.
That's the one reason that Kayak not having a gun isn't too much of a problem.
Oh no!
He's gone for the Rolling Thunder. Well, he's been met by Boaster on the other side. That is not how I expected that ult to be used. Maybe in the retake. Instead, though, it's Loon to go forward and go out. Vac has managed one, but it's only going to be traded. This is looking like the beginning of the end, but Profek still standing strong. Looking for more! He gets a lot more! 2 headshots through the box, and now Crashies left standing. 1 versus 2. First shot connected beautifully, and it seems like he even expects the rough position of Sociable. Rifle in hand this time. Not the op to hit the shot, but it's waiting on Crashies' side instead, but he can't quite hit it. A very nice attempt, but it will be another round for BBL. I'm on the edge of my seat, and I don't even have one.
Profek, again, he's delivering these ridiculous rounds. How does he get away with that? We need to see this in the replay. Initial fight's good, everything's standard gameplay. This was nice, the turn around, the shot, I believe on the Boaster to start with. Clean as can be, and immediately
through 2 walls.
Through 2 walls, headshots on both accounts as well. And Pal, yeah, Pal's face makes up for it.
Pretty nice.
What was that? Just pure shock. 4 rounds to go, and it's starting to look doable. So much so that Fnatic are going to call a timeout of their own. They are willing to let BBL speak to their coaching staff because they think if they don't get involved here, this spiral, this tailspin is going to go all the way to the ground.
It's weird because the way they're losing rounds is it's not really something that you can like go, okay, how do we stop a guy using his ultimate, pulling out a shorty, then reloading it and jumping back around a corner and killing us with shorty? How do we stop a guy from swinging us and killing us through a box and a wall? It's like, these are things that it's just like, well, ultimately, you've either got to not put yourself in the position to take that fight, which in a 2v1 swing, if a guy kills 2 of you through a wall, I don't really blame you that much.
You didn't get me wrong, no.
So it's kind of like, do you stop taking fights, which will probably lose you the game even faster, or do you just go, lads, we just got to chill, that's probably not going to happen 4 more times in a row. But the problem is with BBL, it might. It genuinely might. They've done so many ridiculous things in this game, even going back to the first map with Loon doing it, and you have to feel like eventually he's going to do something that works. Because a lot of his stuff has sort of failed when it comes to the Rays.
It hasn't landed. I think there will be adjustments to that. BBL, 4 in a row from this point, up against Stingers to start with. Weaker weapons in the hands of a team led by Boaster. Many a mighty team has fallen to such a buy, to such a thing, to such an economic bottom line. Back, the first, the dish out death. Danger, though, around every corner as BBL are discovering already. Man advantage falls to Fnatic. Push through the smoke from back, but they're in a smoke of their own. Contain and a swing together. Nets another kill. Advantage on advantage for the attacking side. And the B site now taken with nothing to say about it is Yumpy. He's trapped up top, a close-ranged fight against close-ranged weapons. Guess how that goes? Not in his favor. Sociable, the last man standing, and the headhunter finds its mark. A pay safeguard Thrifty to buy us a 3rd map. We're going all the way to split.
That's what I wanted to see. It might have taken a little bit longer than I wanted it to, but we have made it to split in the end. The greatest decider between BBL and Fnatic. We'll be back after the break.
One enemy.
Hello! Hello! Yeah, but I can't hear you, Yuppie. I can't hear you anymore. Damn!
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back again to VCT EMEA, where Fnatic have, surprise, surprise, taken a win on Fracture. Who would have thought that? But also shout out to, I think I saw the Masters Tokyo trophy in this B-roll. I know the bucket is also in the building. I heard that Kaguga is your favorite trophy of all time.
Yeah, I just hope that we have it again. In fact, I will pay myself. So we have it again.
Oh, you can have maybe we get like a mascot, you know, like a onesie just off that bucket.
I feel like we need to at this point. It's become such a meme that we need to have a mascot for it now.
Yeah, it's pretty iconic. And speaking of iconic, like I said, I mean, Fracture coming in for Fnatic. Billy, I feel like we've seen this film before where they are good on this map.
Yeah, and I feel as though they didn't kind of branch out to things that they're not usually comfortable on, right? It was all agents that we've seen them all kind of play before. It was really nice to see Chronicle jump back onto that breach, of course. Alpha onto the chamber did kind of question it to begin with, but as soon as they switched sides, we started to see more of the value that Alpha actually was on that chamber.
Yeah, and when it comes to Boaster here, of course, he clutches. We've seen him in these positions before, and Kakuga, his best performance ever in EMEA since the partnership era.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it maybe has to do with not having to micromanage a lot. We don't know, you know, the exact situation, but he's feeling himself today, and especially we saw it in this map time after time. He's just feeling confident. You know, this kind of duels, he would not go in many other situations. He wouldn't go for them. But him and Kron today are like untreatable, especially on this map, is the players that we usually do not expect to shine that were shining. And regarding what you're saying about Alpha, you know, they're playing this composition that doesn't really have like a real Sentinel per se, like nothing to defend the site, but it makes a lot of sense because they're just playing for retake. It's this retake Natic time after time, and they understood the assignment and they played it to perfection. Yes, on the second half, especially in those opening duels, Alpha is being the pain in the ass that he should be. With that said, do not forget, BBL scored a lot of rounds, and in many of those, they didn't have that opening picks, and we also had some incredible highlights to see from players like Sociable and Profec.
Yeah, we did indeed, but I mean, I'm glad you both mentioned Kron, because if we take a look at his performance on the Astra, which, you know, we weren't quite sure if it was the right agent for him, onto that breach is night and day.
Absolutely disgusting. Yes, on the kill department, it is Chronicle. We know that his individual level is always up there. Maybe first map, you know, warming up this and that. His utility was on a different level. Like, no disrespect to Yumpy, but every single time that we saw one of these plays where Fnatic is like, oh my god, everything's so good, Crashies is getting this ult. We see free-faced by this amazing stun coming in from Chronicle. Also, at the beginning of the run, the stun followed by the counter flash to this flash. He also ults so Kaya can have all that pressure, and they follow up onto everything. He's feeling so comfortable.
Yeah, it was so nice to see. I felt as though BBL were constantly flashed, because like you say, Kron's utility usage, it was just absolutely incredible. There was nothing that BBL could do to dismantle it, whether he was helping support Kayak like we've seen in this round, or it was using it to get into sight to be able to help himself. Yeah, no, he was really, really good on this breach today.
I'm glad you guys mentioned the combination as well, because we saw some of that Crashies Alpha year chemistry on map 1, the Tejo versus with the Sova. Oh my goodness, Timofey! I would love to know what you were saying. But then you see the synergy coming in. Of course, Crashies has not been here very long. I think he only even arrived to Berlin in the first week of January. But Billy, we're seeing some synergy and some pairing of all this that we expect from two people that have been playing together for years.
Yeah, I think a lot of that though is probably we have so many vibe merchants in this Fnatic team, right? Like we have so many people that you just seen Kron there shouting across the stage. Like I feel as though the energy are really up, and I was a little apprehensive when Kayak came into the team and how he would actually get along with the other members of Fnatic due to the players being so experienced. But it seems like spirits are high.
I was wondering what that shot was going to be for. But let's talk about this next map, because you really wanted to see it. So tell me why.
Why? Because we still haven't seen Split. I was so desperate. Yesterday I was watching EG. Okay, I was watching America's Reporter, I'm not going to lie. But I'm really excited to see, because this is the last map that we have not seen yet in EMEA here at Kickoff. So I want to see what the agents are going to be looking like. Especially, I'm so intrigued to see where Alpha is going to be at. I want to see if they're actually going to play with like, let's say, a real Sentinel or something that has a little bit more of that side control. So for those sides. Another thing I want to mention, the timeouts on Fracture were so effective from both of the sides. They have so much effect. We have seen so many from both teams, eco rounds going the way of the team that is playing the eco, that, you know, I'm really looking forward to see where this mind duel is going to take us.
I mean, so far Fnatic have made changes to their comp compared to last year. And if you look at the players they have right now, Billy, it would be safe to assume that they could slot in really nicely, right? I mean, Kaya could just play what Durka was doing. Crashies can come in and do what Hero and Leo and so on and so forth they were doing as well. It's pretty like a one-for-one trade.
Yeah, I would say so. I think, you know, when you're picking up people like these, you kind of hope that they would be able to slot into those positions, and it's good that they're comfortable on them, right? Especially in this kickoff tournament. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they actually end up with. But when I think about BBL, I just want to know, is Sociable going to be back on that duelist, or is he going to jump back onto the initiator? That's what I'm going to be looking out for, because I think that the Yoru was a little lackluster for me initially until we got to the kind of later stages and they were having those timeouts and they were coming up with new ideas.
The ults, for real? After the ults that he was having?
I just want to mention that when it comes to BBL and this map of Split, ignore me, I'm looking at Fracture. Ignore me. I thought I was going to cook, but I'm not cooking. I'm not cooking. Ignore me.
Doesn't matter. Either way, moving on to Split and going back onto the compositions. Of course, we know that is the beginning of the year. Many things are going to be different. Going back also to Lewin, what is he going to be playing? His performance on map 1 and map 2 was also night and day. I think that also the way that Fnatic were just shutting down and also individually all of them showing up is not going to make it any easier. And we're seeing it on the screen now. Do not forget, Vac is playing here. And sometimes, you know, he's been on the receiving end, especially when Fnatic was executing on.
Okay, I'm ready to cook again.
Okay?
I got my notes now. I got my notes now. But they played this in the off-season. We saw them play this in the off-season against GX. And they did run something that I think they could definitely run again here, which is the Sociable on Yoru, Yumpy on Fade, Chiwa, what would be back here, on Cypher, Perfect on that Astra, and Lewin on that Raze. I mean, that's a pretty standard thing from BBL at this point, Billy. I feel like if they did play this comp again, we wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, we wouldn't be surprised. It's more just a question of, do they decide to run it again, or do they steer away from that, because there is, of course, coverage on it now. And Fnatic have had a little bit more time to prepare. They were able to sit back and watch BBL play the other day. They may have watched this during the off-season as well. So yeah, it's really just, do they actually stick with what they know already, or do they switch things up?
Wonder also if Yumpy, as you were mentioning, he was playing on that Fade, if he's going to continue on this Breach arc where we just mostly and almost only see him playing from that agent. He seems to be very comfortable, and of course adding those extra flashes, I think that has been determinant in some of the rounds.
Yeah, maybe we'll finally get Crashies on something that isn't the Sova. Because all the other teams, they were cooking with, at some point, you know, they did the Na'Vi, they did try and incorporate the Sova. I think even Talon were doing it. But Fnatic were never really that team that tried to kind of do that on Split. It's never kind of been them setting the meta as much.
Also, like, what do we expect on the side of like the controllers? We have seen Boser playing on the Omen. We've seen him on the
Brimmy.
Yeah, on the Brimmy. Is the Astra coming out? We remember those days. Are we just going to see one? Maybe some buys. Maybe Alpha back on the Deco. Like, anything could happen at this point. But I want to see, you know, if they're going to go for the double controller on this one.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well. And I think too that
Crom Viper?
Yeah, Crom Viper, maybe. I was going to say, is Vac going to stick to the Sentinel, or is he going to potentially jump onto a Viper here? Again, we're theorizing because we've not seen this map, this event yet, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck into it.
I mean, we have seen the Tejo on Split already this year at competitions elsewhere, so it could work, But then if Alpha goes onto that Tejo, it means we're going to kind of sacrifice the Yoru Raze stuff that they were cooking towards the end of last year, which actually looked quite good. So unless they put Kron or Crashies on it, Billy, I don't think I want to see a Tejo.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Alpha's Tejo earlier on, I don't think that we got to see the full potential of it until they moved on to that defensive side when he was paired up with Kayak. I think that we got to see a lot of really good ultimate usage, a lot of good utility usage, being able to deny the plant going down on the site a couple of times as well. So yeah, I think that the way in which Alpha plays, I didn't really get firepower behind him when he was on that Tejo.
So put him on the ISO is the question, right? Yeah, or Chamber
again.
I feel like nobody.
You say it as if it was like, God, it was
Yeah,
terrible.
really?
Man, there was this round where he was playing with the Tour de Force and had a Bucky and the Headhunter, and I was like, there is no range that you're safe from Alpha. Just like run away from him. Yeah, you see him smiling. He's always happy. He's an absolute demon.
That's Chad energy, Chad energy. Okay, Alpha, yeah, you do you, boo. But what I was gonna say is, last year, not that many people were playing ISO, let's be honest. It was like 2 or 3. This year, nobody is playing ISO, but if it's gonna be anyone, I think it would be Alpha, and considering he's not really been that big in the firepower department, I think this would be a great way for him to kind of wake up and get back into it.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think that he has been doing what he was told. Like on the previous map, individually, like we saw players just feeling themselves and getting a lot of multi-kills. But he was doing what it was expected of him, as I'm saying, on Chamber. Also very important, BBL starting on the defense. Do not forget, on map 1, also on map 2, we've seen sometimes where Fnatic has run out of time to even plant the spike or to come up with a plan. I think that it was more obvious on it was more obvious on Abyss, or like the Navi before this Navi.
Yeah.
Do you remember
or
that?
Koi.
Jesus Christ, yeah. We've
Koi
seen
before this Koi.
We've been through some things here in EMEA. But yeah, I hope that, you know, starting with BBL, starting on the defense, I hope that it gives them some legway.
Yeah, I hope it gives them a bit of confidence because, like we've been saying, Sociable and Lewin kind of quieting down that series, like in that second map compared to the first map. Again, could just be nerves getting to the better of them. I don't know. There's obviously been a couple of tech pauses as well that's been happening on the stage. So I don't know. I think going into this one, there's a lot of players I'm keeping my eye on. I think Kayak as well. That last map that we just seen him in, again, a lot quieter compared to the first map.
Doing his job, I feel like.
Yeah.
Quietly doing his job.
Yeah, quietly doing his job. Not really in the fragging department as such. And when I think back to Kayak being on Apex before, you know, Malzy, his IGL at the time, was saying that he's very much the player that kind of doesn't need told what to do.
Oh, it is back on the Astra.
Wow. Okay, double controller Omen Astra for the side of BBL. Lewin now taking the Euro and Sociable on the right. So they're swapping around what they were doing in the previous map there. And Fracture Yampi is going to stay with the Fade.
I think that's the best thing they could
Yo,
have done.
Alpha on race.
Yeah.
Man.
I wanted to see this on Fracture, so Billy, I'm glad that they've made the agent swaps between themselves on BBL.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I think we kind of theorized potentially a Viper, so the fact that they've decided to go with this Astra instead of the Viper, not entirely sure what the thought process is behind that just yet. But yeah.
Vac has never played Astra before, so I'm looking forward to seeing this one and see who will be moving on into the next round. Over to you once again, Mitch and Tom.
Round 3. Time to kick this one off on Split and see who takes the series. BBL fighting to best the best of the best, while Fnatic look to hold on to their crown with both hands. Some questions will have to be asked if they end up slipping here. Tom, upper bracket run, everybody expects it of Fnatic. Do you think it's happening now that we've made it to Split?
The Althea raise might convince me. I think it's something where he is able to be that sort of superstar player, and putting Chronicle to be the sort of safe pair of hands also has me excited. Loom back on Yori though. I think it makes a lot more sense, like him being able to have some sort of a get out of jail free card, but actually more importantly, having the flash. I think that him having the flash to set himself up just did so much more, and although Sociable was actually very good at the Yoru, I just think having your star duelist not in his best position doesn't make any sense. Also, double controller, like bringing in the Astra also works as a secondary controller, but also gives you a lot of capabilities in terms of those takes.
Well, an early fight is being offered up. No surprise, it's Loon who's gone walkabouts on the defensive side. Won't run into a big problem, but there are a lot of players just around that corner. He has an Iota that's going down already. Crossing with the cage. Decoy leading up to heaven, and Kayak through the cage lands the shot on Loon. That's the advantage for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think just catching the bullets Shooting back the other way, almost made it a little bit too easy. Back, I believe, will have spotted the majority of the Fnatic forces. As you can see, an immediate rotation from Sociable in an attempt to try and support. The thing is, though, I don't mind that sort of gamble. I think Vac has had a lot more trouble in terms of being a solo site anchor in this series so far. Profek, I have full faith. Like, I believe that he is going to be able to at least get a kill or two when it comes to the site hold. Now, Yumpy already low on HP, and he has the majority of Fnatic pushing in his direction.
It's going to be a big hold. Yumpy is super low and dropped immediately.
30 seconds
That
left.
opens the avenue for Fnatic to move towards the vents, but instead they take it to heaven. It could be a costly mistake with Sociable and Profek still on this side of the map. And Sociable, I mean, if he's spotted here, they might assume that's the B player. You might not expect the second one to be around here, and that's a big danger then, because in comes Crashies from main. Profek, oh, he's being cleared still, but he lands the shot. 8 seconds, plant needed, and plant found.
Player standing.
Unfortunately, still the lurk left from Chronicle. The only real chance, I feel, was in some form of plant denial as the time was getting a little bit low, but Fnatic were methodical in their take, and Profek, 48 HP, he's not getting around this corner. A 3-piece for Althea on that raise to kick things off. And the others going in Kayak's way as well. This is already a great start, even just in terms of ultimate orbs. You're getting some high-impact ults closer. And that's what I mean, like, you see a few shots spam through like that, that's an easy pick for Kayak.
Well, indeed, it proves to be 1-0 start. Strong position. I'm not sure what that was from Althea. We'll overlook it.
That's actually how he speaks normally. All the other times he's been putting on a voice.
That makes perfect sense. Well, 1-0 start for Fnatic, as we said. Investing decently into rifles, 2 pistols, though, just in case they lose a couple of players. And that's always possible up against a squad like BBL. Definitely a team that isn't going to be pulling any punches. From what we're seeing right now, 1 player dropped, rifle retrieved, still all 3 alive and healthy, ready to fight with a backup just in case. For BBL, directionless. They've had their early fight, but now, wherever they go, it's a gamble. They don't know what Fnatic are up to.
Bosta had to play that one safe. He was the one with the spike. Not wanting to take too many risks, and seems like mid-control is consistently a piece of the puzzle for Fnatic, allowing those faster rotations late into the round. You can see the defense are already in a pretty hefty gamble again, leaving Profek as the solo defender of B, and the A site with 3 players firmly within it. That is currently where Fnatic squad are starting to move. Steps already being heard, and Loon's position given up almost completely. This leaves him somewhat out to dry, although he will actually be able to make it back to the site. Not bad with 30 seconds left. That means they're going to be committed to the 3-player site.
Nice shot to start with. Gate crash for safety, uses it to get out. Now they're swinging into him, plenty of support, but they're all hiding away. They're a complete unknown factor with low time, dropping the spike here. All that needs to be done, but they both fall. Perhaps if they'd staggered slightly more, something could have come from it. But even then, there was a little bit too much time, because Fnatic clear the site, the round sure to be done. 3 rifles carried through to the next, just as intended. Fnatic, clean 2-0 start.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it could get a little bit dangerous, but you see the sort of weaknesses of the weaponry that was on the board for BBL. And as you said, for Fnatic, that's all they really needed. Keep those 3 players up, you can invest onto the remaining couple, and you have a pretty solid buy going into round number 3. But this is where you kind of need to see that start now, because we've already seen this map historically sort of flip over a little bit, so teams are able to pull out quite a lot of rounds on that attack side, and I do worry if Fnatic continue their form from the previous map, this one might be over quite quick.
Well, these teams traded blows 13-8 on their own maps, but here on the middle ground, there is a clear hierarchy. Fnatic opening up this round. One where they come in with 4 rifles anyways, 3 of which are about as good as it gets. They already have a man advantage and a rifle extra to be recovered.
Was that their own smoke that was pulled back, that Sociable walked through?
Could be.
I think it was. So it just meant that he was left out in the open facing off against the whole team. I think that's a mistake, luckily. That might be about to rectify it. 2 kills, but even still, look where the remaining players are. They're on the complete opposite side of the map. I guess the only thing they can hope for is maybe they catch Chronicle looking the wrong way. Oh, no, it's just about got past the angle. And in fact...
Spike's still coming?
Yeah, they might want to actually try and kill this player off. I think the steps going towards B are going to lead this. Yeah, Profik, why would Profik expect anyone to be there? He's just seen Chronicle run the other way.
Yeah.
So it baited them. I like the adaptation from Fnatic just to go, okay, this guy's not going to be looking at us.
Yeah, no, but clearly it was the right call. I mean, unless he was just on another level of paranoia in checking angles that players shouldn't come from. Yeah, you'll walk up behind him and get a free kill. I suppose just the fact that Chronicle goes down there, or Chronicle doesn't go down there more specifically, is the issue that ends up spiraling this one out of control.
Good job.
Okay,
Nice. Go B, go B.
3-0 start. Or not Chronicle, it was Crashies, right? Who went up into heaven. Chronicle ends up getting the kill. Either way, 3-0 start for Fnatic. BBL left to pistols, sociable, on a stinger. A lot of weaknesses early on A. Prowler goes out, they see nothing, so BBL decide to go walking up, take that space, claim it for their own. But Kayak, wise to their tricks. The star gets pulled back, there's players inside it. Kayak was nice and patient, not giving anything away.
Constantly trying to sell a ruse on this side of the map. Keep players over there. The main goal for Fnatic each time has been this mid control, wanting to give themselves ease of rotations around the map, and there hasn't really been a way to challenge for it. As I said, although they managed to sort of rectify it a little bit, I do believe that there was a fake smoke used where maybe
my eyes are down.
It wasn't expected by Loon, and because of that, he ends up going down. Yumpy tries to take the fight, but there is a patient Fnatic waiting on the other side, and with their split already going through mid, it looks like Vac might be alone. The flash and the shot actually not bad. Althea down to 9, but even still, Vac is isolated.
Yeah, isolated with a pistol. He got a double last time up in heaven. They walked into his cross area to full auto gun. Now a little harder to get done, but the triple almost found. Sociable there just in time to help out. But something tells me Vac had that covered. In for another is Sociable. A 1v1, 12 seconds and 9 HP. The previously tagged up player finally falls, and it's BBL to steal away the round.
Yeah, I don't know how they've come up on top of that one. A pay save card Thrifty, which gets BBL onto the score sheet after what was basically just like there was a point in that round where Vac was stunned. I think he was also blinded as well. There's a smoke in front of him. Like, there's not really anywhere that he's able to go. But it seems like they just didn't execute quick enough on that position, maybe expecting that that player would have to make their presence known before all of this happened. But that's huge from Vac, putting himself top of the board as the stand-in. And well, a blip for Fnatic. We'll see if that's the start of something for the Turkish squad.
Well, after his game last week, last week, I'm so used to it being one a week. Yeah, just 2 days ago, Vac tweeted out, don't worry, we'll get back on the aim labs. Practice that aim and we'll fix it up. And he's done exactly that. You can see the work he's been putting in, delivering a higher level here today. And Loon delivering just the same as we've seen before. Early pick. This time it's the operator push up that grabs him one. And Fnatic with the rifles, maybe looking to their ultimates to try to bridge that gap of the man advantage.
Again, mid control, but it's almost an immediate pick. It's actually the showstopper that's caught him. And Yumpy's dead as well. Alpha on the raise, showing that utility can kill. And leaving.
Replay, please.
3 players standing. Again, Vac is completely isolated. And while that information from Chronicle is going to tell them that there's only one man they have to worry about, they can wait for the second ping and know exactly where he is. The same as last time, immediately blind. Being pressured from either side. Profik desperately trying to help, but maybe the help won't be needed. Kayak this time will not allow for any shenanigans. Well, Profik, he still gets one there. So clean with his crosshair placement.
No gate crash. I think Loon might even just have tried to take that out right there. No flash either. Just down to the decoy. All alone. Comes out of his ult. They already saw the decoy. They know that's not the real man, and they find him eventually. Fnatic right back into winning ways. The lead up by 3 at 4-1.
Yeah, it seems like that stack up, that aggressive positioning just didn't work out for BBL. The showstopper did so much damage. Like, it very nearly killed Yumpy, and I believe there was even some sort of stun that held him in place as well. A supportive utility doing damage, but again, it's Chronicle at the top. But this time, Althea is there alongside him. A 4-1 start already on the attack, and you can kind of understand why BBL have opted to go for a pause here.
Well, yeah, after winning that one round, having it slip away, your economy's in a tough position already. Really don't want to let this one slip out of your grasp, but Fnatic run away with that attacking side. No telling how that defense is going to shape up, but not expecting it to be any weaker, especially with players who are going to be isolated on that side. Players like Chronicle, delivering 8 and 2 at the moment. He's on fire, and he was on fire last map as well. Shutting him down seems to be one of the biggest problems they can face. Alphayer back on the horse as well. He started, what, 0 and 4 on the Chamber previous map, now sitting 8 and 3 coming into round number 6. This is a performance that's going to be hard to put any sort of a break on, and for BBL, coming into it with a low buy here makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, and that's sort of also the fun thing about having someone like Chronicle in your team. He can play anything, like literally anything. They could put him on Duelist and he'd still put up numbers. So it's a spot where you go, okay, this time we're having an aggressive Sentinel. He's like, all right, I'll switch it up. I'll play the Initiator. It's like, all right, this time we're having him on a Duelist. Okay, I'll pick up the Sentinel. It's just like they can slot him into any spot of the map and he'll do the job better than most.
I think that's fair to say. He closed out last map with a phenomenal performance, 24 and 10. A big reason.
What agent was he on?
He was on the Breach, I believe.
I think that's the
slightly different situation to what we're seeing here, but same result. Chronicle diffing across the board.
He has to be one of the most valuable players in the world, and it's easy to forget as well that it's not someone who has like 10 years of experience. Like, he's been around a while, but still in his very early 20s. There's a long career left for Chronicle and probably plenty more trophies to come. Either way, see if there's any more shenanigans to be had. Sociable with the showstopper. Loon's going to take that early fight, but it is something that Fnatic are now ready for. After that first map, there are expectations. Yumpy, I believe that's his first kill on the board. A little bit of classic magic, and Sociable has popped the ult. But there's no one here. He's not getting anything with this. It's actually the classics that are doing the work.
Right there.
Back 2K last time. He had a much weaker pistol. Won't get it done. But damage onto Boaster could be pivotal. Sociable, we have to look to bring them back into this. That's a bit more damage done. They're being chipped away on. Because eventually these players group up. Now it's Sociable who will lead. Profek maybe to try and pick the rifle up after. I'm completely wrong. It's the classic charging in. The rifle checks the back but doesn't find anything, so the bait not successful. And now Profek has to do it himself. Many big plays from that man 2 days ago, even here today, but it's not to be on split. 5-1. Fnatic, after that pause, still taking the victory. But what they will have discussed in that pause, Tom, probably mainly focused on this coming round.
For sure. I think as well, like, we are seeing more and more Fnatic just expecting Loon. Like, we saw it last map where he didn't have the Yoru, but
is on fire right now.
They know exactly where he's coming from. And, well, as it said, Chronicle is the one a lot of the time doing the punishing. 5-1. Operator back for Loon, so at least the weaponry will favor him a little bit. And nope. You are seeing that correct. Boaster is the one that's facing off against him.
A hell of a battle about to brew, or brewing as we speak. These players waiting, each for the aggression of their opponent. Neither is giving just yet. Something's got to give. Someone's got to break and take that first step. Will be the ultimate. Kayak's hands clearing out heaven. 2 players spotted already. One down below. That's the op scene as well. Danger man, known about, and coming out of this ult, he detects that that's the decoy. Won't give away the backside play just yet, and now his team have flooded in to meet him. Plant acquired, Yumpy on the ropes, but he comes out unscathed. That's Chronicle, who's had such a good game so far. Now Crashies falls as well, and the numbers for Fnatic way behind.
Oh, the Nightfall is not going to make things any easier. Sound removed, Boaster trying to pull out some montage moments with this operator, but it's only going to be the one. And now left onto Alpha on that raise. Always terrifying. The nade is going to go through, and Prophet is just going to try and stick it. He will get it to half. That's at least something. Buys them a little bit of extra time, but he has to go through, and the shot lands, but there's still plenty of time to Loon to get this done. A little bit close for comfort, but BBL get the second round nonetheless.
Yeah, just about one player alive. This is all that the last map was about. Some close rounds, but the important ones favoring Fnatic. This time, BBL have some bite. Their defensive side early on. They needed it. This could have been a huge streak of rounds coming out of their opponents.
What?
The full TP.
Because he is deafened. He just TP completely behind him. I missed that at the moment, but that's insane.
You also got to be thinking in his shoes like, geez, they moved the wall up a little bit. Did they put a box here? What's? Well, you find out a little too late.
Well, it was Bosi, you know, maybe just.
All those dances, they put muscle in the right place. 5-2. BBL trailing by 3. Defensive side hasn't seen any crazy risks being taken just yet. Loon is pushed up with the operator inside of A main. Gate crash for B if a quick hit comes through. But this is a very patient posture from the defense.
I don't like seeing the judge here like this. Like, especially with how much he's sort of jiggle peeking. I just feel like he's going to get popped by Alpha any moment. In fact, it was Chronicle to take the fight, which, if anything, is as dangerous right now, if not more.
Yeah. Maybe scarier right now.
Already bit of information given up. Kayak might be about to walk into that judge, but really didn't do as much damage as expected. He's got away with that one almost scot-free. And again, this mid-pressure coming through from Fnatic.
Push it by Prophet, though. Look at where he has managed to slot himself into, but Crashies was wise to his tricks. That could have been the spike down with full control for BBL. Instead, a disastrous outcome. A judge going up into heaven. Vac backing him up and huge damage done. Vac's picked up another and Sociable on the site with no intention to let this one slip. It's Boser who comes falling down to his death. 5-3. That looked dicey for BBL, but what a recovery.
Yeah, it's the aggression back into heaven. Like, the judge supported by Vac, who I think this is definitely the best performance we've seen from him individually thus far. I'm just setting up behind to make sure that those trades come in, and
one enemy remaining.
Doing well to hold on to the round, and well, that is about as cursed to death as you're going to get. 5-3. The pause definitely seeming like it made a difference, and well, if you can't beat the judge, maybe you join the judge.
Oh, the jumping player drew his eye. Loon miles away as well. That gate crash was used, or hopefully to be used, for a B rotation. Instead, he's disconnected from the action. They used that to take heaven. Drop down on Yumpy. BBL under heavy threat. And this attack side could go anywhere. Take the vents to middle and rush right up to Prophet, or go back into this A site. Choice is theirs, but the problem is BBL have pushed. Sociable has taken control of bottom mid. They're going to box these Fnatic players in pretty soon.
The only worry, though, is it leaves them all very disjointed, which for Fnatic playing as a group, that could actually be their best case scenario. You're running it down most of the time. You still got that showstopper as a potential opener. And for some of these kills, not a whole lot of trade potential. Like, I'm looking at the position. Loon's just going to go down. Spike planted as well. Like, the back of the site becomes less and less valuable. And as said, it's just 1v1 after 1v1. This is exactly what Fnatic wanted. They win every single battle. And well, the war in this round was next to nothing. Pure domination. Sociable, you said, he had that mid control, but in the end, it didn't matter.
I wouldn't be surprised if after this one we see a pause through for BBL again.
Yeah, but then
they still have the one left, but
that's it.
We saw it the other map burned up very early just because of these issues. And Fnatic being able to so quickly fight their way back into that round. But for BBL, they strung together a couple. The chance to fight right back is there. But as these attacking rounds build up and up, Tom, if you're BBL, you really want to put a stop to it here and now. 6 rounds, already quite a lot for a team we don't expect to be weak on the defense.
No, like, this is definitely troublesome. And I think that's got to be, you can see it, a frustrating round, because that was sort of Fnatic coming in with weaknesses. They didn't even have to use the showstopper, which kind of gives you an idea of how badly that round went.
Let's have some fun.
And now Fnatic 6-3 in the lead on the attack side. Built that economy up even further. Now it's Crashies' turn. It seems like we're playing op roulette. Everybody gets a go. Defensive side have gone walkabouts though. There's currently nobody watching this. Eventually, Boaster has gone back to have a look. Well, I was going to say he might be in for a nasty surprise, but he's been winning a lot of these battles. Somehow Kayak dies. I feel like that's unlucky.
He stepped back to give Boaster a hand, but clearly my guy didn't need any help. Chronicle has managed to do Chronicle things, creeping up into heaven, but he'll be spotted soon, walking right into Loon, who lands the shot, wastes no time with dispatching another member of Fnatic. Now they look to the B site. The ultimate used by Loon will clear them out soon. Perhaps not. It's gone down mid. There's a gate crash to move to A. There it is. One player spotted, two players spotted, in fact. Still with a flash, still with a decoy, and he's going to fake out that presence in mid. Using the gate crash back over towards the A site. Now Fnatic have to clear all these angles. It'll run the clock down further. But they've moved to heaven, and I see Raze is going there. Showstopper time, perhaps with 30 seconds. It's a big commitment.
Especially now with the additional smokes down. They're just selling ideas that there's a lot of players in these current spots that they need to clear. In fact, they're both within the site. Nothing being heard on the other side is also going to start that rotation. There goes the showstopper, and actually it leaves just Prophet. He's been tagged down enough for Crashies to get the kill. It leaves the other two not quite close to the action, and Fnatic have sort of clutched at straws and come up big right at the end of the round. It leaves Vac to try and clutch, and I don't know if he's got this in his locker.
Just the perfect adjustments made by Fnatic every step of the way. Never mind if it's doable. Vac's wondering if it's even worth the risk. With that rifle and low economy, it's the correct call. He'll leave this and allow Fnatic to push up to 7. The attacking rounds building. Again, not a great sign when we do expect the defense walking away with most of those rounds. This one especially, 3v4, late rotations through mid. A gamble, 20 seconds left. Man disadvantage. Alpha pops the ult as the smoke fades, and they see if they can find the opening. Catching the first player. The showstopper dealing the damage that's converted by the Sheriff. BBL tried their best, but this wasn't a round that was meant to be. Now with just 2 left to play for, these 2 will make all the difference as to how this second half shapes up.
It actually worked so wonderfully. I think it was Boaster gets the flash placed to perfection, gets a free kill, and then it means Alpha here can just do the rest, clearing out with the showstopper.
There.
He's definitely having a better time for himself playing this Raze. It is something we've always known that he's been able to play, but when you have the likes of Durka, it wasn't really necessary in the past. It seems like they've split roles here, and you can see they're starting to expect this aggression once again. They've tried it a couple of times. Even still, with how bad the weaponry is here, a 1-for-1 trade is not awful.
It's also how direct that player is, just swinging immediately up close, catching them off guard, landing a kill. This is what Loon seems to be a specialist at. As the time ticks on, we see this attacking side still with that patient face displayed. Not looking to move too quickly out of position, sending Kayak to the other side of the map to take a little bit of space past that trap wire. But the spike, well, they have to go with it, and it seems to be moving up towards the vents.
Well, they took their time to throw the guns out of the map just to make sure that there is nothing to be retrieved. They want to make sure that BBL's weak purchase stays a weak purchase. It's only Vac with a gun, and well, again, he might be in the right place at the right time, but it's how many miracles can he pull off?
30 seconds
We already
left.
saw it not too long ago. Well, Prophet's done well to start. He's immediately traded out, but this at least puts the timer on the side of these remaining players at the back. Vac with that first, and a rotation back just not possible. He will have to do everything though. Yumpy is so desperately far away, and Crashies maybe caught out a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Boaster's the one to land the shot. And while this time it's a safe plant, no chance for Yumpy to disrupt.
They might even have seen him just as that smoke bloomed, whether they did or not. Boaster steadfast holding the angle, lands the kill, and an 8th round for Fnatic. This, well, after the first map, looked like it'd be a very different series. The second, dominant for Fnatic with a couple of rounds that go to BBL in convincing fashion, but right here, right now, Tom, there's not much of a heartbeat left. It's starting to fade for BBL. They come into this defensive round, a showstopper online, a few ultimates to back it up of lesser impact. If they don't put 4 on the board, their chances are not looking very good for the recovery on their attack.
It's definitely going to be difficult. We've seen teams do it before, but you don't want to leave it that much up to chance. I'll say as well, I think it's clear that Bosa definitely spent most of the offseason DMing. Like, he's been looking very good throughout this series so far. Wow, that's a trend for the future.
Time to jump.
Fnatic will be a force to be reckoned with. BBL, though, they've proven that they can fight with the best of them. Taking down GX already in this tournament, taking the first map in this series, and okay, the last map definitely didn't go amazingly well. Showstopper goes in, but it actually does barely any. I think it's caught. No, that didn't catch Alpha, because that's not where he was, so it's not done much damage at all.
Yeah, able to evade it completely. Fnatic now fill back in that space that was given up by BBL just moments ago. Sociable stepped back in, but he's not even looking. Oh, he wasn't looking to fight it. Now he's getting close. Judge, good for the first fight. Perhaps. It's close. Very low on HP was Alpha after the first burst, but he'll still survive. The advantage for Fnatic. Now the plant looking towards the site, and it will be found. A little bit of extra info to be gathered by Kayak, confirming there's a player inside of main. Plant landed. Cosmic Divide.
Spike planted.
To allow Profect to close the distance. To get up close. In mid, Loon tucked in, has players coming. He's looking the wrong way, though! Chronicle was on his screen, but he didn't realize in that. Well, that is their downfall. Oh, they're falling across the map. Easy trades, just back left.
Yeah, this would have to be one of the best. I don't think it's going to be happening. An incredibly clean half from the side of Fnatic. 9-3 up, currently firmly in the lead. We'll see if going into the second half, they can convert this one and get their first victory in EMEA 2025.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, folks. Fnatic fans are happy to be joining us with a 9-3 lead. But for BBL, they're going to try to fight their way back here on the attack. Fair to say, though, Tom, an uphill battle. It seems like Fnatic have got their presence under the tree. Just a couple rounds left to unwrap them.
Yeah, I think we look at BBL now and go, have you run out of steam? Like, it was this, like, the explosive start to the game where you managed to catch your opponent off guard and then Fnatic have slowly moved their way back into things? Or do you still have more in the locker to show? Because I think going in here with that sort of double controller setup, there's definitely opportunities for them to have a pretty impressive look to this attack side. There is going to be an insane reliance on Yumpy, though. Like, that is the majority of your utility, at least in terms of information, space clearing, that he's going to have to do. Otherwise, you are just expecting, wow, Loon sort of like dry peaks, but we'll have to see if that's the case.
Well, I mean, it's fair to say as well, you talk about BBL running out of steam, and again, for those of you that didn't join us earlier, or maybe might not know about BBL's situation, they're here playing with a stand-in, Vac, who's looking spectacular. Definitely an uptick on the other day, but with limited prep time, you kind of expect that. But it's a team that have had issues in even getting their players here in the first place, leading to less prep time. And now they're coming into this. In 3 days, they've played 6 unique maps. So it really is a test for them, and I think you have to applaud them for looking so good on so many of the maps. They haven't just gotten bombed out. Even looking at Fracture, Alive was 13-8 to Fnatic, as you see, or you will see in your screens when we get back into the game, or you will have seen earlier. But the reality is, a lot of those rounds that Fnatic won did come down to 1 player left alive as well. So they put up one hell of a fight so far. We'll see if that continues into the 6th map second half, and split attack side. It's not known for being the most forgiving, and when you're trailing by 6, it's a very daunting task.
Yeah, I will say, compositionally, it's very possible. Like, you've got yourself that double duelist for explosive attack takes, you've got yourself the double controller to give them the sort of shielding they need, and then if Yumpy can get off the mark, it looks like something that definitely can work for them. The problem is you're then relying on what has been maybe underwhelming performances from the other side, and in this map that hasn't really happened. Like, Alpha has been hitting everything. Chronicle has had the last couple of maps he's been literally insane. Crashies, Boaster, they're all up there. Okay, maybe Kayak's a little bit further down the board than you might want, but for the most of the last half he was playing a lurking Yoru, which, hey, if he had like 20 kills, we would have already ended this game. They would have had the 12-0 half. So I think that the reality is there would have to be a massive shift in how everything has gone so far in order for BBL to turn this game back in their favor. And as you said, like, this has been a long series, a lot of breaks along the way. I don't see it happening. And I'm also looking at the current purchase, which is an old school strat called the Raid Boss, which is somebody has dropped the Sheriff to Althea and he also has light shields. So you're basically going, how are we planning on winning this pistol round? Well, we're going to take Althea and make him basically indestructible. And he's Althea, which kind of meant that that wasn't necessary.
You know, looking as well, mention all those boys, Chronicle on a tear. It's funny to see those first 2 maps. I pulled it up because, again, 13-8, 13-8. I think it's a fair comparison stats-wise. Player with the most kills across those first 2 is Boaster. He's got 37. Rest of the boys trailing. And that's on the server as well. So it really is remarkable. 7-3 in opening duels. This guy's uptick. Never been a bad player by any account. And certainly when you look at impact, value brought to the team. But here, individually, you know, if you just mute the guy's mic, he's still bringing value, and that's very good to see.
I'm curious as well. Do you want to pull up clutches? Because I feel like in the last map,
have a little look.
He would have at least had a few.
Both maps or just one? You want both?
Dealer's choice.
Let's go both. Well, we've got, yeah, I mean, it's a lot more clutches for the side. Well, I suppose 1v1s wise, it's a lot more. Yeah. When it comes to 1v2s, definitely leading for BBL by 1. Extra 1v3 as well, but Boaster, he's only had 1v1s. It's not been big clutches and 1v2s.
That's what I mean. He's got 3, but that's what I mean. There was like a lot of late round things where it came down to him versus someone, and he was winning them out.
Winning the 1v1s. More importantly, I suppose, though, he's putting up the numbers round to round. The consistency is there. Because it's not unheard of for an IGL to put up numbers when in a 1vx. God B is the best example because I think it was just night and day. If he had a teammate alive, he was a bot. If he didn't, he was a god. It was unbelievable. For Boaster, he's putting up the round-to-round impact while still leading the pack. That's damn impressive. And 9-3 right now, especially against some of these young guns, your Loons, your Sociables, who've just been tearing people apart.
Sociable's not that young.
sorry.
It was the one example that didn't work.
Your Loon, and then crazy players like Sociable. He's definitely up there for individual skill.
Raid Boss gone.
There's both.
There you go. You put all of your money, all your eggs in one basket. And yeah, absolutely nothing. Good start for the side of BBL. In fact, they are going in as quickly as humanly possible. Blink and you miss it. The round is already over and BBL have themselves a pistol.
Well, you say their names and they deliver. That's a 2K for Loon and for Sociable, the young guns. See, I'm being very kind to him, you know, Tom. Age is just a number. It's about how you feel. And Sociable, he's young at heart. Certainly young in terms of the aim department. My goodness, he's delivering. So for BBL, a pistol round, a very necessary win for this squad. 9-3 down, attack side. You lose that pistol, pack your bags. It's time to go. I mean, it's up a bracket. You don't got to go anywhere, but metaphorically speaking.
Well, it's good to see. Yumpy is definitely still in. He knows it's possible. He's hyped. He's ready to go. And I think, again, that's the important thing, is whether or not, if they believe they can do this, you know that they have some of the individual players to do it. And I feel like on this attack side, opportunities to be a little bit more direct. A lot of their aggression was really countered by Fnatic. They were so ready for it, especially Chronicle was just aware of everything being attempted. Whereas these all-in takes can be so impactful. Vac about to be pressured, but he's going to find both kills for it. Again, that leaves the A side of the map very open indeed. You can already see the remainder of BBL. And for the most part, I was going to say Fnatic, but it's only Alpha here who's gone. Back with another Bucky. This time it is his primary weapon though, unlike last time where he had a tour de force.
Slight difference in the expected impact, I suppose.
A little bit.
Especially as he has stepped off the site that they're on their way towards. Pushing mid with a Bucky. Ambitious play. But for the side of BBL, they walk straight into a spike in hand and a free plant to be found in terms of investments. If Fnatic can drop 2 players here, the cost will start to add up just in the shield department, but losing that
left.
Marshall, any more than that, and we're talking real impact. Thing is, Alpha, it's going to come down to timing. He might have a window here. Vac looking the right way, though, has spotted him. Bucky, not expected. Now he wants to create some distance, but it's a little too late. Luckily, Profec trades.
Yeah, it's a minor irritation, mainly because it was only a ghost, so it's not really anything too bad lost, and you might expect the remaining players on Fnatic to, or just wait here, see if anybody goes through the vents, which if they do, I'll be a bit frustrated, because there's not any reason to do that. And if they don't, die to the spike. And you can see that Sociable is hanging around a little bit longer, only has himself the Marshall, maybe hoping he can catch someone with it. And he may do. It's going to come down to timing here. Actually it's Yumpy. And then Crashies goes down to the spike. So all in all, similar result. I guess an extra orb for Yumpy, but more importantly, an extra round for BBL.
Well, every little helps at this point. 2 in a row. Here's where the real difficulty starts, though. Get back onto the server. Fnatic have got rifles. Mixed bag for BBL. For the most part, strong, a Bulldog alongside that Marshall, looking to deal the damage. Now, for Fnatic, defense definitely has a lot of comfort to it, and the push towards the A site looks to be quite direct. A lot of players here. Smoke already pulled back for the cross, and it's gotten them a lot of distance towards heaven. The main thing about these weaker buys is it's harder on range. Fnatic are going to have a lot of advantage when it comes to those range duels, but BBL have closed in the distance. They've got a lot of nasty angles as well.
Yeah, they've got the double smoke, so they can literally create paths for themselves to get up close to opponents. That is one of the major values of it, is there's so many angles that you can just section off. But they're trying to give opportunities for damage on some of those weapons. That you get that Marshall up close, unless you're sociable, it's not going to work. But still leaving some doubt. You can even see the rotation. Nice shot from Profec. This leaves the pressure on to Chronicle. Something we mentioned as excitement when it comes to this man on Sentinel. A chance for him to display what he's got, and it turns out it's nothing.
Yeah, I'd like to close that display.
Spike planted.
Fnatic now locked out in a 3v5. What's the decision? This is a big investment round. It's not like they've got a massive bonus rolling for them. They haven't got a lot of credits to fall back on. And so fall back is exactly what they will do. Boaster and Crashies to the B site. One man left to stick around and make it costly. That is Alpha here. Main concern is the walk around from Vac. He stands a chance of dropping some of these weapons.
I think the main person that would need to worry would be Crashies. It does seem like he's watching roughly in the right direction, but I think both are just going to end up hiding in the corners. Maybe Alpha here as well under threat. In fact, yeah, he's going to get caught. That's a huge weapon to take, and now Vac comes around at the end. He's going to wipe everybody. That's massive for BBL, obliterating the economy of Fnatic, and, well, pulling that gap ever closer. I also really like this round from BBL. Like the thing with this composition, as said, is you're expecting explosiveness. You have all of the sort of the smokes and then, well, the dagger of that double duelist where you can get yourself into the back lines, into positions that are awkward. So they put that in early. They go, okay, look, our Razor's gone. Our utility's being sent through with him. We have ourselves so much to, look, the Prowler's gone as well. And you're going, okay, this is a fast take. And then they just stop. And stop for 30 seconds, and it puts the doubt, and a player rotates away. And that's enough for, I think it was a free kill onto Kayak from Profek. Just massive stuff, because they obviously go looking for information in that moment.
Patience played out to full effect. Speaking of patience, that's exactly what I was going to highlight, Tom. Down there in mid, we've got Sociable tucked in, waiting for this push to come through. Now, it almost went all the way, and it may in just a moment. Alfier's here, and he was there. He is gone quickly and ever vigilant in clearing the corners. It was a necessity. In this round where Fnatic have so many weaknesses, it's likely that they hide away. Oh, Sociable, this could be the end for him. Never mind. Tripling up. A big round for this man. An ult already online. And it is, as we said, weaknesses across the board. Surely this is it. There you go. Finally meets his end.
Still somehow
Crashies with a rifle.
Yeah, I don't think Sociable will mind too much. 6,500 credits before he gets credits at the end of this round. And for Crashies, it's kind of one of those scenarios where he has the credits to buy in the next round anyway. His ult's not particularly close, but if he can farm up a few extra orbs, that would be nice. Chances of victory, slim to none, but maybe BBR are a little bit overzealous to face. You can already see, though, where Loon is currently sitting. He is waiting all the way back towards the sewers. It's not going to be a fight. I'm off for Crashies now, just a hope to try and hold on to the gun. But that's the thing. BBR have kept the majority of these rounds relatively clean, even winning one of them as their bonus. So they got some upgrades along the way. And they've done a great job of wiping out these remaining players, and they will do it again right at the last second. Another ultimate orb for Loon and another death on the board for Fnatic.
This is honestly a remarkable recovery. And it's not like we've not seen a 4-0 start to a half and then the half slip away. Even Fnatic have been victims of that in this very series, or at least the 3-round start. The streak could be there. Fnatic could easily close this out, but BBL inspiring confidence as they again and again rush into this Fnatic wall and find themselves victorious 4 in a row. Coming into this round, Showstopper still online for Sociable. He's kept that in the back pocket for a very important one, which would be this, where Fnatic again invest into rifles. They put all their credits on the line. If BBL take this, not only is there a huge economic advantage, you can see it down the bottom, thanks to our beautiful graphics. They've got more than enough credits to keep throwing themselves at this. But it's the fact that Fnatic will then be equalized on that gap, that little bit of mental solitude that you have, knowing that it doesn't matter what happens in the coming rounds, our lead will maintain. Well, now it's decaying.
It's also the Nightfall as well in combination. Like, it would just give so much information to Sociable to find that opening kill that realistically, if you don't get a kill off the back of it, something's gone wrong. I also want to see more from Kayak, because although in the first half, him being a bit quieter down to a lurking Yoru, this is where he has the ability to get aggressive with that operator and do some damage. And right now, those opening picks have pretty much all been going in the opposite direction, and he has been some of them.
Looks like pick your poison start for BBL, spreading out to take control on both sides of the map, but Spike left in spawn for the rotation, gate crash for a quick movement from Loon. If he finds a lot of impact here, they could take it towards him. If he opens the site up entirely, but without any contact to be found, he just fakes out that util and rotates. Now look at what that's done. Already players leaving this site, moving to the other side of the map. This is a problem. They're not here ready to defend as the push comes through. Loon does get dropped, but Sociable hunting down some victims leaves them to abandon the A site completely. And although the rocket will never be fired, it's done its job. It's bought them time. If he steps into that though, into that laneway, it will be the last step he takes in this round. Fnatic waiting with the numbers to overwhelm.
He's trying to deny. Profek trying to hold the line. He's done damage, and somehow Sociable is still standing. Needs to be the shot connected, and Kayak's done well. 2 kills already, and he can reveal the remainder. Knows where Vac is standing. Will he spot out? He will. That's Yumpy's sneaky little spot revealed. This now becomes a bit of a problem. No safe haven to stand in, but he'll win the fight versus Kayak. A player above, Boaster to eliminate. And now Vac is all that remains. Already has the star down. Gravwell used a little bit early. They're not going to be able to get on that spike just yet. He's trying to burn that clock down, but can't quite hit the shot. It's Boaster to land it. The time is gone, though.
He used the Gravwell right as he knew they had no more time. He had that clock in his head. What a play. And then sending himself out there just because why not? Throw a little bit of extra salt in the wounds and take him down. Sure, Vac falls, but not before he's locked in the dub, close the gap further, and another round that comes down to such a narrow margin, but it doesn't matter. One away from 9-9, Fnatic economy in the dumps. I am really blown away by the impact this squad's been able to have.
Hammer from 9-3. BBL have brought it all the way back. I was talking about it going into this half, that something drastic had to change, and it seems that that is the case. Sociables looked fantastic. We're starting to see life in Loon. But I do think that, talking of impact, I think Vac probably takes the biscuit.
I got the spike.
A couple of rounds that spring to mind that man has brought home for this squad. It's always difficult as a stand-in. A lot of the time you are going to be left, especially he's replacing Chiwei as that isolated player. For now, though, another aggressive spot from Kayak. That's the thing. Last round, he was successful. Found 2 openers for the team. It still wasn't enough. This time, they're expecting him in this position.
Shots don't land. Kayak's down. BBL with the opening. A presence on the A side now that's going to be difficult to deal with for these players that remain. Lots of weaknesses. Alfia's got the rifle, sure, and just one away from a showstopper. Huge impact could be found. They delay first with a stun and a nade. Fnatic grouping up in heaven. One down below. They're going to box these players in, but one is outside of their control. I was talking about Vac, but Profek from inside the cage Fnatic created strikes back. Good shot by Crashies. But still, these weaknesses. Should be too many. Boaster, hello? He's on site. He's stepping up close. Sociable finally emerges from the smoke to deal with him. That could have been awkward. Instead, it's a statement from BBL. They're back in this game. 9-9 now. Neck and neck. Crashies trying to survive. Trying to get out of here, make it costly, but he is surrounded. BBL, they may just be making the impossible a reality. And I am perplexed and amazed by what they've been able to do so far here today.
Oh yeah, this is, I said, do they have the resilience? The answer is a most definite yes. We saw the sort of hype that Yumpy was bringing to the team when they just got themselves back onto the board. Now the hype that's being brought when they've managed to level things up, and the pressure definitely there. Falling into that lower bracket after one game is not something Fnatic would have wanted, especially coming into this season with new signings, new builds to what they're doing within the server, and obviously such an extensive lead. I'll say as well, Sociable, the 28-year-old coming into the VCT.
Here.
He's been lighting it up.
Cover going out.
Well, BBL's logo is a crown for a reason. They're here to challenge for the throne. Not a challenge many people took seriously. But Fnatic may have no choice but to acknowledge this usurper. The push up from Vac is all a distraction. It gets Boaster curious, peeking into Sociable. Ult used, information there. Alpha spotted, showstopper online, fired in. It doesn't find its mark, but Loon does. Now a 5v3, a 5v2 as Fnatic continue to crumble. BBL from such a massive deficit coming into this half. Just a few kills or perhaps a few seconds with a Fnatic save away from taking the lead.
Mac's gonna go down, but it will reveal to the remaining players that they're not going for this. Just looking to try and hold on to whatever weaponry that they can. That's been one of the biggest issues for Fnatic in the second half. They haven't been able to save. Like, they have been hunted BBO have been keen to make sure none of these weapons make it through to the next round, so the danger becomes limited, and then they've been excellent at clearing up a lot of these. Just look at the credits, like it says it all. Now you've got the majority of players, well, especially post-round, will be over 6,000, 7,000 credits. Yumpy will have to repurchase, and it does seem like the remaining players will be able to hold on to their guns, but for BBL, that really isn't an issue. And again, it's this man that kicks it off. He is 17 and 11. As said, like, it's unusual that you see an older player come into the league now. Like, it's not like someone who's like coming back and looking to do it again. This is someone who is making that rise up, someone who maybe should have been there for a while. But Sociable looks so good, and it's whether he's playing the Sova, we've seen him play Chamber, now we're seeing him play Raze. He is currently the top fragger in the whole server. 10 years older than Luke.
I expected the narrative of BBL to be good, but if they only had more time. I'm scared of what this team's gonna do with time. Already challenging towards the top. They've taken the lead here with 10-9 on the board. Fnatic trailing. You wouldn't have thought it. Swapping onto the attack on split as well. Here we are. With a minute 5, BBL set their sights on B in a very different Fnatic. Nobody stepping out of line, nobody looking for the fights anymore. They're letting BBL run their game plan, and they look to stop them on the site. That was close. They almost lost a big player.
The potential for a repeat with a stun, but this is a ruse. They have sent Sociable to sell a fake, and there are 3 players who are committed to this fake. Of course, why would you send a Raze operator alone on one side of the map while the execute goes in elsewhere? Already, he deals the blow onto one, but this is where the realization will be there. Kayak, Chronicle, at the back of the site. The spike is still on the other side, though. They're yet to commit to this one. This is running it close.
20 seconds. They need to go. And now they have a chance. A huge pick. Knowing that Kayak should be nearby, that gate crash was there just moments ago. They'll clear the backside. They'll be vigilant. 20 HP. He's surviving, but eventually he'll fall. And now, who can expect Loon to be here? 11 on the board for BBL. The streak continues. As Fnatic, they're forgetting what victory tastes like. Look at the timeline when we get back in. And it's a timeout for the side of Fnatic. That's what, 8 rounds in a row that they've lost now.
Just absurd. Like, it's just so ridiculous, the positions that players are being caught in. Like, you have this ruse sold by Sociable. You then have another player push further into the spawn. So far, they managed to catch a player in the back. And I imagine if you're the Fnatic players, you're going like, what the literal... these guys doing? Like, how am I supposed to make a read on what's going on when a solo op pushes me from heaven after using utility? It's a ruse to go back the other way, and even when they go the other way, they're somehow in our spawn. This is where Fnatic need to have those talks, because the fact that BBL managed to get that much ground, it should never happen. The fact that multiple players were in their spawn is insanity.
The vibes off the charts on BBL. You see it in the cameras for Fnatic. It's not looking good. Now, I think this is the first time in the series we've seen BBL still sitting with a pause while Fnatic have ran out of them. Yeah. They're having to scramble for solutions while BBL, well, they can touch base with their staff if they need to, but right now, it certainly ain't broke, so I don't want to see any fixing it. 11-9, 2 rounds ahead and 2 rounds away from claiming BBL's second VCT EMEA win, 2 in a row, a flawless streak, and up against Fnatic with 6 unique maps played. With such little time to prepare, with a stand-in. This is a sensational run. The honeymoon in full effect. They must have got a discount. Nade, decent. Boaster survives after the decay. Loon's already here! Loon's already here! They've got to be perplexed. Fnatic just called a pause, and still they're being outplayed.
At least for them, Alfie has managed to level it. Weaponry in this round is a mess, so expectations may be a little bit lower, but Fnatic would love a hero, would love someone to step up. We've got 3 players building, but again, you just look at the space. Like, you can see where the stun is currently being set up. It is towards their own spawn, towards mid, because they just don't know where they're coming from. Eventually, the switchback again, leaves Chronicle isolated within the site. Waiting within the smoke is Prophet, but eventually he'll have to fall off it. Just trying to hold on to that heaven ground, and well, the weaponry just not there. It's a quick clear from the side of BBL. Alpha, yeah, got his first, but the expectation of another player in heaven just wasn't on his list. It's now left all onto Kayak. New boy on the block, new member, and well, he's pop flashed himself and ended up down.
They're gonna write stories about this comeback. Let me tell you, it's been a long time coming. Yeah. Revenge for how many teams who've had that lead against Fnatic?
They're definitely going to write Reddit threads about it. I can tell you that one for free. Whoa. Someone's already got it preloaded.
That's the modern day Sonnet, the bards of our time, Redditors. How far humanity has fallen. Well, 3 rounds, 3 chances, 3 ultimates, 3 assists for Sociable. What else do we have 3 up? But a lot of ultis in play for Fnatic, and they will pop their own, leaving them with 3 ultis. Kayak going into the spawn, and again, it's such early information, unless we're capitalizing with a kill, which we might be. Paranoia is good, decoys there!
Wonderful.
Kayak! Spike down. That could be the play that saves the day. There's still an ult for Prophet to claim the spike back, but by the looks of it, maybe they're not going to do it the old-fashioned way. It might be the ult just to be safe. We'll see.
A beautiful setup. Stun combined with the Paranoia. But even still Sociable, well, thought better of it. Down to just 33 HP. I think as we've seen these rounds crumble before, the heroics of this BBL side. But bear in mind, they're yet to lose a round when it comes to this attack. Maybe one falter will be enough to turn the tide of this once again. Even still, Sociable's just walking out. He hasn't been seen. There is the cam from Chronicle. He'd have to hit a pretty magnificent timing to get past this one, and I think instead he is waiting for his teammates to make a move. There is much more of an opening on this B side. Look at the current defensive setup. 3 players over on A, while Chronicle waits alone. At a minimum, he needs to trade 1-for-1, and the spam hasn't really connected in the way he would have liked. He does manage to take down Prophet, though, keeping himself alive ever longer, and Sociable low is going to be spotted as well. A fantastic round from Chronicle to hold, and Yumpy with 12 seconds left has already been spotted. There is no survival here. It is finally a combo breaker from Fnatic. They'll hit double digits at least.
But can they chain them together? Well, the Fnatic that we know. Sure, they might lose a streak of rounds, they might go down, but once they start winning, they don't stop. This play, beautiful. Still that bit of innovation. The Paranoia deep into spawn. I thought Kayak's ult was going to be fairly useless. Again, unless you're able to capitalize with kills that early on, they're just going to reset. You're going to give up the space you took, and we're going to move on with our day. But instead, hyper-aggression, good combo of utility, and another chance. But for BBL, 2 more chances. They just need 1. Showstopper's still there.
Yeah, and
Sociable on the op.
Yeah, 1 orb away.
Oh, that's tough, Tom. Oh, I got you. There you go.
He's looking to try and fight for the orb. Kayak's actually up close. Smoke's being faked out, maybe to see if anybody would swing. Look for the peek, look for the spam. It's already been seen, though. And there's the showstopper. In fact, he gets out of there. Nice maneuver. Nade thrown through, and the swing out from Sociable. He was looking to try and find a kill. Now Loon goes in. No doubt. He's not just planning to escape. There's normally some attempted magic Paranoia as an attempt to push back. He lands the first shot, but isn't expecting the reswing. Still 3, now 4 players setting up to this B site. BBL are walking directly into a trap. It's almost a kill back, though. A hefty amount of damage on Crashies.
They have to be worried about mid, and indeed, Boaster's still sat up in heaven watching that play out, so there's not going to be a stab in the back effectively from back. Still with the TP for Prophet.
That would do it as well.
There's the info. 25 seconds left. They have to push this into the B side. Still credits for the next round. No need to save. See what they can drain from their opponents. Rolling Thunder put into play. Nice shot by Vacto. Heaven control taken back. 15 seconds. Time to go to site. 1 HP on Crashies. Kayak has to stand strong and he will fall. 1 HP on site. But the TP to the A site. The plan will now be found. Chronicle can try the spam. That would be his best chance here. Or to catch him afterwards. The spam not landing, but the shots do. How quick can Vac get here? He needs to run around. Just 1 HP on Chronicle and 1 on Crashies. Not like this, surely! Vac creeping around towards the screens, and he's left Crashies without a clue of where to go. He'll make it to the spike. The tap will be heard. Vac making his way, but it's not even half. The big swing and the delivery! It's Vac the knife to slice Fnatic down to size. BBL! Nobody could have predicted this. They've done it on the stage against the best of the best. And this Turkish organization, they may be on track to claim a crown of their own.
Well, he might be joining them for a few weeks, but I can tell you, BBL are going to remember Vac as the man that gave them a victory versus Fnatic. That's something that will go in the history books. A huge final round that puts him right at the top of the board. We have seen some phenomenal stand-ins here in EMEA, and Vac is looking to be another one. That puts them into the upper semi-final, a spot that, again, if you're a BBL fan, if you're someone who truly believes in this roster, seeing them come in with a stand-in, with all of these issues to get here, take down GX, you're like, okay, that was good, but Fnatic are next. Well, they've taken them down as well. What an impressive display. And for Fnatic, sure, this isn't the end of the journey. This isn't the single elimination that we saw last year that definitely wasn't the greatest. They still have another bite of the cherry, but that's it. There's one more chance for Fnatic. Otherwise, it's another first Masters of the Year missed.
Well, it was just 2 days ago, Vac tweeted, 2-1 against GX. We'll grind as much as I can to improve on the shooting part, and we should be good. I don't think many people believe that the improvement will be quite this stark. Yeah. But this is the Vac that we reported about long ago, that we expected to see, not even on the duelist, but he might as well be. A gorgeous play, and from BBL in general, the resilience to be down by this much. This is a trait that we attribute to some of the best teams like Fnatic have done this many a time. The greats are capable of it. And now we know that BBL are too. The question is, how much greatness can they achieve this year? Based on what we've seen so far, I don't know where the limit is.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see where this potential eventually comes out from. We've seen youngsters, we've seen Sociable coming in as well. Super impressed with what he's been able to display. And that's the thing, I think that there's so much depth and levels to this team that, honestly, I'm super excited to where they're going to be. Maybe in even just a few weeks. Either way, a man who has been massively impressive so far. Another young gun. We're down to Yinsu and, of course, with Profek.
That is right. Thank you very much, Tom. Also, I need you to stop saying that Sociable is not young. He is still young. He is still young. I am now joined by, however, Profek from BBL. First of all, huge congratulations today. I think everyone here can even feel the energy you guys are giving off on stage. So talk me through how exciting that was to be able to take down Fnatic.
I mean, it was super exciting, you know. Like, we are a new team, 4 players from tier 2, plus Yampi. To be honest, I didn't, even imagine we're gonna win against Fnatic, in one day before BBL, But right now, when we are working like super hard, I can see the effort, like what we put in. It's incredible feeling,
I want to talk about this, you saying you work super hard, because when BBL announced you, you put out, I would say, quite an emotional message to the fans, saying you promise you're going to work hard, you're going to represent this organization, and you feel really proud to be here. So talk me through that and how you really felt when you did join BBL.
I mean, I felt insane, because always for tier 2 players it's a dream to be on the stage and playing tier 1 against the best players in the world. And finally, I'm able to play against the best players in the world, so I'm super happy.
And how does it compare to tier 2? Because, it does feel like you have to put in even more work at tier 1.
Yeah, especially. Like, you need to work like a million times harder than in tier 2, because you have people who are also wants to win and working even harder than you. So, like, you need to think only about you, about work hard for 10 hours per day. Also rankeds, just grind, and the efforts will come,
It feels good, right, when it pays off. It feels really good. And in terms of your role, because your Astra was incredible. I felt like you individually won so many rounds for your team. So what have you been working on since you joined?
To be honest, this is a hard question, I'm always doing what I'm doing, So basically, I'm just playing ranked, and that's it, Any specials? I don't have any specials, like routines or something, Just playing the game.
Just play, play. Love what you do, essentially. Love what you do.
Yeah.
Now you are here. You've taken down 2 teams already. We're going to have to wait and see who you play next, but are there any players or teams that you do want to face next?
No, to be honest, I really wanted to play against Kayak, you know, because in my entire career I have like 100% win ratio against him. Yeah. So we keep this again.
Of course, back on Apex, right? You were still beating him. You were
and
still
also when he played in Zero Tenacity, you know, so 100%.
And lastly, I think you are doing BBL very, very proud. As you know, the fans, they're very passionate. We have some of them here today. You want to give them a quick Forza BBL, you know, some a message?
Did I see any BBL fans?
There were a lot of BBL fans. There's a lot of BBL
Forza!
fans.
Nice!
Nice! You're finishing your role very well. Thank you so much for joining me once again. It was great to see you win. Yes, and let's see if you can carry this on. That was a crazy match, but would you believe it? We have a French derby coming up next. After the break, we'll be bringing you Casey versus Team Vitality.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. You don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack them in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shorty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought. Yeah, if I want it, I'ma get it. Yeah, I just talk the way I live it. Yeah, I got many, plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city. Yeah, but now I pull up in the Aston. From money I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Dope pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. Got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah.
We have arrived at the first French derby of the year. And welcome back, by the way. It's a great time to join us if you weren't with us before. I'm your host, so I've got Kakuka and Billy here and a very special guest. Lou, of course, we're going to have you here if the French teams are playing against each other.
I mean, always, yeah. It has become quite a ritual every time we have a French derby for wall counts, for crazy predictions. Yeah. But today we're in for something different, I think.
Yeah, and it's always a fun game. So I felt like, why let them have the fun on stage? We deserve some fun as well. And I believe you prepared something for us. I don't know what it is, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, I did. We kept the surprise for you guys. It's gonna be a game called the Kings of France. The purpose is gonna be to kind of highlight which team we think on paper is gonna come off on top. So we're gonna have a few categories and we're gonna have a debate, of course.
Okay.
That is French culture, you know, debating and arguing, of course. I hope this ends up in a good way. So we're gonna have a few categories and we're gonna have to decide on which points we give to each team according to the category. So the first category coming up is gonna be the fan base size. We know that we have a lot of engaging communities, big events. We think about KCX, we think about major events also for Vitality. So girls, on which side are you going?
Are we choosing what we like more, or are we choosing what we think is bigger?
I think what we think is bigger.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Okay. I have to say, even though I love the Golden Hornets and the energy that they've been bringing onto the studio, I remember watching the KC event during the off season, and that is one of the wildest things I have ever seen. Like the debut of the players, how everything. So I'm gonna go on KC's side. Like yeah, clear on the KC.
I have to agree. The off-season events that they had at the KC Arena, yeah, it has to be KC. Yeah, and I think so. You hosted and you like watch parties.
I just want to make sure, like, first of all, Vitality fans, relax, chill, okay, chill. You've got Durka, that's my boy. You know, this has nothing to do about your org, your team, nothing. Okay, relax, everybody breathe. Same to you, KC fans. Same to you. This is just for fun. But in this category, I think just because I really want to go to KCX, and Zaysh promised me that he was going to bring me next year. So until we have like a Vitality event, I feel like that's a similar level. I'm going to have to go with KC as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty unanimous for this category for KC, but we hope, and that might be an invitation for Vitality to host a big event in 2025. That's what we hope. Jumping up to the second category, which is going to be the jersey design. Of course, we're talking about fashion, we're talking about friends. So I want to know, girls, like, what is your taste in matter of jerseys? Maybe Billy first?
I think I like the Vitality one better. Because I like the more basic design of it. And I feel like I know Carmine Core, Blue Wall. Yeah. I know that that will always be their jersey, but I think I just like how basic the Vitality one looks.
I'm gonna be such a diva, okay? I'm gonna preface this by being, I'm gonna be a diva about this because Team Vitality have sent me not one, not two, but 3 jerseys, and KC have sent me none. So, Vitality.
It's literally the opposite for me. I've been wearing like KC jersey, posing for KC merch also.
Yeah, but they don't give me any. I feel so sad about it.
I mean, that's another invitation from you to KC,
give me some stuff.
Yeah, I think the thing is, KC didn't go out of their comfort zone, I think, this season with the blue jersey. We've seen in the off-season a red one coming up. So I don't know if it's not ambitious enough, but I think I will go for the KC one this time. So you will have to decide, Kakuk.
I'm not gonna stay in the middle. I'm gonna go with Vitality. Like I just don't like it is the KC one is like too plain for me. I like the way that Vitality can play with the V and just do it this. I will say though, for the jerseys this year, the one that have that neck that is a little bit different with the logo here, I am absolutely in love. Yeah, Koi, Fnatic also has it. There are all the teams that have it, and I absolutely love that kit. None of them have it, and they have like the round neck that I'm not such a big fan of, but I will go for Vitality for this one. It's more wearable also.
Yeah, I agree. So Vitality comes up on top when it comes to jerseys. Third question, girls. We're gonna go deep inside the game. It comes up to IGL performance in a 1v1, safe against Sadak. 2 different visions, 2 different profiles. Where do you go, girls?
Safe has never thrown an 11-3. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, I'm sorry. I mean, again, like, personally, Safe is my boy. I have so much respect for him. A great showman, a great guy, just a great all-rounder. However, I don't think he's been tested as much as Sadak have. And Sadak has won a trophy internationally as an IGL, so I have to give it to Sadak.
Very good reasons. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for the same, Mati, like Matias. You know,
it's like that.
Yes,
it's like
we're like that. We're like that. You know, and also we after the eventing with KC, they also had Koikon in Spain, and we had some words with him, and I absolutely adore him. If you don't love Sadak, again, no shade against Safe, and it has nothing to do. But I think that especially when we think about both of the projects, we think of a Vitality that has a tremendous firepower that is just going to be blasting through teams. But then also after what we saw from KC on day 1, I just want to see how far this goes.
Yeah, of course. And what about you, Billy? What are your thoughts?
No notes, no additions. I have to go with Sadak. I think the innovation potential of the team that they have formed this time, I'm on board with Sadak.
So I think I'm going to stand on the opposite side on this one, girls, because Safe really impressed me last year in terms of firepower, but also in terms of his attitude as a captain. You know, we really saw him like showing up, taking responsibilities, accountability for things, like saying that in an interview with me on stage that he doesn't want to lie to his teammates. Like if he has to sit down for 10 hours next to his teammates, he wants things to be working well between each other. So I think I will go with Safe.
I really understand where you're coming from, because I think that there's something very important that you mentioned, and is that we're so used to Safe being so good that sometimes we take it for granted.
I will say though,
that's a good one.
I think he got unlucky here, because if it was him against any other players, I think you probably pick Safe. But I mean, as an IGL, there's only like two other people in the world that I would pick over Safe. Yeah.
Right, I agree. And this one is going to be maybe a tougher one. We go with the 2025 bundle. Girls, we're going to have to make a choice or not.
I was flamed for having this opinion already. I picked KC when I was on stream, like looking at the bundle, and all the KC fans are like, but this is the koi color. It's not blue enough.
It's purple.
Yeah, I got a lot of flack for that. So for that reason, I will stick with KC.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do we have any vitality enjoyers like about the bundle on this side of?
I think with this one, I'm gonna go with Sue. I think that this, I love the color. I love the
so
combination.
girly pop.
Yes, right. I think that it fits very well with the rest of the combos.
I can see that, but I like the Vitality one. It feels very bold. It feels very, what we know Vitality for. So yeah, no, I like the Vitality one personally.
Yeah, I have both of them actually. I purchased both of them last year. So,
but if you had to choose one,
yeah, I mean, Black and Yellow, apart from being a cool song, I think I will go with the Vitality one. So we will have to stay in the middle, guys. Buy both bundles.
Honestly, yeah, like our opinion doesn't matter. Let's see what team gets the more bundle sales at the end of the year.
Buy the Sentinel bundle, Sentinel,
year.
Sen City. Sorry, carry on.
No, we're talking about France, so we're talking about fashion, the Fashion Week. Girls, I'm going to have to ask you a tough question. If it had to be the logo of a luxury, like French brand, which logo would you choose? The Vitality one or the KC one? That might be a tough one, though.
Vitality didn't just send me 3 jerseys, they also sent me 2 pairs of shoes. So I'm going to go for Vitality. I'm
Fair
so
enough,
shameless.
I think that's a good one.
I'm so shameless.
What about you girls?
I think I personally will go for Vitality as well. Like I can see that changing and like being used in many different ways. I think that the necklaces will be very, very cool, and also like belts for Mitch. Mitchman would love to have one of those.
He loves a belt buckle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Vitality. I'm not such a fan of the how rounded the KC is.
Yeah,
Color-wise,
I see that.
I like the blue better.
I like what you said about the belt. I can definitely see that with the Vitality logo. Yeah, 100%. I actually am going to go on the opposite side from you guys. I like the Carmine Core one. I think it's very free-flowing in a way. So yeah, no, I like that one best.
Oh, I do like it on one of their hoodies. They have this hoodie range from last year that was insane.
Like if it was a tracksuit, I would go KC.
So cool.
I don't know why.
It was so cool, yeah.
Yeah, probably I'm going to stand in the middle on this one and go with Billy for the KC logo, I think so. But of course, it's not just France versus France, but also Brazil versus Brazil. So let's hear Sadak's message for us on this match.
I'm going to destroy them. I don't know where I'm looking.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one.
I'm going to destroy them, not because anything personal, but I want to destroy Les. I'm coming for you, Les. I'm coming for you. But
I love it. I love
Just
it.
as a friendly coming for you, but not unfriendly.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, how could you not buy the bundle after this walkout? This is absolutely amazing. Are they all wearing? No, I was hoping they would all be wearing the sunglasses, but we do have to talk about what Sadak said there. He is coming for Les. He wants to destroy him. It is a friendly rivalry, of course, but Kakuka, there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love the fact that Sadak has been so graceful about it, and he's very excited to finally see this happen. And we know that they were together in love for such a long time. They were a staple of the team. So the fact that we are third day of kickoff here in EMEA, and we're getting this head-to-head in a French derby. Is absolutely unreal.
Yeah, I just love the trash talking from teams every single time we have these head-to-heads. I love how confident they are, and then we see them on the stage as well, and like they're just giving it to each other, which is what I love the most.
Yeah, of course, Casey, we already seen them play. Billy, what did you make of their opening match?
Yeah, I think it was pretty good. I think they had a couple of interesting ideas. So I'm intrigued to find out whether they stick with what they had the other day. That bind that we seen from them the other day was absolutely disgusting. So I think going into the map veto, those are little things that I'll be keeping my eye out for.
Yeah, I think also that after everything that we've seen from most of the teams, remember that of course we're going to have the Vitality debut. There's only a couple of teams that we're going to see next week, but not only the composition that we saw on Bind, also bringing in the Harbor, something that we have not seen from any other team, but is very we've seen before in Loud a lot. Of course, Les is going to have that kind of advantage because he understands it very, very well, probably the best here in the region now. I want to see what the reaction is from the Vitality side and how much it affects today's game.
And also for Vitality, they've obviously had an extra day to prep. So this is no longer going to be a surprise. So if you were at Casey, would you want to whip this out again?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that there's still a lot of things that can be done with this composition. I think that they had not a lot of freedom, but all the micro stuff did work for the simple reason of sometimes there's literally nowhere to go. Of course, you have the sample and you have a nice VOD to see not only how everything is played, but where the gaps are and when can you take advantage of certain situations.
Yeah, and of course, it was the debut for Aves as well. I think pretty highly anticipated. A lot of teams trialed this guy in our region, in the off-season, and Billy, a cool, calm, collected, confident first match for him.
Yeah, Aves was absolutely sensational yesterday. First Egyptian player in T1, so the representation coming out from his region as well, and finishing top of the table as well yesterday, going up against Navi, so that was really impressive, and it's nice to see a tier 2 player kind of get their chance in VCT. I know that's been a narrative of a couple of the players coming up this year, so yeah, no, I was really impressed with his performance yesterday, particularly the Gecko on that Bind map yesterday.
But is he gonna be good enough to go up against Team Vitality? Because let's not beat around the bush. This is a super team.
Yes, we have already talked and spoken about Les, and of course, you know where he comes from. Another familiar face, but with a different jersey. For the first time in forever is Durkit. Yeah,
I miss him.
So it's been one day he still hasn't played. Yeah, but of course, we are very excited to see Save back. We know that for Vitality, last year was a little bit of a roller coaster. The beginning of the year wasn't easy for them, and at the middle of stage 2, just changing things around, changing not only the perspective on the team, but also the coaching staff, also new coaching staff from this year, also an import faded coming from Americas, from TSM. Everybody's looking at this roster that has its eyes on Paris at the end of the year. We understand such a big investment, getting the best out of the best. You need all the raw firepower that you need if you want to get there.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think with champs on the line, it being in Paris this year, you can see that they have made an absolute huge investment, and 2 of probably the best pickups in the off-season, I would say.
Yeah, I think that wouldn't be even controversial, right? Given how crazy this off-season has been, and I cannot wait to see them play. Luckily, we don't have to wait any longer because this is it. It's time to bring them out onto stage. Here is Team Vitality and Carmichael.
With me.
the first French derby of the year, and the first time we'll see if Vitality can truly live up to the name of being the EMEA super team. Casey, they have played already. We saw what they can do against Na'Vi, and the map veto is going to be very interesting coming into this, because when you pick up a player like Durka and Les, you don't just get the raw firepower. You get everything that they learned on their previous teams, all of the flexibility, and it looks like we're not going to get pole split.
Oh, and Vitality is the one picking on the Haven. Like, I'm thinking about last year, and I know that, of course, there's been many changes, well, a couple of changes to the team, but this was a map that they were not a fan of. It's not that they were not looking to play it, probably not a first fan, but this is the kind of map that teams would peak onto Vitality to get the win.
Yeah, but do you know who's a fan of this map? Les and Durka. They love this map. Billy,
Do they have that power? That much power?
Yeah, but I feel like they would, right? Because think about the amount of times they absolutely pwned everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question for me is the roles within Vitality as well. Like, thinking about that agent select, now that we have this map view, what is that going to look like? We had Save kind of playing around Sentinel in stage 1 of last year, then kind of switched into the Duelist for stage 2 in Champs. So with Derek coming in, where does that leave us? What are people going to be moving on to?
Also, I raise you with the Haven pick. You're picking that into end.
Yeah.
So, like, there's layers.
Yeah.
There are layers. There are layers.
I swear to God, we're never getting over Gambit. Absolutely not.
I don't think I ever will. That's the thing. But the mind games are going to be crazy. Will Safe's IGLing be good enough against that?
Yeah, and we were talking about it. We also had the composition of Bind. We were showing it earlier, and that is going to be Casey's map pick. It makes a lot of sense. I feel that there is still a lot of things that the composition can do. Also, maybe mistakes that they could have spotted, but still, this could favor Vitality just because of having that kind of freedom to watch them play the other day.
Yeah, I think so, but I think the fact that they didn't ban it, it shows that they were comfortable watching it and think that they were strong enough to be able to take it on. So yeah, I think that's really interesting.
Oh, it's the Fnatic comp! Is it they just yoink the Haven comp?
Yo, does Durka have that much power?
It looks like he does.
Did he steal the strap up before he left? He was like, hey guys, I come with a present.
Yeah, and then Sadak just does like loud stuff, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But it's still, I think it's very interesting that he is the one picking up on the Harbor. I know that everybody has their eyes on these 2 Brazilian players. I love the fact also that Martin is going on the Euro. I think that the other day he was amazing when he was playing it. So I'm really looking forward to see the head-to-head. And also, I want to see more from Elite. I feel like last year everything was about him, and I want to see him shine.
Yeah, I think a big one for me is Safe IGLing on that ISO, you know.
The first ISO that we see also in Kickoff, right? There's like
first ISO.
4 agents that we haven't seen, like Clove, Reina, Phoenix, and probably ISO at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Haven, like we said, Fnatic were running it previously with the ISO, so maybe taking a little bit of inspiration, Derka from his prior team.
I think that he's just copied their homework.
Yeah, literally. But I'm intrigued to see how Safe actually finds IGLing on that duelist role.
Well, we'll find out in just a moment. I mean, speaking of stealing things for Fnatic, surely Pansy and Mini can give us some insight on this Vitality comp.
Whoa. Stealing is a strong word there. I've just borrowed Mini. Maybe Fnatic need him back soon. Anyway, that aside though, speaking of Fnatic, that comp looks a little bit familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, I recognize that one.
That one, is that one of yours?
Not mine. I'll give Boaster some credit here.
Okay.
But I'm a big fan of the Euro. You know I'm a big fan of the Euro. So
absolutely.
The Euro was, you know, Boaster comes with these crazy ideas sometimes. Sure. And sometimes you gotta give him a yes or a no.
Okay, this was a yes.
This was yes or yes.
Okay.
Good at it.
Yeah, hey, look. Yeah. Durka liked it so much, he went to his next team up, and he's gone, boys, I've got the nuttiest comp for you. It's going to work out. So we have to see how it works, right? Because there's a lot of question marks around this, and a lot of expectations with Vitality. This is meant to be the super team, the big boys, but they're not facing anyone who's easy to get through. You've got Carmine Core already proving that value only a couple hours back, really. But let's have a little look at this. Durka going walkabouts to begin with. So, of course, Vitality on the defending side, Carmine Core on the attack, and it looks very focused, at least initially, towards his garage contact. Bless.
Yeah, we've already got a 3-player stack here.
Yeah, they seem so aware, and Kicks gets all the attention in the end and pulls it away from the eyes that were trained towards Les here. Nice little crossfire setup, and it's all getting a little bit mad. Only Aves really drawing blood for Carmine Core, but the spike's been left loose. Still deep towards B, a tricky predicament for them now. Do they still want that garage control? Can they even vie for it? I don't think so. It's that focus towards the B site to get back that spike.
Vitality don't need to do much here. If KC go for the plant here, I expect a flood.
Waiting for it. Oh, hold on, hold on. And so did Carmine Core. They expected the flood as well. They were waiting for it. And now a 1v1. Kicks is locked in. Gonna claim that 1-3 for him this round. Elite going down and Vitality with the first. But Mini, thoughts and feelings after that first round there?
Beautiful. You saw Durka getting set up straight into A main. We've got the A main control, and he's able to TP out towards Garage. We've got a 2-man setup there already. 3-man immediately. That's the power of this Euro. He's able to get control early, rotate immediately if there's any threat. So if Carmine Core want to win this map, they're going to have to play around that TP. They can't be going into where a Euro is.
Yes. So now we get to, I kind of wanted to look at this later on, but I will keep my eyes towards it as the game carries through. How does Safe fare being that IGL in a role like this? It's not going to be easy by any means. That ISO pick, again, you'd look at kind of Alpha being the player to pick that up traditionally, but I mean, mechanically, we know Safe is out of this world, and we are into a pistol round, so unless much changes here, there should be pretty much par for the course, and hopefully we get some audio.
I think Safe on the ISO, if Safe was in the IGL,
yes,
I have no problems with him in the ISO.
Cool.
He's one of the greatest duelists in the EMEA. No doubt about it. Playing the duelist as an IGL is extremely difficult.
Well, he's done nicely there to find 2. You can see the hunger to try and get that Vandal in hand. And Durka tries to lean into it, a little costly, but it should be recovered. Most of the weapons being picked up here, so they keep the Vandal, they keep the Phantom, and the Bulldog. 2 rounds for Vitality. And we talked about expectations, Minnie. There's a lot of pressure on this team, right?
I think on both teams, to be honest with you.
Very true.
I think I've done the maths. There's a lot of trophies in the server right now.
How many?
A lot of trophies.
Give me a guesstimate.
There's 5 internationals, I believe, including Coach, because obviously Coach Eng.
Yep.
And then 3 out of 4 regional titles in America and EU.
That's stunning.
So these teams have been built to win some trophies.
So that's the caliber we've got to hold them to.
Exactly. There's going to be no punches pulled.
Speaking of, Durka already straight away.
Seen this one before.
Yeah? I wonder if we like the ending. Already Kicks. And you could argue Kicks could fall under almost a secondary conversation when it comes to the roster. When you've got highlights like Durka, when you've got Safe, when you've got Trex, when you've got less coming in, Kicks could fall by the wayside, but already showing his value here. And for Carmine Core, they've had a rude awakening. This is their first real buy into this. First time they get those Vandals out. See how they try and deal with this.
Yeah, usually that play is like a 1-2 punch, like the Durka.
The Durka. Yeah, we'll
take the contact at middle, and then it was actually Hero that was the one swinging at Garage and getting the kind of trade frags off of Durka. But Kicks apparently didn't even need contact, just dry swinging.
Must be nice.
You know.
Could be punished, but for now, must be nice.
It's okay, yeah.
You can see them trying to pick up the pieces here. Carmine Core trying to figure a way out towards A, still 2 players, and already the information flowing through. You can already see the response in kind as well. Drift over from Kicks.
30 seconds left.
So we're going to have Durka keeping an eye towards B in case there is that late pivot back. But off angle there, going to be avoiding the paranoia. This should be clean, and yet Trex is keeping it very clean. Martin left with little to no option here. A 1v4 with nearly 15 seconds left, and the spike a million miles away. Mini, I feel like we're going to have to kind of talk bigger picture here, because this is looking sharp from Vitality. They look aggressive. They look confident. They are charging around this map. How do you deal with that if you're Carmine Core? Because they're meant to be quite a structured team, good IGL, great players. What's the next step here? Because, I mean, you guys have been probably theory crafting that sort of comp for a while. You've got to know there are answers to it, but Carmine Core haven't found them yet.
Yeah, I mean, with the comp coming out, Eng, we did play against Eng's team last year with this composition. And I feel like he's got a bit of homework there. I feel like before the game, you get a bit of time to talk. Maybe start talking about what you've seen in the past. Eng's a smart guy. He's going to be able to say, boys, watch out for Durka down middle.
Yeah.
And we can't be getting away with that kind of, you know. I think to go into your kind of first anti-bonus round, looking that kind of weak on the KC side is a little bit worrying.
It is. I do put quite a bit of faith, though, in Carmine Core. I think we've already seen how good they can be. Let's see if they can try and pull it together now. Kicks on the line. Sadak's going to clear. Less isolated. Hold on. This is nice. Already tempering. Seifu gets caught, backpedaling away. And now it's on the back line. Trex and Dirk are trying to work this through. One towards CT. This guy is actually such a highlight of a player. Currently top 3 in the KD, top 3 in ACS. He has been absolutely fragging out. So a player to watch in this series, even though there's so many superstars, he might be joining them. For now, the first for them.
Yeah, I mean, Avaz, I want to add on to that, honestly.
Sure.
Like, he's been playing in MENA pretty much for the past 3 to 4 years. Probably the brightest prospect that that region's had. And to see him step up to this level is phenomenal. Like,
Truly is. Already got the ult there as well, so if that's something to keep in the back pocket.
I think, though, that round, a nice attempt from KC. I do think the C site can be a weakness in this composition sometimes. Especially on a round like that where you kind of got those low by.
Yeah. If it's something they continue to try and pressure now. Oh, that's gotta feel real sweet, especially on towards Sadak. Holding the site well this time, takes away the tip of the spear in the form of Sadak, and leaving them wanting more here. Sugetsu trying to claim the space through. Garage, you got Elite now, taking a glimpse. There's a lot of players around there. Kicks is the one to claim it, but it could have been anyone at that point, and a lovely little upgrade up to the Vandal. They have so little space here to call their own. Sugetsu does well to reclaim this, though.
This is cheeky.
It is. They might need it. Oh, clean. And he gets away. No trade. So they've got to re-clear towards Garage pretty boldly at that point. Or do they pour through CT? The double down. Sugetsu, you are absolutely criminal for this one. They know he's there, but he's going to cause a problem. He's just taking down Kicks. The 1v1, it's won by Safe. Sugetsu now waits for his prey and he strikes. That's another huge round from Sugetsu, but the time Les gets it towards half. It's a 1v2 and he falls at the end. Durka keeping that operator up and keeping Vitality in a firm lead.
I mean, I noted a potential weakness on the C side of the map, but I didn't mean that we need to just run it down.
Yes.
I think that we need to play these rounds out a little bit slower, feel it out. Where's Durka being aggressive? Where's the space on the map? I feel like going straight into C isn't the best approach from these gun rounds, because Durka can be there that quick. We can flood in with 3 people really quickly with this composition.
No timeout yet, though, for KC. They're happy to keep running for this. I was waiting to see if they are going to touch base at all, or when that time strikes.
I think they've got the 2 ults here. The Omen, Harbor ult, they probably got an idea towards A, but Vitality reading this like a book.
God, yeah, 4-play stack. So early as well. Durka down towards Sewer. It's safe to draw first blood, but it does get traded out, so they're going to lose out on that. Now, Carmine Core seemingly prepared, or at least willing to fight. Durka has to pull the emergency cord and get out of there. Trex could be in trouble, actually. Got to play this right here, play this as best he can. TP gets taken, and they're clearing house. Les, what are you meant to do? There's so much util in front of you. This flood towards A, looking perfect. And he's been caught in the back line. Sugetsu having a bit of a series now himself as well, heating up.
I think the note about the timeout is kind of nice to expand on. I think in that position, like, from my point of view, like, when you've got the ults and you know you're going to go into an ult strat, there's no point of taking that timeout. Aang knows that if he takes that timeout, the other team's coach is going to come in and start reminding the boys that, like, watch out for that. Like, just keep it simple. He probably heard Sadak's call and was more than happy. If they lost that round, they would have taken the timeout.
So they've really, I don't want to say they've got Vitality on the ropes, but financially it's put them in a bit of a predicament. They've still got a Vandal with Durka. You've got a couple of bits and pieces around it. They've got a couple of ults as well. I'd say Durka's really the only one that can maybe impact the round, but so that's Sugetsu reading the economy well enough to opt for the Outlaw, and Durka looking to be the instigator. He might have a fair fight, at least on the first, but beyond that, the timing on this. Just around the corner, Sadak, that angle. Brutal to play from, but Durka's respected it enough to fall away to that secondary position.
And this is exactly why I love the Yoru. When we were discussing this composition for Fnatic, the amount of space Durka can get on that A side of the map, his play style before the Yoru comp was to get up close on A, lock it down for us, and he became the strong side by himself. Like, try and get through Durka, good luck, we'll go rotate it somewhere else. But now he can take it, and he can even rotate to the side. He can just do what he wants.
So much freedom. Looking at the positioning here from Les, does make you wonder. Now, no one's, Trex, I think, did get the Vandal. Come back into hand.
30 seconds left.
And this is all a ruse.
Yeah,
it's
lovely
drawn,
pick.
yeah, 1, 2 players. I mean, Les is just drifting. They seem completely kind of lost with where they were deciding to end towards. This is a really nice tempo shift, it looks like, from Carmine Core. Slow down the pace, readdress which site you wanted to go to, and then work towards it.
Yeah, with the low
10
economy,
seconds
Les
left.
didn't have any Sentinel util to really kind of know whether that was a fake or not. Oh, beautiful.
Okay, Trex. A little bit more of that, please. He's still got the Vandal, but no armor as well.
Paranoia here for the retake.
They could at least put pressure on. There it goes. And away goes Safe. Don't doubt this man. Sheriff's there, looking for a fight. Oh, he's actually got it. He's got a lead down. Hold on. And now it's all Naves, but this guy's been a monster. But Trex is in the round. One salvaged Vandal. That's enough for them. The shock dart, gorgeous. And the retake together, so well timed and spaced.
Paranoia recon combo with an ISO. The ISO on these retakes is beautiful. You know, you can take one shot, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Beautifully done. This is the part really is. There's that shock dart. You can see it coming in.
Even the ISO vulnerable is slightly late, but it's that you can see the thinking there. That the vulnerable shock was supposed to be in there.
That was lovely from Vitality. These are good signs. Now Carmine Core can answer back, still with the purchase here. Do have Martin's ult, who's been a bit quiet thus far. Hard to get rolling in this. I mean, Aves doing great, Sugetsu doing great.
I felt like he's not really been set up in an opportunity to really shine yet. They're going for a lot of these kind of hits.
Gonna see how he does now. Ready, coming in. Dirk is happy to at least commit in the moment towards sight. Has to give away the game a touch here. How long is he willing to stick around on this? He's fully confident, he's fully committed. The paranoia didn't come through, but the shot's still going to work out. Sedax lost his life. They're willing to brawl. Trex still here too. Les lingering around. This is still deadly. Carmine Core up for the fight, 2v2. There's the 1v1 being popped off. Safe going to kidnap Sugetsu away. And this time again, Safe is winning that out. What does Elite do here? 30 HP in a bit of a dream. Brutal scenario. Time still to be had. Does he try and leave the site? Does he try and stick around and fight? He's got a fair one on the first, but he'd need 4 kills from him. And he's only got 4 HP. He knows Safe was nearby from the ult. Has he stuck around? Does he guess right? Does he look left? Safe. Biding his time, full HP, sitting pretty. And Elite's timing was not there. Close, but not close enough. Another for Vitality.
And this is around the time that I got to kind of get critical. Like, I don't think that KC are playing to the win. Well, they're not playing against the strengths of Vitality's comp right now.
Okay.
I don't see this approach of just going fast C being something that's going to work against a comp that has a Yoru. Like I said, they can flood this site fast. It was Fnatic's bread and butter last year.
Yeah.
Like, they've seen how successful that team is. So KC are a team that with Eng, they on some of the maps they like to run these scripted rounds. Scripted rounds is like we know exactly what we're gonna do throughout the round.
Yeah, you got the steps there.
I think we need to go back and see a bit more of the sad hat kind of creative mid-rounding. And not lean so much on these scripts.
They've still not popped the timeout. They're still happy to let this one go. Durka in the right place again. First man in, Trex by his side.
Deploying drone.
It feels like he's just omnipresent, right? Everywhere you go, Durka is so impactful. You've seen on the C hits, he's been in B, he's been in carriage, he's been in A. He's just about bloody everywhere. So you've got to find that solution, as you were kind of discussing that. I mean, that's not bad. But you got to do that every round if you really want to make an impact here. So you've got Elite and Sadak with the Vandal still in hand. We do have Elite with the lockdown as well. But the chance to use it, already Durka's over towards C. Already backfilling the space. Less left towards controlling Garage and B. So a lot on his shoulders.
Yeah, I don't really see what the... Okay. Just going to group up towards A, but we're going to run into Safe, which hasn't been
30 seconds
the best
left.
idea. So
No, but who are you meant to go towards, Durka or Safe, right? That is a 1-2 punch of his team. All of them can come out swinging, but he has been outstanding. And look at the stall on this guy. Already, you've got Trex coming over, you've got players coming over, you've got Durka there. You're gonna have less here too. It's so difficult to avoid these players. Quick rotations, great stall, they kept control, and another round in the right direction for Vitality.
yeah, I think at this point, the copium is that this is Vitality's map pick. Maybe again, it's early into the season. We don't know exactly how the map pools stack up.
Yeah.
Like, this doesn't look like one of Casey's finest. No. Again, I know the history of a coach like Eng. Haven was never a map that Eng was particularly, you know.
Historically.
He's a master of many maps, but Haven wasn't one that I would kind of go to for him.
You didn't rate the Reyna pick at one point?
I mean, they won. They did win.
Yeah, this is... it is one of those that I feel we are walking in a little bit to the unknown. Of course, for the rest of the map pool, we know how Bind looks. We know kind of how Abyss was. So it's a little bit of the known in that. We don't know where Haven falls, and this is the, you know, first choice coming out from Vitality. This could be a really strong map for them. And it's clearly looking good. And I do want to kind of ask the question for you. How is it watching Durka in this system rather than your own? Is he being applied in a similar way? Does it feel reminiscent of how you worked him into it? I mean, this is your, I don't want to say your comp, but you know, it was the Fnatic approach here. So it does feel similar, but is he still playing it in a very similar fashion as well?
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same. Like, the first gun round was literally how we beat G2 at Champions. He did that over and over again. This kind of A main control into the TP towards C, that's the bread and butter. I feel like in this team with Safe, I do think that's something maybe we can talk about is the kind of the support he does have around him. Like, people don't really talk about Durka as a vocal player or someone who helps out, but in this composition, I have no doubts in my mind that he's making a lot of these calls in the defense. He knows where he wants to get picks. He knows where he wants to go. He knows where to get picks, you know what I mean?
It'll be great to see how this team kind of evolves. They are deemed the super team, so that's the standard we hold them to. And he's already off again, isn't he? Man doesn't care which side of the map he's meant to be on or where's the divide in this.
That was an early TP for Durka. Durka usually likes to stay around a bit, you know what I mean? He made me nervous a lot of times, but a quick one there.
Look, he's being respectful today, but he's, if anything, just set up safe. Just backed away. The drone is going to clear sewer. They've got to know a player's near enough by here. Safe's going to prepare. He's the first flying past. No problem in that regard, but he is in the corner and he's going to be checked on, so gets cleared. Carmine Core trying to work it through this funnel, trying to go forward through this choke point, but the players are here. 3 from Vitality. A little bit of a TP from Durka, looking to just maybe check on that C side because it does feel like they've stopped, they've slowed it down here, but it does seem as though Carmine Core want to continue on this pathing.
Not sure exactly what they're waiting for.
Smoke back up now.
Never mind. That's what they're waiting for.
Face your fear!
TP. What's he up to? Okay, has a little look, spots out at least less.
30 seconds
Kicks
left.
does get noted on site as well. So it's going to be very hard for them to find impact, but that's a shot from Les. Looking for a bit more here. Kicks gets played in. Oh,
Jesus.
Beautiful from Kicks. This makes it more than doable. And the ult out from Durka as well. He knows they're both there now. Spots it out, calls it out, gets involved. 10 seconds now. Carmine Core have to defend on 2 fronts, but Sanek still standing. But the time is ticking. And Les is the one to do it against his old IGL. And Vitality again, striding through this game.
I mean, we kind of touched on it earlier that like Kicks in this roster, you know, he's the player that if you ask someone to name this roster, Kicks might not even
make it into that, right?
Yeah. It's hard to get to that point. There's so much to talk about. And in this roster, he just needs to be, you know, as safe kind of hands. Doesn't need to do too much, but in rounds like that, being able to pull out those important frags, that 2K, that was beautiful.
Where are you?
I do want to say that, yeah, well, I was going to make the point that Casey had a good round where they didn't need to use their ults and then decided to throw it away. So, that was it. I saw a momentum shift in the half there, but completely thrown away.
Yeah, this feels like it might be put a fork in it, it's done sort of situation. But this is the big fear when you come up against a kind of team like this, right? If the snowball starts rolling early, momentum.
I'm scared because a team like this getting the momentum on the first map, if they started on the bind and had a rough time because, you know, how good Casey looked on bind the other day, then I'd be a bit more scared about how Vitality managed their nerves. And they didn't play the offseason. We don't know how they manage a loss. Like, we don't know what this team, you know what I mean? They've got some fiery personalities in there, you know what I mean?
Oh, look, anyone worth their salt at looking at a team like this can see the potential, I don't want to say downfall, but, you know, the pros and cons of it. You know, you've got a lot of, I don't even say egos, that sounds negative, but there's a lot of potential threat there. If it goes wrong, can they problem solve well enough? We're probably not going to see it if it keeps going like this at 8-2. KC do have a plant though, and they're really turning the screws towards CT. Stunner! Martin! Finally waking up here, cracking skulls, leaving less. The last one alive, and Martin finally gets involved with a pay safe card
I
Thrifty.
mean, talk about the slow start.
Last round in
Around
the
like that?
Yep.
That's what we needed. Again, maybe a mistake from Vitality, not... Like, I alluded to it in a previous cast about leaving the A for the retake, and in these disadvantaged situations, if you've got the A side, it feels a bit more like it's almost neutral. Like, so getting up close into those chokes, really nice by Martin.
So he could get 8-4, which
8-4?
feels more doable considering the economy right now. A couple of ults here and there. Oh, I say a couple, quite a big amount. Durka, again, this man magnetized to the fight. Martin trying to skip ahead a little bit, trying to chase down Safe on the other side. Can he help out this utility coming through? Track's going to at least take down Elite there. The lockdown's going to be put into place. That's going to be denied. Now already the flood towards the side. Martin did well before, but he's got to do well again. Safe just smothered by Util. Backside dealt with. Goes down. The site is now in their control, apart from one who's getting closer. Did you forget about Kicks? You wouldn't be the first, but you might be second guessing yourself, but he's been outmaneuvered here by Sugetsu. The timing is going to be everything. There's still a lot of site control here for Vitality. This is not secure from Carmine Core, but Sadak trying to carve out a bit of a path here. This fight's a great deal of pressure on it. Sugetsu on one side and Kicks the other. Kicks pulls the trigger, catching Sadak on the push-up from Long. And now they're divided, forcing Durka to fight forward here. But Sugetsu now strikes and down to the 1v1. Tracks against Sugetsu. Paranoia is still there. That could be big here. He knows he's caught him with it, but now it's dissipated. Sugetsu, what are you going to do? You're going to try your best and you're going to win. Bringing the scoreline just that touch closer, 8-4. A respectable salvaging of the scoreline.
I think towards the end of that half, KC found an answer. Being able to like take that A main control and pushing Durka away from A, and then he felt very comfortable in his AXX. I think that would have been, if they had not thrown that round away that we were talking about, I think that could have been a very different half at the end.
Okay, so there's maybe still a bit of a game here. I was worried it was going to be completely ripped away, but 4 rounds is doable. It's certainly not easy, though, and Vitality look fiery. A dangerous team so far, living up to expectation and reputation, but it's certainly not done yet. You want to stick around for this? We're going to head down to one of our favorite people who's down in the crowd. Lou is going to be standing by with some of the audience.
And as the tension keeps rising on Heaven, we're going to check in quickly with our favorite French fans from KC and from Vitality, hyping up the arena. So boys, if you had to choose one player to put in a poster in your teenager's room, which would you choose and why? Du coup, les gars, si on devait choisir un joueur de votre équipe à afficher dans votre chambre d'ado il y a quelques années, lequel vous choisiriez et pourquoi?
Bah, moi, je prendrais Elite parce que je joue Sentinelle et du coup, bah, c'est notre Sentinelle. Donc, c'est un peu un modèle, entre guillemets.
Ok, très stylé. So I would pick Elite because I'm a man sentinel and he's kind of like a role model for me.
Ouais, moi je prendrais Sadak parce que c'est notre AGL, il est super important pour l'équipe. C'est un champion, on peut compter sur lui, donc voilà.
Okay, I would pick Sadak because he's a champion, he's the IGL, everyone can rely on him, he's really important for the team and for you.
Et moi je prendrais Martin parce que juste il est trop fort et il est trop fort en dualiste. Même si on pouvait LoL aussi, ça serait Caliste. Hein.
Okay, a nice little blink of an eye to Caliste, a player from the KC team, but also of course Martin, the star players, and from you guys on the Vitality side. Et du coup pour vous les gars, chez Vita?
Moi je prendrais Trex parce qu'il est initiateur, c'est lui qui fait les moves. Puis on sait que Safe il se met beaucoup sur lui, donc ouais c'est un joueur que j'aime beaucoup.
Yeah, I would pick Trex because I think that his teammates can rely on him. He's the initiator, so he's initiating a lot of plays. So yeah, I think he's really important for the team. Pour toi?
Moi je prendrais Safe du coup. C'est quelqu'un que je suis beaucoup en stream, je l'aime beaucoup. Je trouve que c'est... Enfin, il a l'aura de capitaine, c'est quelqu'un que tu lui fais confiance. Et je trouve qu'il est assez naturel, genre il
a de l'aura, quoi, c'est ce que t'as dit finalement.
Ouais, et puis enfin, tu le comprends facilement et il se révèle facilement.
Je suis d'accord, effectivement. So I would pick Safe because he's like really honest. I love his attitude. I follow him a lot on stream, so I think he's really reliable. Et enfin, pour le dernier fan Vitality.
Moi, je choisis aussi Safe. C'est une légende de Vitality. Il respecte l'orgue, donc tous les supporters l'aiment. Et c'est pour ça qu'il mérite sa place dans le panthéon de Vitality.
Okay, so I think I would pick Safe too. He deserves his seat in the pantheon of Vitality. He respects our org, so the fans love him, of course. And we will see if those players pop off in the second half. Let's get back to the game.
Thank you very much, Lou. Lovely to hear from them. Minnie, who do you have on your wall when you were a teenager, mate? Safe? Durka? Poster. It was Poster, wasn't it?
Alright, calm down.
Sliggy.
No, I was a weirdo. I didn't have anything on my walls. No.
Didn't allow it in the padded room, though. Back into game, though, 8-4. Right, so Carmine Core woke up a bit, but that was really rather a dominant display from Vitality, right? That was a very strong start. Does that continue on the side switch? Because it feels like it does. This is still a dangerous comp on that side swap.
I mean, it's very strong. I'm looking at Casey's defense thinking, this is one of Eng's kind of comps where he knows how to play this defense, but I'm going to be looking at it carefully, figuring out how, because you got the two smokers, but the stall isn't quite as nice, and you don't have the Sova for the deep info on A. Some common things in the kind of way that I like to play Haven that we don't see.
Oh, well, Elite will just get it looks like a blind reward on that one. Happy enough. Takes away Safe. That's, you know, a little bit of a blunting of the tip of the spear. Now Vitality have to kind of readdress the site here, a bit more utility.
Casey happy to play retake here. 5v4 and C on a pistol, this is more than fine.
Yeah, looking to pressure early through Garage though, as Alves is the one who's going to be punished on that peak. And Carmine Core decide against that option, decide to go the other way around.
Cage triggered.
With a smoke down towards long. Kick still close by though. This is on a knife's edge here. Timing's everything. He's going to get one, does get traded out in the end. Couldn't get much more than that. You're looking at the util now. Again, no more pings towards that spike. You're not going to get away with it. Durka, good damage, but a good trade. Sugetsu keeping up. And the defuse is going to be halfway. They've got to get dealing with this one. This is not as easy as it used to be. That defuse is still being sent. Sugetsu! He gets caught by less, and now down to one less. He's not letting this slip. First pistol round of the second half in the hands of Vitality.
I mean, I called it wrong. I thought that KCB absolutely fine there playing the retake. I mean, I would have called for that if I was in the server, but Vitality did a great job getting that early pick back. And then I want to point out Durka here. Like, he recognized that the offsite post in the pistol, especially without those pings, is going to be tough and re-wrap through Garage.
Yep.
Like a very good kind of heads-up play.
Nice! Seeing good intuitive work from them.
No way, no way, no way.
I haven't been paying attention to the coach camps much.
Does it feel nice to not have that on you now?
That felt quite good for me.
It's my favorite part, so I'm glad we start to see the coaches coming back out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do enjoy.
I mean, it's a good duo that to watch.
Just massive reaction, zero reaction. Yeah. It does feel like a comedy sketch at times, but it's certainly no laughing matter right now. They are going to be down to the classics for KC. A bit tricky to try and keep hold of this now. Try to make a bit of a play off it, and already you can see that kind of walk through Garage, taking space. Durka deals with the util.
It's an anti-eco, I might remember.
Have they been in the playbook, Minnie? Did you leave some notes out? Have they been...
I don't know. Maybe Durka's got some good memory. I mean, you can go watch the VODs.
That is very true, and I think he's been doing more than watching VODs. He's looking rather tasty there. That's going to be an early ult for him too. That's going to be very close, leaving Sugetsu. Yeah, tricky spot.
Just to explain the intentions.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So, like, the idea is that Garage is quite a difficult space to take on an anti-eco. It's a bit dangerous, close quarters. So what you do is you send that recon in, paired usually with the Euro Flash and a clone. And then if Durka gets into trouble going into Garage, he can TP out.
Okay.
But if he doesn't, he can kill that Sentinel util, call for the boys to come see, do what he wants, you know what I mean? So again, like, you can see that, like, even on this side of the half, like, he has that space to kind of help safe out. Like, if he wants to make some calls, he's more than able to. A massive brawl from KC. 4A.
Got to go for it, I guess. Durka does get highlighted on this, so Sadak was really desperate to close. I say Sadak was. Sugetsu flies in, and it's Aves in unison as well to find Kick. So they actually control over towards. They won that brawl, and it looked clean.
Yeah, this is the classic kind of Casey style. They on defense, they sometimes don't have the tools that you traditionally expect. So like usually like a breach stun or maybe like an ISO vulnerable shot combo to take A main. And instead they'll just throw 4 people at you. Like
Fair
that's
enough.
very common.
And it worked so well this time. Trying to maybe now allude to this C-take coming in. It's going to get a scan, but it's elite to find Trex, but Safe's a bit closer here. Safe is such a deadly player. He's going to know this player's backside, and I think the penny's dropped a little bit on that. They don't want to risk too much. That might open up the chance for a plant here, but it is a 2v5.
Enjoying the discipline. There is a balance, obviously. If you play too disciplined, then give too much space away.
But there should respect having to be shown here, but Safe, I mean, it would take either a monumental mistake or that Safe is able to get 1 or 2, trying to exploit them aggressively. If it's just a 2v5 post-plant, so difficult.
The biggest highlight of his career, probably.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the caliber you're asking for. But in unison, Les is going to spot them flooding through, send Safe to the corner, but can he find a shot? No. Safe, nice try. Nice try. I got a little interested. You got my attention on that one.
The music, that frag movie music.
Only watch floors, all right? 10-5 though. Okay, a little bit close now. 3 surviving, that's much better. But how many times can you go for that brawl? Is that something you can repeat, or is that a one and done sort of look here?
What KC are very good at, and Eng's systems is very good at, is that he can condition that. So like he can throw a similar util, and because we got the Euro, we set up close and maybe even TP off or leave the Euro there. So like we can use that kind of style, but we don't want to be using 4 people there a lot. So we could set up a trap, do it again, secretly. It's only 2 or 3 people. We got 3 people C ready for the kind of reaction from Vitality. But
double face in middle, KC. Looking towards Garage. Once again, Durka trying to clear that util early. Does draw a reaction. He's not being subtle about his presence. He wants reaction. But the rest of the team, very passive default. Yeah, time to go. Read it right, but Casey do get to reclear Garage.
yeah, Casey doing a good job of just making sure that, you know, things are clear. Vitality look a slight step ahead. I'm going to see what Casey do now.
Who's next?
So ult's going to be invested, straight towards 8, clears through sewer, sees nothing. Still a question mark, I guess. No, it's pretty much cleared, I'd say, for
This is a
Vitality.
situation now for KC.
It's you and me.
Safe with the ult as well. Does he actually catch one up?
Nope.
No, okay, I thought he might have caught, who was it up towards heaven? I think Alves was up there, but no. Backpedal
Interested
away.
to see how we play this retake now. Really difficult retake for KC.
Well, Trex waiting in case anyone does try and flood through here. Safe going to be revealed. You're right, that is an eventuality. I do see utility still in place, and Kicks is going to find Martine. Less holding that front line. Yeah, nice from Kicks there, but it's elite with a response, and Durka gets dealt with. Hold on, they're clearing house. It's all down to Trex. Sat towards long, he's got to know there's at least one close by. Nice work from him. Gonna keep cool under pressure, you know this guy can! Trex! Red Bull clutch! Vitality looking unfazed by what almost looked like a lost round.
I have no idea what flashed Durka there. Did he team flash himself or something?
No idea.
He had a free frag.
You thought so, didn't you? What's he up to?
I want to see that if that's on the replay.
We'll see. Oh, that was so nice from Kicks though.
I don't know. Don't know?
Yeah, mystery.
Yeah.
We'll watch it back. I'm sure someone's got
But
the
yeah,
POV out there.
Trex there. Trex is that player to me that like, I don't want to say underrated. I don't know if that's correct.
I don't think he's ever been shown to his full capabilities. if I'm
To the
honest.
global stage,
Yes.
he hasn't been there that often.
Correct. It's same with Safe. You know what I mean? Like, regionally, we know how good these players are, but that next step up,
Yeah.
they never really transferred into that sort of...
But to me, Trex is right up there.
Did you say
I don't want to say.
Come on. There's tiers to this.
I'm a Leo guy.
Yeah, yeah.
But
We're not going there. Would you go close to Rien's?
Nobody's there.
I'm putting Rien's pretty much next to
Yeah,
Leo
yeah,
these
yeah.
days. Would you say kind of like your Leo, Rien's Trex, or
I think he's
sort of
definitely
area?
I want to see him in a team like this and see what he can do.
Yes.
At the end of this year, if I say that Trex is as good as them, like that wouldn't surprise me if they're as good as this.
That's fair. I think that's a very reasonable summary. Look at you being nice. Oh, there we go. It was his,
nice.
absolutely his own flash. You look at the replay, we had it for you there. He missed it.
Oh, I'm an amateur.
I know he's not used. He's new here. All right. He knows the game. Less about casting, but he's doing really well. Be nice chat. Yeah, I don't know. It feels weird.
That does feel weird. That does feel. Can you go back to being
Yeah.
lead again?
Yeah, you're short. 11. That sounds creative. 11 to 5. Money's in the bin really for KC here. Bucky's coming out. Do have a Vandal, no armor on Elite. The thing is, like, some of these rounds have been really quite close, but some of that firepower from Vitality just gets them across lines as well. But that's not to disrespect how well they're doing in the kind of forethought to this either. They have actually done a great job, but again, you look at Trex in that clutch. Would every other player do that? Probably not. He does really well. We've had a couple of those, but this should be 12, unless maybe this pack of 3 finds someone. I'm not sure.
I think it's a really nice anti-eco approach from Vitality.
Well, so far so good. Okay. Yeah.
So, taking the space on the A side of the map and just setting up a very defensive kind of position.
Yep.
And then exploring that C side of the map. Is there anything there? Like we got the kind of ISO shield to kind of protect us, to kind of take some peeks up there, get some information. Like we saw yesterday some teams like what their anti-eco approach was just send 5A, wait a little bit, and then go. And it's just like, well, you've just gambled. Whereas Safe has made a good call there.
In-zone flawless as well, in case you missed that. It was clean as anything. So they at least have a buy now for Carmine Core, so they can get to come back in with it, a little bit more firepower to them. But I think we're seeing the strength of what Vitality are doing, and it is repeatable. It's not just gimmicky, it's not one and done. This looks solid, and it's not just like a one-man show either. There is the argument you could have had a Durka over delivery, or pick anyone for that roster safe. It does seem like a collective approach, and it looks very well rounded so far. Setup switch around here though.
Yeah, so KC playing their, this will be their Killjoy ult setup that they'll be running. So just looking to kind of get some information early on A, creating some pressure with the smoke and the recon to make it not feel like it's too clear.
Okay.
But ultimately they'll be going to retake A with that ult.
This is the frustration as well though, over towards C. Plant's going to come in. No immediate ults. Trex will get his if he's going for the plant, which he has, so he can fall away towards long.
And now this Killjoy ult is completely, there's not going to be a problem now.
No, issues aplenty. Durka checking if there's a flank. There isn't so far, so he can late approach towards Garage if he fancies it. And as we said, there's the checkmate on that one. And Safe actually just decides to have a little bit of a fight here. It's Kicks to back him up as well. And Vitality looking strong together until Sugetsu takes some steps towards the site. But the time is starting to run low. They've got to get a move on. And Vitality aren't letting it happen. Sugetsu in a 1v3. I think his days are numbered, and so are his chances. 13 to 5. It's a clear start here, Mini. It's looking good for Vitality.
Yeah, great game all around. I got a shot at Kicks though. Just finished the map 17 to 13.
Huge.
Yeah.
That's very, very impressive. But again, it's not a one-map affair. We do have more to come. Of course, coming up next will be Bind, where we've seen Carmine Core, and that to me is the more interesting factor. Don't go away.
Vitality is born ready.
Oh, the Safe is saluting behind us.
Me? General. Feels good to be back, finally. Sit him down, Kimmy! But
Up on.
What is this, my girl?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I
I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah.
We expected a super team, and that is exactly what we got on map 1 from Team Vitality. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. I mean, what else can we say, Billy? They're just good.
Yeah, I mean, they were just absolutely incredible. Derka was going crazy, Trex was going crazy. I feel like everyone in the server was going crazy, and it was so nice to see Safe on the IGL role playing the ISO as well. It was something that I was looking out for before we went into that one, and I was very much impressed.
I am beyond impressed.
Oh,
like, no. Like, you don't understand this, you know? And I spent an entire year calling Vitality pretenders, right? And for this year, I gave them the contender for, I thought what was the reason, but what we just saw, I don't think people are ready. Like, yes, this was a 13-5. 4 of the rounds, so Casey gets 4 rounds in the first half. 2 of them are ecos, where they're just running things down, you know, you feel uncomfortable, you're hitting the shots. One of them was a 2v1 by Suigetsu, and the other one was the first buy after losing pistol. That is the kind of half that we're speaking about, because the confidence that Vitality went on taking every single duel was on a different level.
I mean, let's take a look at some of the things we saw that made us so impressed. We could have just picked the whole map at this point, Kakuga, but talk me through this.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is very important. I thought that we saw it with this Senator view, and our wonderful casters were doing a brilliant work describing what was going on here. But as you were mentioning, Billy, it's so interesting to see Safe playing from the IGL role, also with the duelist, and the way that he was using the undercuts and the wall, everything was to play with the rest of the team. Yes, individually, he is just brilliant because he can do this kind of things with ISO. But also, on the micro level of playing with the rest of the team, he was on top of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And let me remind you, like the amount of combinations with utility as well that he was able to call forward was really, really nice. He didn't even have to be on the site and he was still being able to support the rest of his team.
Yeah, and if you told me today that Durka was going to wake up, say it's Durkin time, and Dirk all over them, I would have responded with, well, duh, it's just another Friday for Durka. What is new? Because he's on a different team, but you can see why everybody unanimously said that this is the pickup of the offseason.
Yeah, I'm surprised in a couple of things. Yes, okay, in the openers, we expected Dirk playing on the... He's playing on the Euro. We expect him to have this kind of rounds. But also when they were playing on the defensive coach for most of the map, he was making some individual decisions that were going beyond the just, I'm picking here because I can do it because I'm playing Euro. Like clearing sides, even when the information was a little bit in doubt. But also, again, also him himself staying on top of everything. And do not get me wrong, Casey was going very, very fast onto some of the sites because they had to try a lot of different things. And I am surprised of how quickly was also Vitality to adapt to that. With such changes.
No, I have to agree. I think that we've seen Karmine Corp kind of struggling with their pacing in those attack rounds to begin with. They were going for fast hits onto C. It wasn't really working out for them until they started trying and testing out A. And I think part of that is because they kept giving so many early engagements to Derka that they had no other choice. It felt as though they were just running out of ideas, and it wasn't until they started slowing it down and having those contact peaks where they started to pick up a couple.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we call this team a super team is just what they're able to do with their individuals. You know, even in a 3v5, they can just turn it around and make it theirs.
We speak a lot about how it is for some of the teams to be playing on their debut matches. Vitality was not scared of anything. We remember this route, as we were saying, 5v3. Casey freezes a little bit before going onto side, and just take a look at the positions. As I say, Durkin has gone all across the map to see if C was clean. Look at the way Kicks and Les are holding this down. Look at the positions that they've created for themselves. How Durkin now uses the ultimate to help Les also get that kind of information and not allow the plowing to happen.
Here's the thing though, can they replicate this performance? Can they make it on Bind as well? Because KC, they're forced to be reckoned with on this map.
Yeah, definitely. I think Casey's bind the other day was something that we were all looking at. The utility dump that they were able to have, they were just so overpowering. They were having reactionary deadlock pulls as well, so I'm not expecting... Yeah, no changes here.
It is a safe Tejo. Let's go.
I absolutely love it. I think that I'm really looking forward to see how he plays, to see where we can put him in our ranking of the Tejos that we've been having throughout this week. For me, KC, also the team that we have seen already played on this map. We were talking about it, the utility, the micro, but to me there were two things that were very important for KC the other day. One, they were able to get a lot of rounds in a row, an economy that was extremely healthy and that allowed things for them to do as Suigetsu on an operator from very early rounds, even from the attack, put in that extra pressure. And also the fact that Navi was not able to convert their first bloods. They were very on top of the plan, and you know, there's many layers to the composition that they're playing, but with how Vitality is playing, I'd be scared.
Yeah, I'm low-key scared of this. I know I was kind of maybe hoping for a Derka on the tail previously, but I mean, they didn't even take any timeouts in the previous map. Vitality, they're chilling.
Yeah, and also EMEA fans, Les is on Viper in our region. Pansy and Mini, I am so excited for this map.
And we are as well. This is a really exciting prospect because we got to see Karmine Corp here before, and they looked good. Na'Vi, it felt like a brick wall. They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't handle it. But now Vitality, they're a different team, Mini. How has this changed? We've seen the comp coming out. What do you make of it? Is that enough wiggle room?
Compositionally, I think that it's a good comp. I think that I would, at this level where we're expecting Vitality to go deep into tournaments, I think that I prefer the Gecko over this guy. Just the raw strength of Gecko on this map seems a little bit better. And I'm a big Astra believer, especially with the tail. Those kind of combos, I'd prefer that. But I think Vitality got footage on this KC team. I watched the VODs this morning. There are some things that Vitality could be doing to avoid the disaster that Na'Vi had. So I think one of the takeaways from me is Vitality, if they get up a bit more close and personal at times, they don't need to go for any stupid pushes.
Sure.
But like play like they did on that Haven. And I think that they should be okay because KC don't have too much util to clear all this space out.
But look how far Sadak's managed to get here. That was swift. Elite's just beheaded less, but there was a lot of space being drifted through here. And look at this pivot. They've absolutely run rings around him. Unless Trex over-delivers, which, well, he gets one. It's not quite enough to say it's an over-delivery, but Carmine Core navigating that space so well.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and as we highlighted last time they played, the post-plant util was very strong in this composition with the Vice and the Deadlock.
Yeah, you're going to get to see that now. There's already the Thorn's going to be coming up there. Brambles in the way. And again, it either removes your choices of options or you're going to have to walk into it. There's the second layer. There's a Deadlock util, and Alves is just going to make the most of it. Swings out, Ghost in hand, Dirk is dead. Leaving Kicks. Not really able to do much here. Oh, Wingman going for a jog. And Safe, well, 1v3. He's good, but the time's not on his side here. And I'm liking seeing this from Carmine Core. I love seeing Sadak, but I was surprised he got given so much freedom towards that walk up there, but still, reaps the rewards. You saw the over-rotation almost, or the TP taken, everyone flooding over towards A. Carmine Core drifting carefully up towards that B side.
Similar kind of pistol we saw them do last time, just a very slow, methodical, sad hack style of kind of play. He has highlight the Teo, so the retake there, with the Teo, I think that's one of the strengths. The kind of retake the Teo is good, but against this composition, with all this kind of post-plant util, I feel like that's not, as far as I'm aware, not the biggest win condition.
Okay.
I don't think we want to go into too many retakes against this comp.
After seeing what happened to Na'Vi, yes. Yes, let's avoid that. Oh, that's a cute little classic.
There's my buddy.
10 out of 10. Outside of that, though, we're looking for a clean round here. Carmine Core having the 2 Vandals, 1 Outlaw, and 2 Ghosts. Can afford to lose 2. Not obviously what they want, but it can be managed and accounted for. We have Vitality. Have a little look here, Safe.
2 suppressed. Why does that look so slow?
I don't know.
Was he shift?
Was he
the drone? You can give that a little walk. Walk the drone.
I don't know. I was really confused then. I didn't want to say anything because Teo's new and I'm scared.
I'm allowed to.
You can ask those.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
If I can say that I'm a fraud, it's fine.
Oh, I can't blame Fnatic. They've already suffered. I really can't. Safe though. Just going to be forced away. Real slow, steady progress from Casey. But there's a lot of players here. It could get a little bit messy, right? It could get a little bit
30 seconds left.
Chaotic. Let's see.
This close up against Classics.
Yeah, there's a world where it can go wrong. They stalled the plant as well with the Teo utility, but it's only a second or 2 pause. Kick's trying to springboard, and he does get the Vandal. No one close enough by to pick that up or pressure it if necessary, but in a post-plant, once again, we discussed this utility. Incredibly oppressive in nature, taking away a lot of space on the map, funneling Vitality through only one direction. There's a lot of eyes here. Kicks is a great player, but he's about to be, swarmed. Les going to try and probably back away with that, maybe. I don't really know what else there is to do. He can try and go for a brawl if he wants to, but it's probably not going to go very well.
Yeah, just a solid anti-eco. Like the kind of, I call it like a lamp sack when you run up the short A. Kind of, Sadak set up a round where we're kind of spread out, getting some info around the map. We've got the Gecko flash on short to see there's no one there. Vice is flashing out of the sands, check no one's there. And then the strength of this kind of deadlock is being able to net into the lamps and fully clear it. We got the wall stopping players near the showers from denying the plant, which is a big thing on Bind. That A site is all about denying that plant. And they have a lot of util to stop people trying to deny that plant. Deny the deny.
Pretty
we
much.
got Vice Thorns and Deadlock util being thrown towards that showers quite a lot. Something to note later, potentially. Hopefully, though, Casey, Vitality, have done their homework on it.
Well, that's what I'll be questioning you on soon enough. I want a couple more rounds, see how it feels. But I do want to see how well prepared Vitality look to your eye, at least. Outside of that, though, bonus here.
Sadak's so confident, just off that Gecko flash.
It wouldn't be the first time he's gone for this walkabout, and we do see that late drone being brought out by Safe occasionally.
Safe has literally used his salvos just to re-clear short here.
It's quite a bit of an investment. Again, just a creeping default. A little bit more attention and furthering towards Hookah, but that's about it. Re-clear down long with the dog, a little bit of exchange of information, but both keeping their cards quite close to the chest. The furthest they're trying to explore is safe, really probably towards showers, I'd say, but I'm waiting to see if they maybe look a little further long. Flash, I don't think would have caught anyone.
Oh, that's good information. Let's see how they react off of it.
Yeah, already I think Dirk is rotating, so that's going to be 3 towards A. Do
Looks
they
like
pump back?
are going for a fake here.
Maybe just off the back of that zero contact flash or whatever it is, the timing, maybe feeling it out. That is a really good read. There is still a player towards long. Can Kicks create a crossfire with that? I don't know. Looking at less hit. Ooh, that's not ideal.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of an issue, but the flash is really nice. They get to keep their life. It's Kicks to take down Martin. Les gets to go back in. That's stunning from Les with 2. It's Sadak, the one to try and keep things composed for Carmine Core. But he's down low himself, only 11 HP. A 3v2, but this was a bonus, but it was relatively well brought up. But no spike to be planted yet. There it is. You can see how close Dirk is getting. Sugetsu going to keep one safe, but now the round has probably gone just out of their hands here. Time-wise alone is more than enough. And Sugetsu really doesn't want to be left with that outlaw, so opting for death instead. Vitality getting back in time. Yes, it was... I say a bonus, but it did have 3 Vandals to it. It certainly had a bit of punch to it, but this little bit of stall coming through that one error with Wingman pretty much stopped the roll.
I think highlighting that stall is key. I said about it last time we saw KC, how much I love the Viper on this map. That Viper wall, little bro had a bit of trouble getting out that window.
It hit his shins on the ledge, it hurt.
But that Viper wall is enough for us to get 3 back towards B. Vitality playing the weak side a bit aggressively, but that individual brilliance is there. So.
It's there to be banked on, right?
Exactly.
You get a little bit more punch to it. So this is interesting, right? I want to see how KC respond to this as well. If we're seeing the value of just kind of having the Viper against you, how does KC address that? Was it simply just an issue with the Wingman, maybe just offset a bit of the timing? Let's find out. That's where the story continues. This is not a perfect purchase to be down on the Guardians. It's Trex to draw blood, and that's the Astra going down. So Sugetsu, the first to fall, could be a problem.
I think the question about this guy here, it's about the extremities and the information we're getting on both sides. Like, you can see how far safe up we're able to play 3B right now.
Ooh, does Les get caught? He does. Durka's been flashed, so they know there's another here. But Durka, how are you still doing that? Still going to get down Sadak, even though he looked like he was pretty much under pressure. Sadak's going to take away Les here, so leaving Kicks, I think, quite alone. No, the rotations are coming in. They'll be fine. Did they get denied on the plant? No, plant just got in. Wonder how close that was, but Elite just pressing the issue further, taking further space in this post-plant. Safe and Trex, it's not many options here, even though it's a 2v3. Still very difficult to come back in. Stack towards long, 1 towards elbow. Flash sent in, but plenty of cubbies to hide towards, so they can't be too secure in that. Safe still with the stun. Opts for the right corner, and the right shot from Trex. He knows there's another! Oh, a 2v3! Dealt with! So simple for Safe! Vitality getting their second.
Me and Sliggy were theory crafting this agent. Our first take on it was that stun was pretty useless, but...
Well, not that to say.
Apparently not. I do want to highlight, though, I kind of was trying to talk about it a little bit, but I like the way they're set up here with the Sky Long B. You usually see that, but the Teo towards A means that these kind of the dog and the drone are getting so much information and allowing Vitality to stack the correct site. So they stacked the 3B there. The only issue was that Carmine Core, I think, only really looked good into that round because they had to use the Deadlock ult and the Gecko ult.
Oh, are we seeing the same exec that was run on towards Na'Vi here on towards JS? I want to see how this looks.
Yeah, there's going to be a deep site exec.
But I want to see if Vitality commit towards that shower hold. That was something we didn't see that much from Na'Vi. Keep that space in their hands.
We're going to see a flash to the back site now, I think.
Hold on. Do they get to... Look how little there is to play with. It's so all-consuming. Trex gets cleared. Carmine Core. They've run this before, and you can see exactly as to why. It is very, very powerful, even on a lighter purchase. Plant should be there. I don't think there's much to stop that. I say that. Oh, paint shot. Okay, yeah, no, denied the plant. They're buying time. I heard the ult come out as well, so Martin gonna do what he can to get all the information available. Durka is a thorn in their side. I don't know how much impact he can have beyond this. You can see the hesitation, though, from KC. They are biding their time, maybe waiting on a bit of a cycle here. They do have some of the util back. in hand, but Durka doing more. It's the ult coming through. Anyone dare touch that spike? I double dare you. That's what's going to happen. Les is the one to claim Martin. Now Les is in the fight. The odds don't seem to matter when you're Vitality. How are they winning these?
I don't know if I should be saying this, but it looks like watching Fnatic in 2023. That is not a winnable round.
It's not.
His individual brilliance just carrying.
Because let's kind of break it down into pieces, right? The start of that round looks stunning for Carmine Core. Lighter purchase, takes site, isolates players, nearly got the plant. It was perfect.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, Durka's still got a bit of space. We got less coming in. It all starts to line up. I don't get it.
I will say that one thing that I wouldn't mind, well, they're about to do it, I think, but I was curious about this Viper. Okay, one sec. Nice little push down long B here. Just a little kind of, I don't know what to call that. It's not a full commitment. It's the kind of thing where they might be baiting a reaction over towards the A side. You can see they're ready with the showers TP crunch potentially here. But not gonna happen. So those little pushes sometimes, when they're not fully committed, it's sometimes the better reaction out because you know what to... Beautiful, double swing. You know how to react off of that reaction. So I'm liking to, like, the fact that this is Casey's map pick and Vitality have that layering and level of thinking, I'm very impressed by.
Yeah, it's, again, Sadak's trying to really keep Casey into this. I've got to say, individually, he may not have the most kills, but it's packed full.
Okay, not the finest. KO.
But again, the denial, right? The safe denial of these plants. Sadak again! I was singing his praises and I'm going to do it because he keeps getting these vital kills to keep these rounds near on competitive because... Wait, Trex? Okay. That's an interesting option to go for here. Sadak's still got freedom and he's still looking for the fight here, but safe does the sidestep. Martin going to secure at least a little bit of pressure on the backlines, but Trex is last alive here. 1v2. Hear the steps, that's two players. He's going to see one, but Martin just leaps and bounds in. They tie it back up.
Yeah, beautiful from Martin there. Doing a little jump through the smoke. Get the trade back. Yeah, something I was going to talk about before was, I think a potential option for Vitality, if they continue to struggle with this A kind of hold, if Casey go back towards that as an option, is putting that Viper orb towards the A side. We call it the DRX orb, where you put it just in front of the kind of plant area, and then those kind of backside pushes get completely negated because you're not going to run through a Viper orb, take all that damage.
Yep.
And so I'm curious as to see what value they're going to see out of this B orb, whether that is going to kind of outweigh that idea. But we did see the switch last round a little bit, but...
I'm also seeing a timeout and not seeing who's called it. I get nervous. I'm nervous.
You are nervous.
But it's okay. I see Casey. I see Casey. As long as as long as stage doesn't go red, Mini, everything is okay in the world. You know?
There were sometimes in the coach booth there was random lights that would shine, and I was always very confused as to why I was being.
All I know is red is bad. That's
red is bad.
That's
okay.
all you gotta think about. Red equals bad. For now, it is a Carmine Core timeout.
A curious timeout.
Yeah, well, calling it at this point, is there just something, do you think they've noticed? Because it's not Sadak talking, so I feel it's like going to be the coaches? Could be Coach Cam, pretty please, maybe? Yeah, they're probably done by now, to be fair, aren't they? They've probably already yapped.
Yeah, Eng can talk quick. Yeah, I'm going to note it, like I've obviously studied Eng quite a lot.
Speaking of,
but the fact that he's taking timeouts off of round wins is, I'd love to
That's the chat to be like, okay, what's the thought
This
pattern
is not
to
a
that?
chance I'm ever taking a timeout after a round win.
Really?
Yeah, never.
Oh. To know. Luckily not a coach anymore. Caster now,
Wait.
Caster.
You can see my VODs. The information's there.
Nah, I'd never watch a Fnatic VOD. Boring. What? We do have a very light purchase here, just less with the Vandal. So beyond that, looking for them to try and do something a little bit cheeky, a little bit unique, which is what they're doing. We have 4 players towards B. And why not?
Yep. Eco round.
Yep.
Do it. The anti-eco approach, again, we can see the Vice Flash is going into Hooker to get the information there. And because it pinged, you know, like that the likelihood of a stack just increased a lot towards that side of the map.
So have they been actively playing towards Hooker at all? I don't think we've seen that once. So I guess it kind of like, you know, if anything adds to it.
I don't think so.
So yeah, I mean,
it's enough information on anti-eco to kind of probably make an informed decision.
Yeah.
You can't have all the information in the world. You don't need it on an anti-eco.
Educated guess though, but you know, Carmine Core weren't in a particular hurry. So taking their time here may not be a safe plant. They've been looking to deny that quite often. This time, not going to be. So plant's in for Carmine Core. Les already taking a lot of damage is a bit of an issue considering he's the one who's got that Vandal who could have had a bit more into this round. Getting a bit closer to the healing. Got one towards the box on site. Two towards lamps, and away we go. Durka's going to go down. This is par for the course so far. Not seeing too much beyond that. Still one flash for kicks. Here comes the drone. And there goes safe. So Carmine Core doing what they need to. You're kind of looking for clean rounds here. Unless Les got played in, but again, that little flash at the start, that little bit of info, it kind of spurred on the end of this round.
Yeah, and since I alluded to Fnatic 2023.
You mentioned them more than I did. That's crazy.
Wait, I said it once.
I don't know.
I haven't talked about
I
anyone.
feel like you were chancing it in the break or something.
In the break?
Yeah.
I was talking to Boaster in the break. He was out there.
That is true. It wasn't just Boaster. You know? I know he's your favourite, but that just ignores the rest. It's crazy. Speaking of your favourites, Durka does have the operator out and about. So that's a little twist here that we've got coming through. So I do wonder, have Carmine Core considered this coming through? I mean, financially, this is on the card, so you've got to be aware of it. And this looks like that site hit we've been waiting on. Now, does this counter it at all? How much does this change the outcome? A shoulder shown, but he's going to have to respect it and back away here. Does get sat into place, doesn't get caught on the ult, but it's safe to find Martin playing, I don't want to say comfortably from shower or bench, because it's not comfortable. Aves with a good trade, slicing the site up, creating safety, and then adding further to this. We have Sugetsu investing the Astra ult, stall on the plant, however. Oh, flank as well from Les.
Going the long way around though. He knows he has to because that Vice wall.
I swear there was a ping. I swear there was a ping on that map coming out from Carmine Core. So lots of ults being traded out. Lots of stall towards that CT side, catching two. Les is creeping closer, but look at the positioning. Sugetsu, heads up work here. He's on the... Heads up to heads off. Sugetsu on the floor, and Vitality just raw talent their way back towards the side, but it's down to a 2v2. Oh, Sadak, you're nasty with it. Trex was none the wiser, and Durka's got no options left. Time to back away. That site hit mini is looking lush from Carmine Core.
Slightly different adaptation there. Wasn't the deeper site hit with the Astra smokes towards Heaven and CT, just the kind of safer version. I think because they had the Astra wall, they knew they're going to always get the spike down later on. I did like the ult buy from Durka, because realistically, it's only the Gecko flash that is a problem early on towards short, and all he has to do is wait for that flash noise and then swing out.
Yep.
So a bit unlucky for him to kind of not get anything there.
And how disheartening is that, though? Because I feel like that was a solution to that site hit, right? But, you know...
challenging me? You're challenging me? Look.
I wonder what he said at the end. But again, it's got to be a little bit disheartening if you're Vitality, and that was your, I don't want to say counter, it's not going to be that simplistic, oh, just get an op on it.
Yeah.
You'd hope there's more. But you're now going to be put in the predicament of, okay, well, our money's not going to be perfect, but we've got to have to work something out here, right? We've got to try and plan something else, because if they can keep leaning on this, we're going to keep getting run by it. So what's the next look? What would you go to? Because we were kind of asking the question if you were Na'Vi, but there weren't many answers. But we've seen enough here. Is Vitality ready for an answer to the KC hit?
I think starting with the 3 people A, I think that we can move this orb towards A, like I said. We can either put it on short, and as they're coming up short, we've got something to delay and kind of stifle the kind of rhythm of that util, or put it on the site. I don't mind the idea of Raze playing on top truck. I think that's quite a good angle, because he's going to dodge all the util, swing out. Maybe we've got someone from Lamp swinging out at the same time. But we need to make sure that we're getting those rotates over to be fast. Like, if we're going to do that, we need that Viper wall going up if they're going B, and we need to be over to be fast. If we lose this B side of the map, then it's pretty GG. So early round 3A, pick out some of those spots, maybe add the Viper orb there, and then I think we need some fast rotation towards B if nothing's happening on A. And we will know that because with all the information we have from the Teo and the Sky.
There we go. Easy as that. Just get Mini
It
involved.
might have just talked nonsense. I
You
got
could
no
have
idea.
just but you said it with enough confidence. I think they're going to believe you.
I think so, yeah.
I think you're good.
I think so.
You're learning.
Next time, I think I'll just actually say what I
Oh.
don't believe and see if they.
One
What
for
are
the
you
fridge.
thinking?
One for the fridge. That. I love it.
I quite liked those.
Yeah.
But I quite like the spray. You know the spray that's like the dog?
Is it a lobster?
Is it a lobster? I'm
Yeah,
drawing
no.
it for you right now.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm waiting to see.
Like, it looks a bit like that.
I think it's. I don't know. I know which one you mean. But yep,
I quite like that.
that's your artistic capabilities coming through there.
Hashtag graphic design.
Still, Bai not looking all that great. Of course, did manage to at least keep the op. Gonna probably have to suffer through this one, but if you're Vitality, they're a dangerous little team. There's always a bit of threat.
All the adaptation talk I said is absolute nonsense in the context of this economy state. It is down to Durka really to find something, and the rest of them to find, you know, these close, gritty, messy engages with the kind of low back.
That classic with the little B on it, with the hive and then the obviously Vitality on top is really cute. Nice flash. Nice try from the Kicks. But again, you can see they're trying to get a little bit cheeky, a little bit naughty, and that is a reward. Kicks going to get one. Nice little flash through, maybe just going to go astray, but they're getting involved less. I don't know where he was. He could be back in NA at that point. Who knows? But Durka, that's stunning. A little bit more for us, please. Oh, what? Get out of here!
Oh my god.
That was 5 HP away. 5 HP. 5 HP. Yeah. You're laughing about it now, but you weren't at the time. 5 HP. He almost had him.
Yep.
What's it like to be gifted? Like,
I wouldn't know.
ah, man, that's sad. Let's have a little look at Durka almost.
I mean, there's a reason in the coach slot. He was. I didn't do observer. I just watched Durka. Like, I mean, obviously not just because he's good. Like, he's entering, he's kind of going in. I get to see the action, but yeah. This is kind of getting away from Vitality a little bit.
Yeah, and they. I want to see if there's layers to Carmine Course side. You've already said there was a slight adaptation earlier as well. There was a different look with the smokes, especially. Martin. Oh, he saw the iPad out, but the old man gets the gun back through. All good. Durka from up above going to take away Sadak. They put bodies behind it. Vitality. Finally getting a grip on it. It felt like it kind of spiraled away from KC there, but it was on a knife's edge. As to get to an elite, your options are really, really limited. Looking where the spike is. That's so tough. Not clean enough on that first shot to get past safe, so already Elite's options pretty much fall to nothing.
Yeah, Martin showed the same proclivity to...
Was it Angel?
I don't remember. It was on Abyss, where he kind of got out of the ult early and kind of went for it.
I feel like it was Angel.
In a way that I was like, that's a bit risky to do it dry. Yeah.
It's a bit of a punish. Okay.
Solid reaction. You can see that they're trying to... Trex was... I think he's using the Brim Smoke where I was talking about this, where this Viper Orb could be used to try and create some kind of awkwardness for KC on his A hits, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. It was that round.
Okay, so we have a challenge towards Shower. Sadak. He's off on a mission. And he's managed to evade the util thus far, and he knows that Less is around. He takes a little bit of damage. I say, oh, okay, a little was a lot in the end, and Safe there to trade it out. So Getsu's going to go down. Safe controls towards B. This is all but a ruse and a slow build back towards that A side. Martin here, Aves here, Elite here. Trex jump spotting from CT. Martin might have seen that. I think he did now for sure. And Kick's going to try and get a little bit of chip damage there. Doesn't get the shot he probably wanted, but looking for that plant is still pretty... Oh, going to come in on this too. Pop flash Kicks. Shorty, hold on. The Shorty's still pretty strong. Almost baited in, it felt like, and the ult going to roll on through from Safe. And you can see there's just nowhere feels comfortable. Just herded around by that Teho utility. And Safe doing really well to divide and conquer that side up. leaving Aves in a near-on unwinnable situation now.
Yeah, this round felt like, it didn't feel like one of Casey's scripted kind of rounds. It felt like a sad hack kind of audible.
Yeah.
Some kind of like B-long fake ready at showers, and maybe the two at B-long could then use the TP to join the boys' background showers, but it looked a bit messy for my liking. Finishing an exec out of showers specifically is usually not a great idea, in my opinion.
It does feel
because it's such a tight choke point.
Yeah. Look at that. Bloody hell. We still have an ult here, though. I think, yeah, Aves still has his, so the fish ult is there. One away from Sadax, too. Anything else nearby?
Casey had been doing a beautiful job in all their games of cycling his ults, and Sadak's very good at cooling off of them, to be honest. We'll see what I do this round.
I'd love to see a bit of this, though. Whoa, but dealt with Durka. Gonna go down so early here. Do they speed up off this, or they just pump the brakes? Maybe look for if there's any further exploration. And they would find it if they waited long enough. Safe is taking some room here. That's with an active glance down long. They've kind of cleared a lot of the map. This feels very indicative of this heavy A presence, but let's go. Careful enough. Trying to keep himself secure here, but he could be in trouble.
Yeah, I love what Safe is doing here with the push down. It's unfortunate that he's not going to be able to get as much value against this composition because of the Vice Wall, but he is able to let his teammates rotate towards where the strength is on the map.
And with less keeping too much of their attention here. Oh, Sugetsu. And that's the problem, because it's all such good theory, right? You talk about what Safe was doing there. Now it's scattered to the wind because Sugetsu just hits a nice headshot. Really well positioned, good crosshair placement, everything looking nice. Is what it is. But Trex is still on the site, and he's a bit of a smoke criminal at the moment. He's been playing out these smokes like an animal. He's found a little bit of a pocket of safety. He has been netted, but
Last player standing.
Okay, we're looking like we're going to be at least keeping a decent lead here for KC. As Les, your last one alive, he was seen very much earlier towards the shower position, so they're going to be pretty aware, and we talked about those post plants. I've got to say, though, Vitality have been good at navigating away from them, not completely being drawn into those post plant scenarios that are very strong for this comp.
The problem is, though, is that we saw a little glimpse of what KC got on defense, because they did run away with that map against Na'Vi, and there is some strength to the deadlock Vice.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Yes, we did see about 8 pieces of util being used on short in the last game, and we're probably going to see it again.
Yes.
But we do have a raise and a Teo, so maybe some of it can be broken, but not all of it.
It's going to be a really fun challenge. That's what I look for, because we didn't get to see enough of it in my mind. Vitality have kept this game competitive at a 5-7 scoreline here on the half. This is looking solid. Vitality looking fired up. Carmine Core still in control. Don't miss the second half. Before we got to the break, and I kind of want to lean back into that before we start up here. We didn't get to see too much of Carmine Core's defending side, but the strength of this composition seems to thrive here. What's the solution? Is there a way through for Vitality to approach this?
I mean, they only showed 2 kind of gun rounds.
Yeah.
So there is very little tape on this side. I think that KC did show some of what their intention is with the deadlock and the vice. Some of that is going to be that they're going to be paired up together quite a lot. In this round, this is the same pistol they ran last time. So on the B side of the map, we've got like a little trap off the kind of flashes from the Euro and the vice.
Yep.
On the A side of the map, we've got just 3 there. So expect some swings off these flashes if they do decide to come B.
Scout destroyed.
So they're going to see the 2 towards side.
There.
Found. Baits it up. Draws the 3rd player over from Carmine Court. Martin waiting. The flash. I saw a flash on the drop, but he's not going to swing off it deep. But I do wonder if Vitality drift away now.
He was curious. Last time they were playing much closer towards long B, ready to just flash and fight that area. And this time it looked a bit strange to me, but all good. No damage.
So this little pause. And keeping eyes on where that spike is. Still with safe.
So back towards a fake towards A. It's going to be an end towards B. Let's see if KC do rotate and bite on this.
Do they suffer casualties? They are going to draw 2 players back. That's actually a massive amount of players, but here's the response. They still have a little bit of... I mean, the flash gets used. Yeah, no, sight is looking available. Smoke towards elbow, going to keep the cross safe. Plant's going to be in. Vitality really doing well to pull the players out of those comfort positions. Baiting out the utility, everything looking great.
And usually I would say that this retake now is going to be way in favor of Vitality, but I think that Sadak is going to be the linchpin if KC want to win this round.
Let's see. I think he's got Trex to deal with towards Hookah, but they're going to take back sight, start working through that side, but it's Durka. Where's he gotten 2 from?
That little box.
Oh, that's outrageous he's gotten away with, but there's the first couple of steps, and Sadak does take away Trex, so they start taking back the map. But there's a problem, there's 2 towards elbow. Les still alive, but he's only alive for so long, and now down to 2. Hold on. Safe still standing, as is Kicks. It's gorgeous from Kicks. Sadak in a 1v2. And they don't really know about where Safe is. Now they're going to know the full picture, but it's too little, too late. Vitality. Yeah, it was pretty at the end, but the way they started that mini was fantastic.
Yeah, great round, great retake. I've lost the plot.
Got a little bit mental.
Yeah, going mental. Anyway, Derka in the post plant, I did want to highlight that, sorry. Derka's position in that post plant, he's used to playing those aggressive positions.
Okay.
And when you play them enough, you kind of find the ones where you're like, I know this is a juicy one.
I can get
and
one.
And that one behind the box, behind the site, is one of those ones that shouldn't work, but does work. And I don't know what to call that, but that's just like, just raw duelist intuition.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense. I was just...
Nice observer.
Thank you, observers.
Yeah, very good.
See, that's why we love our observers. Prius wouldn't do that. Prius wouldn't have got any of the kills, but, you know.
I mean, at least he didn't say it was a good retake.
I don't know how much Safe saw on that. I don't think he saw much around that corner, but it is a little bit of a question mark, to say the least, that you've got some contact there. But now Vitality just need to be careful, trying to avoid that stack. Name
Like so getting the orbs, they're going to get both of them, I think, here. Solid eco round. I first saw 100 Thieves do this last year, so set up a trap towards B long. If there's nothing there, grab the orb, get the other orb. That's what you could, the most you should expect, really, from an eco round. I know they can get messy sometimes, but...
Kind of traded how the map looks now. Vitality loved.
Nice push through onto CT, knowing that so many TP that you know that the space is clear towards CT. Just reversing the A site.
We were putting, I don't want to say a question mark, that feels too much, but we were looking at if Safe's, you know, mid-round calling, how his IGLing would be, because it's a lot of weight on his shoulders. Maybe not as much with Tejo, but especially in the previous map, he looks up to the challenge. He looks good here so far. As it stands, we're waiting to see that play back in there. I'll probably eyeing to go down for the spike if they can. Don't know if Vitality's going to let them.
Tejo damage behind it, maybe to trap them in.
An attempt was made.
Would be nice if it worked, because I called it, but didn't, so...
And into the spike we go. So, tied up all even here.
Anyone have
Good
any
looks.
space? I may have jammed my fingers.
From Vitality. This looks quite well prepared so far. Now, it was only a pistol and a follow-up, so it's too early to get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I want to see what the default is from Vitality. Are we going to play a style of Teo where we're kind of slowly defaulting, using those salvos early to take space, and then waiting for them to come back? Or are we a team that's just going to send it?
Okay.
I'm happy to kind of condition early, is how I would probably play it, and then start abusing the fact that we've stopped players playing in positions that we don't like, and then just send the exits. Interesting use there. I guess to try and break some util.
Does it clear much? I think there's still. I don't think it cleared any.
I think it maybe shot one thing, but I don't think so.
Yeah, who knows? For now though, we'll see. Oh, okay. Must be nice to be Martin. Finds less pretty much for free, which is a bit of a problem. Sadak. There's such a dangerous angle.
This is part of the beauty of this style of comp. We saw Koi run it the other day on Fracture. The kind of double senti, being able to kind of bunker down one of the sites, and then the Euro is able to just go so aggressive elsewhere. And then you can even get tricky and kind of play the Euro in front of Senti util too. And it's a nightmare to deal with if it's played correctly.
Let's see what this crunch is like. How hard is it to get past on this util? There is a bit of deadlock util here. It's not massive, but we saw that nade coming in. The crouch nade was really nice from Sadak before. This time he's going to get down kicks, but Martin's still alive. He's just trying to get himself away from here so far. Safe. And Trex left with this. Plant next on the cards, 2v3.
30 seconds left.
The rotation's in. We saw there was Martin mostly trying to get out of the site, make sure he doesn't go down, leaving the 2v2. But playing retake here, Elite now leaning over. So you get to there, Martin just took a boatload of damage. Might have been just blind spam, but it connects really, really well. Trex, trying to get himself a little bit of a pocket to play from. And it's Safe who goes unnoted, which is a little bit of a threat here. He can time this right, and look at the stall he can get out. A tap on the spike could be Martin dead. Oh, this is preemptive. Deadly. Doesn't get what he wants, and Elite's going to catch him there. Maybe a little bit too early on that. Maybe could have played it later, and Trex left in a 1v3. Unwinnable Nearon. Elite there to secure safety as the defuse comes out, and Carmine Core 3 stay alive.
Yeah, round, I think, all off the back of Martin's initial pick, in my opinion. I think this is something that we can't let Martin early get that. That's going to be step one, is trying to keep Martin away from those early picks. Step two is dealing with the Senti util. It's going to be a nightmare attack side to trying to deal with those kind of threats.
It's a long list.
There's a list. There is a list.
Yeah. And this is the big challenges though. These are the tests we want to see of Vitality when they've been put in a predicament where it's tricky for them, it's frustrating for them. This is where we see the depth to this team. They are 2 away from Trex's ult, they are 2 away from Durka's. Martin again, he's going to be doing this. He has the ability to get out of danger, he looks to pressure. Now we see the little bit of a double setup. Nice util actually. Little stall from Sugetsu to buy some time for the reposition, but Elite's, I don't want to say in danger yet, he's not necessarily, but he does go down. Now, stun from Sugetsu. I thought that was a little bit too dangerous, but he even catches a glimpse of the player dropping out. It's less to win this time against Sadak. So there's still an issue, but they hear the TP. Kicks, catches Sugetsu, completely none the wiser. Now 2v3, plants in as well.
Decoy.
High flash. Less. Shows his hand. There's trying to get in here, but you can see the flash being held. Kicks. Nice from Martin. Now they're going to know where the last 2 players are. I think they know, maybe they don't. Now they do. Aves. This young gun is a talent, I'll tell you that for free. And Carmine Core keep the lead here. 9 to their name now.
A little bit antsy in that 3v2 post plant. I'm not exactly sure the timings in which they should have been peeking or not peeking, but that's a tough one to lose. The kind of round where if I'm co-stream and if I'm board review, I'm skipping that round thinking that's a win. Like, we had a Viper spit as well to use. Like, we weren't able to get anything done.
Nice! Nice!
Those shots from Sugetsu were
really nice. It's honestly really good to see Sugetsu in a different jersey. Kind of, you're starting to see that individual power from him coming back online. I know he's at 9 to 12 so far, but look at the other games as well. He was really, really clean with it. And seeing him fired up, right? He was very, very like calm, introverted, a bit stoic before. Now seeing him getting back into this. Do we get a punish off the bat? Elite didn't leave. Okay, so that's early info. Oh my god, Sugetsu just found where the heck. I just guess Dirk had a little bit of a look. Yeah, fair play.
Seems like, again, so Vitality, two in a row now, they've gone for an early double drone, so dog long, drone through hooker to take all that control. But that's the kind of thing you usually do on like a fast strat, because it's a bit all in.
Because you're not getting that back.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind a bit of a slower default using these Teo salvos, and then seeing what's happening and then reacting.
Good hit. Changing the tempo a little bit here, Elite. First time we're seeing him play this far ahead, and it's rewarded really nicely. The Flash, I mean, they get a kill back on him. They're struggling to find deeper impact now. And of course, you're already remembering that Martin's going walkabouts towards A's cleared, back by Showers. It's all looking tick in the box, unless we get a massive moment. But they've got a Stinger, they've got Guardians.
30 seconds left.
And Trex is just looking for kills. And in reality, Carmine Core aren't really playing to their tune. They don't fancy it, why would they? Could get pressured here, but it's not a single endeavor. Sugetsu again. Big from him. There's a little bit of space, maybe trying to allow Kicks to get upon him, but he's already got ult. Kicks, clean. But you've got to feel that Martin would be the eventual end of this one. Would need to be an ace for Kicks, not to be. Aves there, and Carmine Core again. We've got to see a timeout soon, Mini. I feel like we're getting to that point. Vitality's ideas are not landing here against Carmine Core.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I'm not entirely sure on this slow, heavy B default that they're running.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the overall intention is, because we know that Martin's on the map finding information elsewhere. I thought the Teo on this map, personally, I thought it'd be more Teo using the kind of salvos to take Showers control potentially.
That makes sense, right? It's a good first step.
Yeah, and then, you know, use the other side of the map can take long, like a bit like what we're seeing here.
Okay. Maybe, are they listening? No, but we'll see. We'll see if that's... Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they've taken one of the extremities, right? You could be a really good coach.
I think I could coach.
I think so. But now we get to see this tested, right? And they are going to re-clear this with intent. I think they use a lot of that Tahoe utility to fully clear towards Showers, but there is a player, so Safe's going to be cleared. Okay, but now do they try and spring in towards B? We get to see the value of the anchor with all the utility surrounding it. Martin's still ahead of this. You gotta be on the ball here. Martin's been punishing you on this. It was a couple of rounds between, but...
Les is a good enough player to know. Like, we've already been called by that. That is a win condition for Martin, or for Casey,
yes,
sorry. Is that your aggression? As the lurker, you should know that.
Is a real high possibility.
Yeah. For someone as good as Les, and
because this comes back to our early discussions. These are not just your mid-table teams. No. These are far from it. You know, the French sides went to town, they went to market, and they got the best they could. Bloody hell, they've got arguably some of the most MVP-laden teams available. We asked them to be going to internationals. That's the caliber. Now can they keep up? No, not like that. Elite just in the little corner of the smoke there, leaving just Trex alive in a 1v5. This might be flawless. It won't be now, but close enough to Carmine Core. This side is perfect.
Did I talk about the Astra?
Tell me about it again. Tell me about it again.
The reason why Safe struggling to take Showers there is because he hasn't got anything to pair it with. If he had the Astra star there, conditioning, I thought this might be an Astra KO, using that conditioning star, using those kind of conditioning kind of salvos, sending someone else that isn't KO into Showers maybe, or maybe even just leaving it and just saying, well, you got to do something. You re-clear it.
Yeah.
So yeah.
God. Have we not had a timeout from Vitality? Oh. Production, if you could remind me, because my brain is small and not working very well. I don't think we've seen a Vitality pause on this half, which is a little bit surprising. You know, I'm never going to doubt Eng necessarily, but it feels like one of these scenarios where you're starting to see Casey really kick into gear, looking solid. They've got every ult available. They've got money in the bank. They've got the full buy. Vitality got to show me something. They are down to Sheriffs here, so you're looking at a very uphill battle, and Sadak going to remind them of that. And it is a blender. Martin, he's having fun with it. It is gorgeous from Carmine Core with an in-zone flawless to get to 12.
I don't know if they started the round with the 5 ults, but they've got 5 ults. They've not, didn't even need to touch them. But on Vitality's side now, we are ramping up to big ults too. So these last few rounds, I mean, KC are on 12 and they got 5 ults. Shouldn't have any problems, but it's going to be ults versus ults. This is where it starts to get messy.
This is 5 in a row though, Mini.
Yep.
This is, you know, and I'm worried we haven't seen timeouts. I'm worried we haven't seen Vitality addressing it in any sort of way. It feels like they've let this one slip between their fingertips, which I don't love.
Okay, he must have some tech that I don't understand. Maybe the slowness. I don't know.
Someone will tweet at us, I'm sure. Let's see these ults coming through. Durka first to invest. Goes about the same speed as Safe's drone going out, but it is less to catch Martine now. There we go. Oh, come on. That's just uncalled for. So we can see the Brim ult. Going to clear through by
Let's have
lamps.
this Armageddon.
He certainly does. Does he want it for... Okay, there's going to be the Vice ult as well. Okay, there's Skies as well. It's a bit of everything. We're throwing the kitchen sink into this one. Elite looking to try and step towards that. Oh, another ult on top. Why not? Chuck it in, Sugetsu. And it's going to be Durka finding a little bit of space to work, leaving just Sadak alive. And maybe a lifeline for Vitality has taken a bit of everything. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. Ooh. Oh. You love to see a little bit of that. We love a little bit of that. How do you feel about the body shooting, actually? I've never got your opinion on it.
I'm a fan.
Love that.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
The Counter-Strike source in you comes out at that point. You're like, yeah.
I mean, far worse stuff was being done than shooting bodies.
True. Very true.
I mean, I like that I highlighted the Armageddon, the only ult maybe not used that round, but not needed in that first part. Beautiful kind of like just individual power coming out once again for Vitality.
And they broke the trend. It took 3 ults from both sides, but Vitality are not done yet. But Martine...
The ult now.
Yeah. Put out the big green. Or whichever color he's opted for. And it's a risky play, does I don't know. It's all a bit topsy-turvy now. Okay, so they've traded out Aves and Les pretty much here. Martine's just been absolutely bullied by that suppress off the back of the drone. That is so nice. Vitality showing a bit more of this. Gorgeous from them. Finally looking so stable in these takes. I don't know where the hell that just came from, but it looked absolutely on the money.
Yeah, it's not complicated approach, just working up towards A, sorry. Aves overstepping the mark on the 12-8, to be honest. Like, for a young player who's doing so well, I want to see that reined back in a little bit.
Okay.
Like, dry contact through.
Do you let him get away with it?
That's a yellow
12
card.
to 8?
That's a yellow card.
That's a yellow card?
12-8? No, because 12-8's the kind of score where, let's say Vitality win a couple more, an inexperienced player, an inexperienced player like Aves might not. You know what I mean? I've seen the nerves get to teams.
Nasty.
I've seen
around.
I've seen 11 threes, Lauren.
I've casted some atrocious scorelines, don't you worry. But I'm not calling a yellow on it.
A yellow on Aves?
I'm not calling that.
Okay.
Keep it to yourself. I mean, look, if you want to, you're allowed
Good
to.
timeout, good timeout.
You're allowed to. You're absolutely allowed.
Eng's calling the yellow card now. I'm telling you, yeah.
Give me some Eng.
Nah, he wouldn't do it.
He's told you a nice guy.
Yeah. You do that in the bottom.
Got it. It's very important when you deliver feedback, you know? It's half the battle, but it is a Carmine Court timeout. And there has been one for Vitality in the back pocket. They decided not to call it, so they've been opting to kind of play this through up against 12. Maybe a little learning lesson. He's like, yeah, there's yellow card, mate. What are you up to? That's it. That's the timeout.
It's the timeout.
That's the timeout.
It's the timeout.
I've got the comms.
I want to see what Vitality do around this Armageddon though. I highlighted it earlier. It looked like they were just using it for the post plant. In that situation, but I've cooked up some theory on this map with this ult. I think it's beautiful. Yeah, the entirety of the back of A or the entirety of B can pretty much be used. So to me, it looks like a pretty easy round to win. Obviously, on the other side, we've got the kind of Gecko ult and the Euro ult, so
Also quite good.
They're not bad.
Conversation, it looks a lot like Durka leading the conversation here. See Safe in that one. I'm not sure if it's a back and forth between them, but it'd be interesting to see how that kind of shakes out. Yeah, okay, Vitality. Not down and not out yet. Look at them finish off the buy here. Martin's still going to get that operator out. Still got a full enough bite. And still going to have that Armageddon. So, what are we going to see? Vitality, you've got options.
Some kind of beyond default. But looking... yeah. Martin again, though. Oh, cheeky from Martin. Using the beautiful.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Martin, what a start there.
He's right back to B.
Yeah, I mean, the beauty of this Yoru, I think you're making me a believer in this sort of stuff. But so mobile. And we had seen that pressure starting to mount more and more often from safe towards shower, really prioritizing taking that, and it just looked tailor-made for him. Now you're looking at Martin, deeper angle. Oh, he should have seen the barrel. Yeah, you're seeing him come there in the smaller picture of him, so you get to aware that they're... Oh, Sugetsu! It is perfection! An in-zone flawless to close it out. Carmine Core. Put a bow on it. We're going the distance. We get to see Abyss here. I'm glad for it. Vitality now going to be put through their paces. The super team under scrutiny now. You don't want to go too far away.
Bro! Please! Woo! Ay, 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 picante! It's picante! Poppy is here! Poppy is here!
Red Bull gives you wings.
One thing that's for sure, you can never doubt this new KC roster on a map like Bind. It is 1-1, and we will be going to a map 3 today. I am your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. I mean, just the level of competition in our league is crazy. Every match is so close, but this is what we expected, right? At the Bind we saw the other day, and Kakuka, it's great to see that KC have just managed to carve themselves out an amazing composition and a playstyle on this map.
Yeah, besides the fact that individually there were some brilliant moments, my bigger questions were on the second half. I wanted to do what they were doing on the defense because there's so many options, and we knew that running a double sentinel, specifically with the deadlock and the Vice, going onto side was going to be a very difficult task for Vitality, but the way in which they executed it, I was very impressed, and totally can understand with even them giving them the view and the other day how they wanted to repeat this map.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We didn't even get to see much of Carmine's defense the other day, and I'm surprised that Vitality let Carmine start on the attack for this map, that was the big thing for me. It was, why had they done that? Did they maybe pick something up the other day when they played Navi and they had prepped anti for it? I mean, that wasn't obvious to me when we were watching it that there was any sort of anti-strats going on. So yeah, the side pick as well is maybe where Vitality lost out on this. Vitality lost. I'm getting so confused with my days.
It's like
they're both
midnight.
yellow. Navi, Vitality, both yellow.
This is the thing, I know I tend to overreact in these situations. You know, I like to throw the best in the world, the go out there. But Sadak though, Billy, who else is better than him on Deadlock? Yeah. I can't think of anyone right now. He should just only play Deadlock forever.
There's maybe a couple of contenders. I know I'm a big fan of Soulcast's Deadlock from what we'd seen at Ascension, but yeah, no, I think in this map in particular, Sadak's Deadlock is absolutely unbelievable. He's always using it in such a reactionary way on that attack, almost as if it's an initiator and not a sentinel. And then Aves as well being able to play off of it. It's just really nice. And even though it's still strong on his defense, we always have Martin playing in front of that sentinel utility also.
Yeah, there's many things that actually make Safe and Sadak similar in this specific one, which is Sadak is going to be the one also going a step forward. It's actually going to be players like Sugetsu that is going to be a little bit more on the flank or on the back covering. So I'm very happy to see that Sadak can also take this approach and bring in something like Deadlock. Wasn't Vitality who played Deadlock last year?
Yeah, they did,
on Bind. So definitely this composition has, let's just say, more layers to it, and is going to take a little bit of I'm going to say a long while for teams to like debunk it and actually be able to play against. So, you know, KC can be very proud of what they've achieved. We were talking about how BBL was playing 6 different maps in the 2 days, but now also going on to Abyss, we're going to see another map that KC has played already. And also in regards to that, I want to talk a little bit.
Oh my God! Talk your talk. Give it to us. Give us more. But this is the thing that I had a little dig on social media and on Twitch and YouTube as well. There are a lot of Brazilian fans and a lot of American fans who are actually watching this match right now, specifically for Les versus Sadak. I mean, we heard it from Sadak. He wanted to destroy Les and Vitality, and at least right now, he did it on one map.
Yeah, I think that there's been so many times where we've seen either Sadak kill Les or Les kill Sadak. It's been really
only one time that Les killed Sadak on that map.
That map, yeah. But it's been really amusing to watch, and I think going into Abyss, this is when I start to get a little bit concerned for KC, because they lost this map against Navi the other day. Granted, it was close. It was a 10-13 loss, but I'm a little bit worried. I mean, they're the one that let it float around. Maybe they feel as though they have things that they can still show on Abyss. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned going into this Abyss for Carmine Core.
I'm not expecting any changes. Probably they stick to their guns, and do not forget at the end of the day, was this the map the Navi picked, right? In the previous best of 3, I'm going to say I think so. And I remember a lot of things happening in this map. I remember how they were using the harbor, the things that were happening on mid. I remember how Sadak in particular, after I'm going to say round 3, he already had his first ultimate. Like, they had a very strong start of the map. They were forcing them to use a lot of utility onto that mid side because of the way that Sadak specifically was playing.
I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit just because going from historical results, Durka on Abyss hasn't been super successful. You know, the couple times we saw it on Fnatic. And Lesson, Safe, Kicks, and Trex, they've never played it either. So there's a lot of question marks here. But when it comes to the roles, the agents, do we want to see once again Safe on the Taeho, maybe Durka moving away from the Yoru, perhaps, from the past?
I'm down to a little bit of like everything. I know that Abyss has been pretty mixed within the teams. In EMEA, we have very vanilla compositions, and then we have compositions like KC. I want to see if Safe is going to play 3 roles in his opening match.
I want Jet, and I'm gonna get Jet. This is what I want from Durka. When you're in a third map in a situation like this is what's gonna give you the win.
Yeah, exactly. And for them, starting on the attack, when we look at Vitality's composition, we're going to see the same issues that we've seen in the past with not having the Sentinel and how you have to take care of mid on Abyss. Again, we saw it on the first match that we had today, and probably is something that Casey is going to take advantage of. I'm looking at Martin here because I think that he had a brilliant second half of that bind and was taking advantage of a lot of those situations.
Yeah, definitely. I want to highlight Martin here because as much as I said I was concerned about Carmine Core, seeing Martin on that Yoru in the previous map, we've seen him taking so many first engagements and just being able to dip back out again, and that's exactly what I think he'll be able to do on Abyss. Push down mid, get those first kind of early engagements, and then just be able to TP back out again.
Well, there's a lot on the line here, so let's not waste any more time and jump into the final map of this week. Pansy and Mini, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a great deal on the line. I was a little bit worried if we'd even get here, but of course we are going the distance. 3 maps, and the composition, Mini, caught your eye. Talk to me about this. We're seeing Taeho leaned into again. How do you feel about it here, though?
I like his composition more than we saw on Bind.
Okay.
I think this is beautiful. Like, this is a beautiful
This is high praise.
This is the Taeho Breach Astra combo is oppressive on this map.
Okay.
Like, these XX are going to be disgusting. KC had a struggles on their defense last time, and now they've got to deal with a monstrous composition, in my opinion. If it falls flat, it falls flat, but like... Sure. And also, Durka playing the agent that made him famous.
True.
Like, I had him in Euro Gel, but if he wants to play the Jet,
let him play the Jet. Here we go. Let's see how this goes, because you can see how aggressively Casey were willing to challenge on this. Whoa, Aves still good for one, though. Doesn't go down without at least a fight, but Trex breaking right back in towards that A site. So now we're going to have the 2 players towards heaven. Do they wait? No. Okay, they go ahead. Elite's nowhere nearby, by the way. He's having to, like, catch up to this. Martin's made it possible. Try and split this, or at least maybe split their idea of what's going on. Less than Safe. Last 2 now. He's got his flash.
Not ready yet.
He dealt with. Both on the right side. Ooh, less fancy to go at it. Gonna need to tap that spike soon. Here we go, more than a tap here. Actually gonna try and get it towards half. Martin is on the case. Gonna draw him away. Safe there. Nice use of the util. And speaking of util, it's just endless. These 2 in a post plant is nasty as hell to try and deal with. Elite makes a really good go, but Vitality wrapping that round up. That stall coming out between these agents is looking filthy.
like I said, the XX strong, and then not only that, we've got the post plant util, we've got shock darts, we've got sucks, we've got the Taeho Sabers coming back online.
Planted.
Even that aftershock can come in on that A site because it's post.
Player standing.
I am a little bit worried for KC. We're going to need to see some adaptations from what they did last time. They did not play a particularly amazing defense last time against Na'Vi. Their A-site holds were non-existent, in my opinion. They didn't have the util to deal with stuff. I don't know what their plan is going to be against this composition.
Look, I've become a really quick fan of Sadak. More than I was before, right? As much as, you know, you can appreciate him in his previous teams and his in-game leadership, seeing his personality already, yeah, I'm all aboard. So if there's a moment for him to really try and show off what he can achieve, I'm trying to learn on the fly against what could be one of the filthiest compositions we've been seeing so far, at least on this map, with Taeho in play. I love it, but it's a lot to ask for now.
The only thing I'll note early is there is no Sentinel. So the lack of kind of passive info means that if KC do want to get a bit aggressive with these kind of, with the Yoru specifically, that might be their way in.
So that's the wiggle room,
Disrupts that backline post-plant util potentially.
Someone get Lothar on the phone. Someone call him.
Disgraceful.
Yeah, just denying any chance for orbs or any other goodies. It's just, you know, the easiest way to do it if there's 0% chance to win the round. So we spin on. We have the bonus here. Mini, I mean, it's still a pretty good round coming out. We've got the 2 Bulldogs, we've got the Guardian in the hands of Kicks, and the 2 Rifles with Les and Trex. And on the other side, Bai is in. No one right there with the ult just yet. Just Trex.
KC immediately doing exactly the same that we saw versus Na'Vi. So you got the fade and the Astra towards A. This fade is going to be getting the info out of the A main, but it's not the nicest of holds. And so what they do is they have the Euro at middle with this TP ready towards the A. But in my opinion, this TP isn't quick enough to get towards the A site if this A exit happens. So if we see Vitality finish towards that A site, I don't see any problems.
Where would you prefer it? What would you have you come up with an idea of what you'd prefer to see?
I think
or is there a difference?
We need to stop prioritizing middle on our defense this heavily, in my opinion. I would prefer to see a better site hold towards A, and maybe that TP sent towards B, so we're kind of ready to be both sides.
Yeah. Okay. But now, Durka. Unconfirmed damage, but still down to 11. That takes a little bit of a sting out of the exec, potentially. See how much that affects them going forward. And a very patient start here from Vitality, not in a particular hurry, not an, I mean, we can see where they're kind of indicating they're going towards, but it's not in a massive hurry.
Just drawing out that rotation towards B, and you can see Trex
He's
going to continue the kind of fake. Or
30 seconds
is he just a lurk now?
kill it.
Yeah, apparently so. He's genuinely over towards his B side. Is this a double fake? Look how far he's gone. That's unbelievable, but there's still Sadak here. I don't know if he's going to... Sadak's in that really weird predicament. Do I stay in and do I fight? He's now got 10 seconds here. He's done great damage, taking away Trex with the mid. Oh, I thought Durka was going to get more. No. Traded out by Sugetsu. So now they can get back towards the site in a 3v3 post-plant. Spike is in. What do we have for this post-plant situation? Safe still got some util. Kicks, I don't know how long he's got to wait on his. It's 10 more seconds for Safe. This is still going to be a little bit of a rough one for these guys. They can start that pressure building early. Util has to be invested because they can't check on it visually. Sadak with a second chance and that cove further forward. The Salva's going to go in, but they've got half now. Time is of the essence. The stun on top 2, trying to deal with the player pressuring down ramp. That's going to be Martin. Stun now back in another attempt. They are cycling this util so perfectly. Vitality in control here. It got pressured. It got close. And Sugetsu, he's still damn good, but it doesn't matter. That's the round for Vitality.
Beautiful. I don't even know if that was a mid-rank call or however that played out. Maybe it's just the... I know Trex and Safe have played together for a long time, that kind of back and forth. Maybe Trex made a call that we can come back.
Yeah.
That little double fake.
Yeah.
Like, I'm liking it. It'd be interesting to pick Safe's brains about that. Like,
it's an interesting call, right? Because it looked like it was all gearing up towards that A take there. The spike towards it. They had, you know, they sent out the drone towards it. And don't get me wrong, Trex got a fair amount of space, but you're walking into a little bit of the unknown because there was that additional body of Sadak there. It could have gone a little, I don't want to say worse, but it could have been an issue. But a really interesting call there to pivot. So I liked it. It obviously worked out, and you saw that post-plant utility again. I feel like we're in a very similar situation to how we were discussing the previous map when we were on Bind with the layered util that was coming in from Carmine Core in those post-plants, how oppressive it was. We're kind of seeing a bit of that here in Vitality's favor, though. It's so tricky.
Even that breach stun, I'd never even considered that, like, on that lane, that kind of safe plant, that breach stun is just perfect.
There's nowhere to go.
Use the stun, go across, get some free kills.
And Carmine Core don't like. This is a really early timeout. This is a round 4 timeout coming into. So something didn't like it. It's a real quick check-in.
The problem is, though, is that I've not seen, from the VOD I've seen, many other setups that KC like to run on this map.
Well, this,
so again,
this
they're
is...
going back straight into their standard setup.
Well, this is where the worries began, even in that previous game, wasn't it? It was like, well, is this good enough? Is this going to be enough? Is there depth to it? This is why it was quite an exciting prospect to see these two again, because we have tape on KC, and this wasn't a great showing from them in the past, so you got to wait and see how it looks. And, you know, do they get pressured further? A Vitality of the team to do it. This round, I don't want to say it's a throwaway. It looks so ridiculous. It's like a little mud crab just like running up. Elite, where'd you go? Look at this. Look at this. Look how encapsulating, all covering. This is such a hard position to be in. And Vitality really starting to show the strengths here, and I'm loving seeing that from them, because there was a world in my mind where I was a bit worried this team would be just very like gun-ho, very, you know, brawl out, just fragging out, which is fine. And there will be moments where they can shift into that gear, but already seeing how they're mentally approaching this seems like a fantastic combination. And for Sugetsu and Martin, the options have pretty much dwindled to 0. Give me an exit. Maybe not.
I just want to know more about Vitality.
Have they exceeded your expectations? I'm actually kind of interested here, genuinely. Because this is a high expectation team, so...
Yeah, like when I have like... I mean, Haven was... They had some homework to copy.
Yeah, it was the classic.
But this, I want to know who was the mastermind behind what's going on here. Who had these ideas? Like, was it a collaboration?
Yep.
Even that calling structure is how collaborative is that? Like, I want
to get to know this team. Yeah.
Because when we talk about this team, one of the issues that we had was that they didn't have that kind of leadership structure there, that core there. We don't know what they do. We don't know how they operate. So.
But you didn't answer the question.
Interested.
Did they exceed your expectations so far?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. Thank you for the political answer first, though. I like that.
Drone going out.
Okay. Drones away.
When you do something like this, when there's something stealable like this.
and beautiful overview here, but Martin has found a bit of space. Just about.
I think Durka made a tiny micro mistake there. I think he was just outside of his own smoke.
Spike planted.
Sure, if I probably missed that one. There was quite a bit on the screen.
Yes.
VALORANT, a child game. Not too many dark corridors. So tricky to keep tabs on all of it, but it's going to be a big retake here. So another challenge and another test. I see the shock darts on. I don't see much beyond that right now, so we have to see what they can kind of bring through here. But oh, come on. Someone, please. Someone stop Kicks. Someone deal with Kicks. I beg of you. And now from the back lines, Trek's going to pop the ult here. It's Les. Oh, it's stunning from Les and safe. Shows his hand at the end. It felt like it was never in any sort of threat.
Again, it's that post-plant Yuto, even that
so good.
I did not even ever considered Teo to be a lurker, but like
here we
can
are.
do it because you can throw that Yuto from anywhere. Maybe it's a bit obvious that there's
it trails
some random direction, but
one enemy remaining.
Even in a 4v5, clean kill on Durka is not enough for KC.
That's a headache for KC, isn't it? It's Carmichael we ask a lot of as well. You're going to import someone like Sadak.
I want to see something different. I want to see something different.
Are you seeing anything different?
Harbor's on A, but it's not really going to do anything.
There we go. Not enough. I mean, they burned that timeout, was it round 4?
I think it's Martin who we need to get active. He's been playing this middle position for the past, technically 17 rounds if we're going to count the other game.
Yeah. And you'd rather see him just like going for a little bit of space, trying to take some of this territory away?
Do something.
Mini's getting harsher. I like it. This is
it's
Mini in the
It's
new
not
era.
Martin's fault. I'm on the line here. Calling him out.
That's wild. That's wild.
He's gonna be. He's gonna.
Yeah, that's it. No, he's absolutely gonna rinse you. He's gonna shove you in a locker
such a nice
or something.
person as well.
No, he's a sweetheart. But he does look a bit serious, though. You know what I mean? He's quite intimidating as a person.
He's a softie.
Wow, until he decided to absolutely rinse his team.
I think he's the kind of guy I'd appreciate.
Well, we're going to find out soon. If Mini's in a locker afterwards, I'll let you know. But right now, Sadak is putting Vitality in the pain locker. Look at this. The Hurt locker overflowing with Vitality players. Finally, Carmine Core. All they had to do was put a Harbor on A.
Right, that was just Sadak's individual brilliance there. I saw nothing that made... nothing from the Harbor really made a difference there. That was just all Sadak with a Vandal.
Such a hater. Trex,
I had to undig the hole.
No. It's not very deep anyway.
10 seconds left.
Oi.
What?
You're better at this than me, so I can't keep up with that and be flaming you at the same time.
Right. So you're saying I'm bullying you, basically.
You're bullying me.
Right, cool.
In my own workplace.
I'll get HR on the phone, don't worry. Trek's going to just opt to keep the Vandal, and there it was again from Sadak. Lovely. You know, you talk about fragging IGLs. So nice.
Another timeout off of a round win was They do need to make an adaptation.
Yes.
They do need to.
Because you're not going to probably get that every time. That was not the same sort of round.
I'm curious as to why the time it didn't happen last round as opposed to this round. Because
you can have a lovely coffee time. You can sit down with them. They're going to sit you down, and you can just grill it.
I mean, like
good cop, bad cop.
When we're thinking about
I mean?
people like Yang, like he's a legend. Of
course.
He's one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Like,
so you think there's method to madness?
I feel like I'm allowed to be a bit more kind of picking the holes.
Yeah. Should we just get you both in a cell? You know what I mean?
Cell?
Yeah. See what happens. Who comes out alive?
Have a nice coffee together and chat.
I think my idea's got a little bit more merit, but it is a timeout, and this has now burned both of us.
You just want to see me hurt. That's.
Plead the fifth. But yeah, that is double timeout. So this doesn't. How many times have you had to call double timeouts on the halves? I don't think I remember it that much.
I think once, maybe.
It does just feel like you've kind of, I don't say accepted a loss, but it feels so uphill from that point, right? Because like, if anything else goes, it just feels like that last ditch, like guys, otherwise it's going to be a 1 to whatever scoreline, like 1 to 11. You got to check in.
EG finals Tokyo bind. I called, I think 2 on the first.
Oh, wow. Now that EG coach, she's pretty good.
Yeah, but I won, so.
Who won champs though?
Oh yeah. Anyway, so back to the game.
This time, different player eyeing this up. It was Sadak on the other side, of course, and you know that slower approach. He absolutely did him in. But now we've got Durka operator.
Seems like Eng was fine with the Harbor just being towards A and the Fade being towards B. Not a huge adaptation, but they do have the Harbor ult for the retake with the Astra ult, so maybe it's just playing into that.
Okay, so they're going to get Durka posted up towards A.
Curious.
Have a wander off.
Oh, he's open. He's fine.
Yeah. All the angles. I mean, he's not necessarily stuck here, I don't want to say. But it feels like Sadak's got a good idea of what's going on, or at least kind of considering it could still be mid-pressure here. It is just a 1-3-1. Deeper drone going to come down. You've got Durka and Sugetsu, two very experienced players just having a very extended 1v1.
Teo is having to break the door.
I think so, but Sadak's seen it. So they're kind of feeling this creeping pressure across the map.
But they're allowed to do this because Martin's playing so passive.
And the ult on top, Durka basically off the map trying to hunt down Sugetsu, who does get away with his life, but now he's on patrol. Holding this deeper than before, but 13 seconds is a little bit deadly, but it's fine. On sit. Oh! Martin's POV right now, find me that. Safe and Trex. Oh, it's all falling to pieces. What the hell was that shot he just hit? Trex, 1v4, they're not letting that one slip. Carmine Core, digging in for a second. Give me that replay, give me it. What the hell was that? That looked filthy.
You know a shot's good when you can tell it was good from the other.
Oh, the POV. There we go, hold on. This is Durka at the start, yeah. It's so nasty. Oof. That is, yeah,
like,
very nice.
I've seen the best of the best.
What is that?
They get it, they absolutely get it. Yeah. Oh, that was nuts. Okay, but I'm not going to talk about repeatable success or anything boring. That was just a nuts round. 2 to 5. We got to go again, right? You've got odds coming on.
Boy, that's what we were doing.
Never, Min.
I am going to point out that the amount of control vitality you have over the map is an issue for KC. And the fact that they're having to rely on brilliance like that, as opposed to kind of macro, in my opinion, is a worry. There's nowhere that Vitality are exploring that feels unsafe for them, because Martin is sat at the top of middle for the past 7 games.
Yes. Love to see him activated more, but I'm still waiting to see what Carmine Core's adaptation was from that secondary timeout as well. Not sure myself. I'm sure we'll see the fruits of the labor eventually. Contact made in mid. There's Martin getting involved. That's about it.
Oh my god, is he?
Oh, we're sorry.
Durka just walked
sorry.
up to B.
Sorry, how's Durka here?
Got all.
Has he done this? I mean, in the meantime, Safe was just fiddling around with his lighter, and I was a bit confused, but Dirk has been sent off the map. We're at 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
There's the Armageddon. Clears through backside. Carmine Court. They don't really want to get too involved just yet, so they're going to let that plant go in. We do have ults aplenty. Sadax and Sugetsu's all going in. Kix is still going to try and stick on the site here. Plays it, everyone's playing it forward. They're diving back in on the site. Kix goes down after trying to make a stand, leaving it all towards Safe and Less. Both held back behind the divide, and it's a horrible jump through if you fancy it. Not going to work out. Diffuse right under their noses.
It's a beautiful retake with the Harbor Astro. I think Vitality let the time go down just a little bit too much there. They had to rush that exit. They had to use the Armageddon in a way that I think was a little bit underwhelming in my opinion. I wouldn't mind seeing that drone going in, informing where that util should be used, as opposed to the kind of like the blind just Armageddon on the backside.
It's in, Bobby, it's in!
It's 3 in a row. It seems to be working, which is, and I can't tell you why, but it seems to be working. But we're going back to what looks like run A. Now, drone dealt with. Sadak is going to take contact off this. He needs to deal with the drone as well, which he is. I don't know if they saw the additional. Yeah, well, looking where they're trying to check there, they absolutely did. The layering to that, having the drone from Safe and Trex completely cleared that close hold on A.
Like I said, this is not a consistent A hold.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh. That sucks. The Vitality get to keep all 5 alive. Trex, I mean, he's a little worse for wear, but he's living. Oh, and Aves is finding Durka. And they cleared pretty deep on that. They know that there was no one close enough by to try and trade it back through. Kix now tries to get involved himself, but it's Aves again. The young gun coming in. Pressure building. Carmine Core down to the 1v1. Elite up against Less. He holds on. Vitality clawing back in.
Looked like Vitality thought they won the round already, to me. So a little bit to the foot of the gas a tiny bit, and then KC just found that little opening. Completely changed the round, but 1v1 from Less. Less at the end, the little Less movement. I don't know if you know about that one, Pansy. Yeah, the little jiggle. The Less movement. I try and do it, I'm not.
How's it going for you? Not great.
I hit Immortal 3 in the off-season.
Do you need compliments right now? Like, are you feeling a little worried?
What's going on?
We're really proud of you, Minnie. You're great.
Thank you,
know?
thank you.
Fnatic did badly, but this time it's not your problem. You're doing great.
You did bring it back, right? You couldn't help yourself.
Nah,
No.
nah. If it's there, it's happening. Vitality though, win a round, timeout. Is this the new meta? The new timeout
Yeah,
meta?
the new timeout meta. Unless the UI is wrong.
Nah. And it was mostly Safe talking then, it looked like, as well. So, not sure what the conversation is. He stopped talking now. We'll see. See what they come up with.
Could be to do with the Vice ult.
Yeah, could be.
I'm gonna call it Thorns. Can't remember the name of it.
Do you know what the worst thing is? Like, some people are like, oh, do you know all the names of the abilities because it's your job? I'm like, But, you know, some of them flash and some of them are smokes.
There are about 100 walls though, that's the only
Lot
one I
of
get annoyed
walls.
with.
Yeah, especially when Harbor's coming back around. Thanks, Sadak. Bit rough. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you're seeing it as well.
A little adjustment.
Oh, Martin. Oh no. Boy.
I mean,
did you like that?
Had he hit the shot,
yeah,
it would have been round.
Right. Didn't.
But you can see how surprised Vitality was.
Yes, because I mean, even with
that
happened
for 9 rounds.
Yeah, that deep horn felt really obvious that there was going to be pressure behind it, but even then they were still doubting it because there had been none. But in the meantime, Vitality get past that first issue of Martin, and they're already on towards the site now. Divides in place, so they have real security here. And that post plant in this position, look at these ults. Look at the util they have. Safe still sitting pretty good on it. Kicks has his ult. This is not a fun situation for Carmine Core to try and build back in on, and actually a bit of a kind of push back onto the site, reclaiming the space that maybe Carmine Core thought was available. It's certainly not. Durka doing everything he can to help the pressure build. Kicks in unison, and now they switch places here. Durka being the lethal force on the site, and he's still finding impact. Just down to Sadak. And nothing feels secure, nothing feels safe. He's gonna catch one. A moonwalking Durka isn't much, but still, Vitality, yeah, solid as a rock there. Love that little play back into the site.
I don't think they should have done it, but the fact that they did it together at the same time, that kind of unison? Yep. Was nice to see. You know?
It was.
It would have been nicer if Kicks didn't have to plant the spike. He would have been off the site, being able to use the breach shot, not having to like create some kind of... But it's nice to see that they're able to create these kind of situations mid-range.
Yeah. Okay, what else do we have here? Knives for Durka, and Martin's got his. Sadly, Martin not maybe feeling the walk down middle now. Vitality seem a little bit more willing to check on any of the pressure that could be coming their way through mid. This time the drone gonna go for a little wander. Spots out at least one. Doesn't catch Martin though.
Straight back towards B, it looks like. I'm surprised they didn't lean more on the AXX given the success that Vitality had.
Flash placed.
The Elite has played this position recently. Oh, you could see how close the util from Teo was there, but Elite still had a little bit of room to play with, and he's taken away Durka, who had those knives if he wanted it. Now Vitality might struggle here. This is a little bit trickier to try and take towards this site. I don't know if they fancy going into this, but adjusting right up towards ramp here.
30
Again,
seconds
you're
left.
seeing all the util poured in. Martin, hello. Oh my good God, he's seen everything. He's in a bit of a predicament himself. Elite's the one to get Trex, and Martin might just dip away from this, really. There's not much more he can achieve.
A little bit overzealous from Sugetsu.
Yeah, time though. Yeah, you got 10 seconds
left.
I don't think they can even really get that spike in safely. Elite can die for it almost, you know what I mean? 4 now. No plant, no problems. This is looking like Carmine Core gonna secure enough of this. Hold it down.
Last round in the half.
Make it up to 4 to 7.
No sense in saving now.
Yeah, as I said, a bit surprised that Vitality leaning towards the B after what seemed to me quite easy success on A.
Yes.
A few times. Even the round they lost, it was due to Martin coming in and hitting a shot that...
Ridiculous.
Yes.
Breaks his wrist.
Weapons up, comms open.
Okay. This is a big round though. Casey would be very happy if they go into the other half of 5.
It would be a massive way to make themselves at least have a bit of buffer to play with. But knives there for Durka. So he's got to be really careful on this job as well. She's just opting to be a little bit more cautious. Martin sitting more passive.
Middle now.
But we do have
Casey
2
gone
players.
of some sort.
Yeah, Elite's here as well. Uh-oh, Durka with an uncharacteristic miss and a quick punish. Martin springs the trap. They all converge towards middle, and it's rewarded for Carmine Core, but Safe still alive. Keeps this within touching distance. It's not impossible. Maybe a little uphill, sure, but he's got them too. Trying to drift back towards A, but they've already got themselves in pretty close by positions.
All missiles away.
Interesting to see how less plays this one. Safe plant, okay.
Yeah. Okay, plant is in.
Spike
Still got his
planted.
drone. He's going to slip back towards A main.
He's got Armageddon and that. Those salvos are going to refresh.
So he's going to use the drone. That's going to go back sight. And Les looked a little bit distracted there, unable to find impact through heaven. Armageddon going to come in quite early on this. Not taking all that fast just yet. He wants a 1v1. He does get it. But a quick trade from Sugetsu. And Carmine Core back up to 5.
Yeah, after all my criticism, getting 5, they'll take that one.
You absolutely
being
would.
a massively attack side of it.
Yeah. That's what we keep in mind. 5 to 7 here. Vitality are in the lead, but it's not comfortable yet. Carmine Core, there's life in them. They've still got that fight in them, and you don't want to see any of this going any lower quality. This is a good game between these two. I want to see this sort of tempo kept up onto that second half coming up in just a second. To 7. I thought at points Vitality had this game in the bag. I thought they looked absolutely sewn up here. But Carmine Core found ways and means, Minnie. They found ways back into this game. It's not over yet. We've got a closer affair than I expected. How do we feel on the side swap? Compositionally, anything coming to your mind here? Now we're going to be flipping the sides.
I can see what Vitality are about to do, and it looks like a lot of aggression here, so maybe this is something that is part of their Teo game plan.
Yep.
We saw a bit from Fnatic earlier, the retakes as well.
All missiles away.
Okay, aggression, you're right, spot on. Look how deep they're willing to push. They don't get the reward, I guess, that it feels like they almost deserve. But that was solid. I like the idea behind it.
Both refresh pieces Yuto used for that push, and they got 70 damage and a bunch of info. I think that's fair.
Okay, now what do we... So is it a little bit of like that, okay, first move made, now we pause, that's a little bit of that almost downtime to an extent, you re-explore the map a bit, show a bit of presence.
I'm liking the proactivity. We see the drone back through for info and immediately kind of a stack towards middle to see what's going on there. Again, no Sentinel on the defense. They are going to have to do a little bit more work to kind of figure out what's going on. They can't just sit back on the sides.
Contact towards A, draws the players over. Oh, this is all over the map. Safe getting a little bit more interested. He wants confirmed information, so he's the one going walking. Now, fortunately for him, he's already got 3 players on this A side.
Kicks is ready with this fault line on the A.
30 seconds left.
Be less by his side than up towards heaven. You've got another. We're getting down to 20 seconds here. This is getting pretty close now. We've got to make a go of it. It is going to get deadly. Flooding on in. It's Elite. Takes away Les, who's meant to always be that kind of 1-2 punch. And the back lines with kicks, but already going forward is Aves. Look at the time, though. 10 seconds. Keep in mind where the spike is. They've got to get that plant down, and Durka has somehow threaded the goddamn needle. How's he done this?
Spike planted.
On the back. They've flipped sides here. KC also looks like the defense. And Durka certainly on the attack. Ripping through them all is Safe. Gonna find Elite in the end. What an absolutely bonkers round.
It was beautiful, honestly.
Yeah.
I liked it. I liked the little aggression towards B at the start. I liked the re-clear. I liked Safe's push was a little bit, you know, as a Teo, his Yuto was so impactful in that retake that it was a little bit dangerous, but I don't hate it. I want to see more of these retakes and how they're going to work, because I do think that Fnatic did have a good approach for some of those retakes earlier. The Teo salvos are extremely strong in those situations to disrupt any on-site or off-site post.
Yes.
Breach Stun's going to come in as well. It is brutal.
Not ready yet.
Okay, so this does give Durka the angle. Nice. Gets Elite, gets away. Dirk is doing really big progress over towards his ult as well. Oh my god, there. Oh, where do you go? Where do you go? Try and flee, try and flee. There's no way out, really. Stuck in a box. And now there's Martin. Ugh, just the gives him pieces of the bodies left towards the connector there in middle. Trex gonna find him comfortably. Martin, it's a formality.
It seems like an abstract thing, but like, imagine that util being used on a retake. Like, that's what we're dealing with.
Yes. It's a good example of it, right? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. That was, you know, one to get out of the way, but in-zone flawless, always good there. Gonna keep this bonus in a really deadly spot. Vitality, couple steps to them closing out this game with a victory, but it's still very, and you can see how uncomfortable that was. You had Trex just waiting. It was literally a trap, perfectly placed. Big round now. KC, if you got something in mind, you don't want to let Vitality run away with this.
I'm interested to see if KC changed it up on their attack. So last time they were doing a lot of mid defaults last time and not really using middle at all. Like they would take it and do nothing with it at all. Go back to extremity exits.
I'll find you.
I think then that kind of begs the question, what do we think of Vitality's preparation? Are they keeping that in mind? Did they watch that and think, well, that's a little bit interesting, or does it even not play a factor? I'm seeing Durka already taking a lot of space here.
I think it just means that they don't have to care too much about those deep middle ideas. Here it looks like they do want to deal with it on some level.
Enemy marked. Still pretty early in the game, maybe just try and get that kind of beat of what they're up to, but Durka checking behind it. It feels like they're aware of what they were going for. There is still a player just down by those stairs, though. The timing is everything on that. Could get punished. They're so close on some of these angles. Just a pixel away. Safe. Got to be careful. Keeps his cool. I'm looking at Durka. Looking at Trex. Do they start to try and get involved? Durka does pull the trigger, so he's going to draw a reaction. Careful now. Carmine Costa. Oh, big from Martin there. Nice shot there, takes away Durka.
Seconds left.
Oh.
And a misread, potentially.
Yeah. Vitality moving away from the B side.
This should be the green light for Carmine Court. Get themselves a plant in. Early use of some util here. I'm a little bit surprised, but...
Looks like they wanted to go for some kind of flood or some kind of kill, but...
They're still kind of getting involved. Look at the time here. Down to 6 seconds. Look at this pressure. 4 second time. You've got to keep in mind time here. This is absolutely unreal. They just about got the kill at the end there.
I think the spike went down in time.
You think?
I don't know.
Want to call that one?
I was a little bit surprised that we didn't play more for that retake, even though we were down the number. I do think that Durka was being a bit overextendy in that mid-round.
Do you understand?
I want to see this comp play out how I think it should be.
Okay.
Rather than kind of just...
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Like, instead of brawling this middle so much, like, if we know that the opponent is going towards one of those side exits, and we're in a position to play for this retake, I want to see touchdown.
Hold on, Pacey. Does he find Durka? Yep, spots him. And sees kicks now.
I'm back.
Going to take sight, going to force them into this, I want to say deep position, but Vitality looks so willing to kind of fringe fight towards these sites here. Sadak keeping some space secure, but they are chomping at the bit here, Vitality. Waiting on that util flood to come in. His kicks to draw first blood, but Sadak with the response. The salvos go flying, but Durka just spraying. It doesn't get what he needs to. It's Sadak's still alive here. I mean, I don't know how he is still alive, but he gets away on 7 HP. And now Vitality start to feel a bit of pressure now. How do they clear that backside? How do they get it on this cross? So far unwatched until about now. So, Durka's seen another, but it's Elite and Sugetsu in unison. Trex knows that this one's done. He has to back away from this. Carmine Core clawing into this matchup now. Starting to get some rounds on the board here, up to 7. And Vitality will need an answer soon.
Beautiful from KC. So their composition doesn't have as much as that post-plant util.
Yep.
So what they often like to do is try and go for those open plants. Their exec is strong, meaning that like they have the space to go for that open plant, and then they'll play a few people forward. You saw Sadhack with a really awkward hybrid cove being used deep. They're going to fight off of that, make it as awkward as possible, and they still have the contingency of the spam in the post plant because of that open plant. For the adjustment, I think Vitality, they need to think about this kind of, do they have the protocol of dealing with an aggressive post plant, or are they used to teams playing that offside post? Because those fault lines and salvos are going to need to change positions.
They see. I like seeing this. Look at that deeper position right towards spawn from like Sugetsu. Expecting some mid pressure. Tailored for it. And he's the one to punish Durka, who's invested a great deal to this round. He's down now on 10 HP. The only other real impact player would have been Trex with that Phantom that was saved over. This is now getting to crunch time. Carmine Core starting to get a lot better beat on the game. But a patient round now. You don't want to let that slip or give opportunities over.
Yeah, I think anytime Durka activates knives, I think my plan would be to stay far away, see what he does. He's always going to make some kind of play. Even now, he's gone. He's low HP, but he's gone for another. He's got a creative position. He can jump over and get a bit fancy.
Yeah, I guess it's off the back of Safe here, right? That's what we're waiting on. Okay, Safe's seen him. And he's been caught in this corner a couple of times, but 10 HP, it's all he needs! Durka unleashes! Perfect play in unison with Save, kind of setting the tone, setting the trap, and then springing it. Sugetsu and Elite up against 5, but they do have pistols. Trex has the Phantom. Durka, of course, the knife's still there, but it's not easy. Time running low, they gotta make that move. And Durka, he wants this, and he might just get it, just taken away from the ace almost, but a pace save card Thrifty, nonetheless, off the back of Durka.
I mean, I've seen him do that a few times before.
He's quite a good player, that guy.
I feel very proud right now. Nothing.
You feel like it's like your child's gone up to uni.
Nothing to do with me.
Got it.
At all, but like the fact, you know what I mean? Seeing him on a different team, doing so well.
Minus 50, nice! Nice! Derek, 1 HP, bro, it doesn't matter. Nice.
Not wrong. Okay.
Here we go.
Pace. Yeah, Sugetsu. He's actually managed to... It's like an assault course out there.
Starting off the box. This has been thought out.
I like it. I actually like what they're doing with that.
Cutting through.
It's also the next layers. One thing to note is that Vitality keep getting a lot of information on this A main line just by having someone jiggling. I think that needs to be pushed off from KC.
Dark doing enough to force Martine away as well. They don't have much info on this map. It feels uncomfortable. Even if they walk back towards B, they still, there's a little bit of doubt when it comes to where maybe one of them is being safe after that earlier start.
Like again, still, it's like, sorry, Lass has still got this line on A. They've used the Vice Flash to try and push him off, but he's just staying there. We should see the rotation towards B. I want to see Durka moving across right now.
It was almost a little too late, but you know, they'll get there in the end. Safe doesn't instantly fall away, does get caught by the Fade ultimate coming in. Carmine Core will get the site here.
30 seconds
they want to
left.
use to try and get a pre-take started. Durka does have a look towards window. It's Elite to find kicks, and actually a bit more pressure than Durka probably wanted there. Forced away. Ult, nice usage coming out from Elite, costing them a big chunk of time here. But with the flank coming in, they can't sit safe, so they fight forward. Carmine Core getting creative in this post plant now. Martine loses his teammate in the form of Elite here, and now Safe starting to tear him down. That's only 2 though. Martine eventually takes it back away. Arvez isolates Durka. You're looking at Trex now in a 1v2. Time is running low though. That ain't the dart that you're looking for. Yeah, this is rough. The little trade out of positioning here, nullifying the flank, forcing them forward, and they succeeded in the scenario. Carmine Core right back up here, 8 rounds.
I think I highlighted it earlier that KC, they like to use middle a little bit, but then don't do too much with it. And I think with Vitality's information on A main there, I don't see the point of having the 2 people staying middle if we know that KC aren't going to be coming up. They haven't shown anything deep on middle at all.
Yeah, that's true.
A little bit like I saw in the last half. I think in that situation, Durka should be ready to flood in and help that B side. Get that three-person hold going.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're playing for a full retake. But they're in between right now. They're kind of playing on the side a little bit and
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
a bit caught off. And we know that KC are going for these deep post plants, so they're just getting caught off guard.
Okay. Vitality, timeout here, and we've wanted to see this. We want to see what it's like with Vitality under a bit of pressure. Now we had a savior round from Durka. That's great. That was your round 17. Cool, tick in the box. Otherwise, this would be sort of looking like 8 to 9. We'd have a much closer scoreline, but the issue then becomes we're starting to see the money get put under pressure from Vitality as well. They've got a couple ults nearby, but not on yet. 1 away from Trex's, 2 away from Kicks, and I think that's 1 or 2 off from Safe. So close by, but not here yet. On the other side, Sadak's and Sugetsu's. Big, impacting, area-defining ults coming out. This could be in the pocket coming through. Vitality need to let this one not slip through their fingertips. They have a good 2-round lead. They need to stick to it. What do they do with the money?
Massive.
Okay.
Going for the buy.
Yeah.
Massive aggression towards A.
Is that a 4-1?
It is a 4-1 on the defense.
Okay. I guess we have. Let's see on the challenge on the other side, because it's mostly been, I think, Sugetsu being the one challenged over towards B with those deeper pressure points. That's nice, just working towards Trex's ult there.
Yeah, very rarely get to see that on this map. They kind of orb grab from the defense. I love it, honestly.
It's giving them options. So gonna be forced off here. Trying to buy a little bit of time. They're going to be in though, so the plant is going to be there. You're going to have that Harbor ult clearing out all the space. We'll start noting the players potentially towards CT. You're seeing the post plant set up now. So it's the retake potential from Vitality. There's the Hunter's Fury. A little surprised that got popped here, trying to clear out close. Going to catch Martine, but sends him away almost on the follow-up. Durka tries to get active. Up from Nest, has a little look down, doesn't get anything. A little bit of chip damage, but he wanted to kill. Sadak. He's trying to get back here. This is so dangerous. Look at the pour on of Util. Turns the flash, gets back. Aves, 1-2 punch. Carmine Core holding on till then. Trex going to answer back himself. Brings it down to a 3v2, but the time is an issue. And Durka's so far away. This is going to be a pull the plug. They're already saving. They want to keep these weapons. Durka wouldn't mind doing some damage, but I don't think he's going to get much out of this one. Actually, I've lied. Of course he does. Of course he gets to. That's fine from him. But at the end of the day, a round is a round, and it's Carmine Cores with a Red Bull clutch.
So I think that, again, the same kind of theory on B for KC is that they want to play deep. And it's the same on the A. So they're going for that open plant and playing deep. And we saw that the Vice, Wall, and Thorns was being used to deny that choke, the deep A choke. And then you see the Harbor Cascades and Walls being used there too. Kind of a difficult thing to solve in the moment, but maybe Vitality can have an answer. Again, changing how they're going to kind of use that.
All missiles away.
But the retakes aren't as easy as I thought.
No, they're certainly not. And we are seeing, again, this sort of pressure play to try and get the ults. I'm wondering if there's a push back into this. Because they got info on this one, so it is not the pickup they were probably hoping.
And they're looking to go for safe ult there, I think.
That seems like the logical choice. They could have gone for Kicks potentially, but who knows? Looks like he was the safe bet. Should be a pretty informative drone here. At least 2 suppressed and a lot of util on top. They now know what's going on, but Vitality is standing their ground here. Yeah, falling towards backside, but they're still trying to fight this out. Brawl it out. Safe will always get you value, as will Durka with 1. So now Sugetsu left in a 1v3. He brings it down to a 1v2.
Obscuring vision.
Our drone is up in the air. Got to be cautious on that. Doesn't want to get noted. I think he got spotted at the end. Didn't get tagged though. Need 4 kills from him here. 45 seconds. He's got a lot of time to play with. He might use it. Why not? You've got Les and Trex to handle. You know where Trex was roughly. Les, maybe a little less known. And 30 seconds. You can define the map however you want.
30 seconds left.
It's a very niche situation, but because the map is so wide in this 2v1, you know that they're going to be staying together. So when he does go towards B now, he's going to have plenty of time to make some kind of play, and he should know that.
He's playing like it. 10 seconds. Still taking a couple of cautionary steps, just to make sure, just in case.
Planted.
See him stay together on this.
Here we go.
What's his choice for the post plant? That's a choice. Okay. I guess maybe expecting him to sit in a deeper post-plant position, but an open plant here. He wants one, but the timing. Christ, the timing! Oh! Sugetsu answers back with his own Red Bull clutch. It's all his now, tying up a 10 apiece. These two teams are heating up now.
I love it.
It's huge work from him. I mean, we've been saying it, right? Seeing Sugetsu hit this level of form, that's 4 for him in the round. Beautifully played.
One enemy remaining.
Cool. And it is the issue, right? You look at the money, Mini. They're going down to Poundland. They're going down to Aldi, Lidl. They can't get anything. You know, they're looking for bargains out here. They've got a couple ults, but you can't be using them willy-nilly now. You know, you got to be thinking about it. On the other side, money's good. Couple ults on the horizon. They do have the Armageddon there. They do have Kixes. They do have one away from Lesses, but it's not now. So this could be the game going, at least lead-wise, towards Carmine Core. Could. Or Durka does something silly. I don't know.
Yeah, Vitality don't seem to find the answer. I mean, that was their round. Like, they did very well on that hold initially.
Felt like it. That little brawl on the backside seemed really good.
Durka keeps doing this thing where he's like running backwards and holding mouse 1. I don't really like spraying through smokes whilst running. It's a new
a new look for him.
New look, yeah. Quite like it.
Okay. Good info there for Trex. Hard to hold this.
My
there
ult's
from our
ready.
team.
Time to jump.
Oh, he's going to opt for it. I mean, why take a risk? Oh, did they see the player tucked in the corner? Does it make a difference? We're going to find out. Again, he does go for this. He's got it more than he hasn't. They still check on less, which I like. That was diligent, not to be reading too much into the approach. They still cross the T's, dot the I's. That is lovely. I got worried they might forget about the player kind of tucked into the smoke. They didn't. And now just Durka. But is it ever just Durka? I've made that mistake before. I said, oh, it's just Floor. Durka, though, one off from the knives. He could get that here, ideally. And he might just be out with the gun. Yeah, probably a fair shout on this. Sugetsu might not be having it, though. Oh, Sugetsu's going to be loving this, too. Yep. Tasty stuff, round 11. Carmine Cores are back in the lead. It took 21 rounds to get here, but they did get here. Big ult, so Mini. What are you doing, right? You need that slam dunk round. You need that something.
I think all of these ults are beautiful for a retake. So in my opinion, I want to see, I'd love to see a 2-layered approach where they go into something where they know they could use those ults if they need to early, but ultimately if they have to use them for a retake, that would be the ideal choice. But it doesn't seem like they're really thinking about the ults too much here.
4 rounds in a row. And the Durka round basically in between. So it's been a half from Carmine Core.
I wonder there, just want to point out.
Oh, go ahead.
I think that off of the contact of Durka there, Safe was going to put his Armageddon behind if anyone aiming was there. That would have been juicy.
That would have been nice. But for now, he's looking for other options. Spots out Sugetsu. Didn't catch Martine, nor the rest of the players. But we haven't seen much investment deeper in towards middle, as you were discussing earlier. But it's something they're now keeping in mind. So they've seen one player so far. They still have a good line towards A. We're about a minute. It feels like there's a lot of question marks still on this map.
Yeah, but as I said, KC, maybe this is the first time they actually will use kind of their middle control to do something. They haven't done it in the previous VOD. It looks like they aren't going to here either. Maybe just leaving the lurk, going back towards that BX sec. But there are 3 players here from Vitality. Interested to see whether they're going to play for the offsite post and retake.
That's caught 1. Only 1.
Sorry.
30 seconds left.
Okay, it looks like it's
retake time.
Yes, and now mid lurk is there. Sugetsu is the one to keep in the back of your mind. It won't be. Oh, they get proactive, and it's Messi Aves. He's been sharp as hell, and now he looks absolutely battered and broken. But where are they? This is just such a messy fight. It looks like it's sewn up for one, and then suddenly it's ripped to shreds. Divide's gonna come in. Drake's taking a little bit of damage on that. Let's have a little look for this. really uncomfortable to try and find a way in. You're going to need some more heroics from this man, Durka. They're trying absolutely everything. He's got one knife to play with, that's all he's got. He dreams and hopes and they are shattered. It's 12 for Carmine Core. You thought it might have gone Vitality's way there. That moment when they played aggressive, when they pushed through Mini, it looked like it was all going to pieces. But somehow, Carmine Core dig in.
It's the same point I got for Vitality again, though. They're kind of playing this in between, are we playing retake or not? We got 3 towards the B side of the map, but then it feels like we shouldn't play for retake. But we're getting caught in positions where, again, KC, we know they're pushing up. We're not safe behind that box.
No.
So it's going to be a cracker of a WOD review if Vitality lose this one.
Right back into things, though. And again, you're looking at Durka trying to go deeper here as well. Utility to set him into motion, but there's 4 players. One of them takes some damage, but oh, they fall like flies! Carmine Core might have put the super team back in their place real quick, but there's still 3 against them. Kicks, less, Trex. Let's see if you can handle the pressure now. 5 on the other side. Sadak, the imported captain, looking absolutely on the money today. But they decide to pull away from this. A call. They don't need to hurry to the end. They can take their time. They can be cautious and they can be careful.
Yeah, a more inexperienced leader there would have just sent it through, but good to see the kind of freeze.
The re-hit now. And look what it's done instead. Rather than a 5v3, it's a 5v1 and maybe a half if Trex can come back over in time. The off angle's there for Kicks, but it's tough to make it more than 1, right? This is a really tricky position, and you've had to give away the game. Do you stick around? Do you back away? He's trying to have impact here.
30 seconds left.
Trying to be a hero himself. He's found a corner. And ladies and gents, we might have it right here, right now. Kicks doing everything he can for Vitality. Trex and Les now with a doable scenario. Can they deny the plant? Can they pause the roll? It's 10 seconds, another attempt at this. Les here now by Trex's side. Elite waiting, smoke, drops. Oh, huge from Les. Still life in them yet. The post plant is uncomfortable. It's oh, no way! It's down to a 1v1. Avers, the young gun, the young blood here, up against Les, a veteran, decorated, brilliant. But today, Avers has the time on his side. And Les, oh, he holds on. That's when you want your veterans. And you get them in moments like that. Vitality, hold on for one more round.
Yeah, all off the back of Kicks. Again, we were talking about him earlier, just getting those 2 important frags in that earlier map. And there again, he's just saved them.
Planted.
It would have been poetic if Avers won that one. The inexperienced, the most inexperienced player on the server versus one of the most.
Nice! And that's the mad part, right? You look at Avers, having a nice performance today. Whoa. And then you look at Les, 10 kills, but one of those kills just kept them in this game. That's the difference, right? It's be able to call upon that experience in the moment, and he's just so calm under it.
I think we did see that Armageddon play that I said last round, but it did absolutely nothing, so...
Yeah.
Oh no, we didn't.
No,
we didn't. No, we didn't. We saw this.
It.
We did Salvos. Let's see.
Okay.
Still, those ults are big. There you go for this kind of play when we got these ults.
Okay.
When he's feeling it, he's feeling it.
This is knife edge stuff. It's OT or it's GG. Durka waiting to spring the trap on that B side.
He's gonna jump across with the fault line.
There it is. Martin! Martin! He's absolutely done him in, but it's Trex who's finding the damage. Martin then pops the ult and tries to take towards the side. Does he try and go for this again? We know he likes it. He's doing it again. Rinse and repeat, but a trade. Oh, Trex! From up above, fighting 3, a 2v2 now. Les and Safe on one side. Elite and Avers on the other. An attempted plant. There's the ult coming in. This could be big. Avers needs to get out of there. He saved it for that moment, but now down to the 1v1. Ooh, and Safe is sharp. He's sitting pretty, looking healthy. Elite down low and down on his knees. We're going to OT.
This game has been incredible.
Yeah, it has been.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yep.
I want to see if they do make any adjustments, though. Like, are we going to see anything in this OT? Are we going to see a timeout here?
Because you get the additional timeouts, right, once you get OT.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of you for sticking around late. I know it's once again past the watershed. We're getting close to 1 in the morning now, 1:45. So all of you stuck around, appreciate you. I think we're allowed to swear now, they tell me. Once it gets past midnight, yeah, do what you want, say naughty words. Don't. They'll fire me. But yeah, what an absolute banger of a game. 12-12. The two big teams, right? Because you've got to say these are, you're arguing these are kind of like top 4, top 5 somewhere. You know, however you want to place them, they are certainly top end. Vitality, you'd probably put a little bit higher.
One of the best teams we've seen so far.
Yeah.
We're still waiting in the shadows, Heretics. But
yeah. God, I can't wait to see Heretics. I'm looking forward to seeing them. And same with Foot. I mean, everyone's been excited for those boys. Yeah, his coaches be yapping. There we go. Both sides. There's a lot to talk about and not a little time. Not a lot of time. Good English, Lauren. It's late. It's almost 1. Huh? Am I seeing what I think I see?
what are you saying?
I saw a glass cannon op in the hands of Trex, which he's now decided. I was like, oh, you committing?
I don't think he's ever got an op kill in his life, maybe. I wouldn't.
Ever?
Not from a gun, not from an OP spool.
I see.
You know?
Deep breaths now. Here we go.
Could be a simple one here.
Could be. There will be vitality on the attack.
I identified A site as a potential weakness for KC. Maybe that's what they've done in this timeout.
Why does it look like that?
I think so.
I'm sorry, whoever's done the animation, you did a great job. But Durka is in, following up the back of the drone, and Alpha's got kicks.
Off of his reveal, and I don't know where it was.
Yeah, me neither. I'd love to see that back if possible, guys. But still, that's big damage to start with. Removing kicks from that post plant as well. Nasty. But Durka's got backside, so they've got some safety in this. Tower's got some players. I'm seeing the util. Hold on, they might flood from heaven here, or tower potentially. It looked like they were considering it, but pausing.
Safe really doesn't want to plant right now. It looked like they were going to make a play through CT. Oh. KC triggering that wall, but doing nothing off of it.
Back soon.
Okay. Okay, it's just like waiting for the go. Here we go. Drop down. 37 seconds. Carmine Core want their sight back, but Vitality rather like it here. Trex gonna find 2 for himself, but it's safe. Still alive. He's trying to be sharp, trying to be clean with it. Sugetsu trying to do the dance, but too many targets. Vitality get the first in OT.
I think KC made a bit of a mistake there. They looked a bit nervous. There was a few times there where it looked like Sadhack was maybe making the call for the retake, and it seemed to be like, going out, no, going, no. And then when they did go, it was off of the spike tap from Safe, but Safe is smart enough to not commit to that.
Thank you, replay. Yeah, it was literally just straight through the smoke. Threw it down on the ground. Very simple. It wasn't
I thought I was
pretty.
going to see some nice juicy fade reveal.
Oh.
I don't know the fade tech on this map at all.
Throw at ground.
Throw at ground.
Yeah. As a fade main. Yeah. As it stands, though, this is advantage back for Vitality. Hard fought 4-2. What does KC do? Where do they decide to go?
Walls up.
Another slow approach.
Dirk was ahead of this.
Taking the orbs and the OT taking orbs can be very...
Sadhack. That's nice. And he's 1 away from the ult.
Yeah.
What were you saying about
you take those orbs in the post, because usually you can take, if you take both, and plant is like a free ult quite a lot of the time. Getting to that situation on some maps is very difficult, but Abyss, very attack-sided orbs.
Safe's an issue.
So great OT calling from Sadhack.
I'll wait to see if Safe can have...
Yeah, they're running into the 4, the 3.5.
Pretty much everyone is here. This angle could be big. Okay, shows it, forced to wait. Could have the dart here. Mike going to go for a little bit of a pre-fight on this AR. They're going to try and make a stand at 25 seconds. They're trying to stick their ground. Seas comes in. Trex going to be affected. Trex still holds on, but it's a good trade here. Sadak looking likely for this one. Ult is now ready to go. It's down to less. It's really just down to less now as Kicks was just killed. 13 seconds. Time running low. He needs help. He's not going to get it. Carmine Core, bring us back in.
What literally won them the round was that tiny micro detail of running through that smoke on different angles. Like sometimes it comes down to beautiful strats.
Sometimes
nice shots. Sometimes it's literally two people running through the smoke at different directions and catching. Vitality had everyone there.
Oh, so many moments. You can see it going just like such a close coin flip. Here we go again. We will never go home. I'm fine with this. It's a good game. See what we have now. Rinse and repeat. Any variety to this?
Okay, so I don't think we saw this much, but a kind of default round where we used the sabers early for full aiming control. I quite like that. Get the orb if we need it.
Almost gone to elite there. If he went down, worry and panic.
I don't think we did take the orb there.
No?
Because if we take this orb now and we plant it, we would, I think, be in a situation where we would have the... I could be wrong.
Just the observers. Maybe not now. Seems a little late now. Vitality. Oh. Dirk has left a... Oh, this is... It's really impressive utility, but it feels a little bit fumbly on the way in here from Vitality. Now they're kind of left knocking at the door, but do they try and go on this one? Dirk are going to be the one to go forward. Carmine Core, where are they sitting? They're not completely fallen away. They're not completely removed from this. Oh, Dirk though, removing Martin's head. Taking a lot of damage back, but still staying alive.
This time Vitality not in the offsite.
See Tiger, he was getting real... Oh, I'm not going to doubt you, I'm not going to doubt you, but Kicks is the one who's trading back through perfectly. And now with the ult coming in, it's a little too much for Elite to handle. It looks like Vitality are once again going to take this advantage. Elite's down on 30 HP. They win the brawl in the post plant. They win the fight. How are you meant to do this? One towards window, one down towards... Oh, it's so uphill. Take a go of it, why wouldn't you? But I think we know the outcome. And it's sealed there. Vitality back in the lead at 14.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch up from Vitality in the post plant. They kind of got stuck on the site, but Dirk hit that slingshot.
Yep.
I mean, he even, on the execute, he missed that dash again onto the box.
Is that the second
Something
time?
he needs to, some server time, dry runs.
You're not his coach, all right?
Dirk, you're going to do it 10 times in a row, and if you fail it once, you're doing it 10 times again.
Ooh, a little bit of a switch up here. It's not Trex with the op. It is looking like Dirk going to ask Cannon. Okay, let's see. Another round of it, or Vitality close the account.
Here.
Forced off the angle here. Just to respect this and sit. A little bit more
Again,
passive.
it's orb control for Sadak, he knows. I think that is something to note that Vitality had the same kind of idea on the default, but they didn't pick up both those orbs. It's so important in O2.
Re-clear from Aldrone. Sees one. Let's get the tag, but not too telling at this point, but it allows Durka back towards this. Seeing that look towards middle. Safe in the meantime, droning.
Oh, again.
Sadak is catching Kicks.
Here.
This angle. Oh! They are absolutely firing on all cylinders. These shots, absolutely spot on. There's not much more to it than that, but less safe and Trex.
Both OTs, though, from Vitality losing early in middle. Somewhere that I just don't think we need to be losing members. To be honest.
And having Sadak's ult here, completely making Safe's position feel unusable. Less trying to get involved, maybe trying to just turn the odds in their favor somehow. Safe is under so much pressure, but Les gets away. They don't know about Les just yet, they do now. The smoke dissipates, but he still gets one. Can't get the follow-ups to Sadak. He's just on it today as Trex. Flank's going to give him the start. The double towards lower, tricky. Not going to happen, we go again, 14 to 14. You have anything to do tonight or tomorrow?
No.
Good. I'm going to go for a brunch, but it might be a dinner at this point.
Reloading.
It's a good game though. I'll give it that. I'll give it that.
Yeah, it is a good game. I think Vitality are going to kick themselves with some of these defense rounds. Just the slight mistakes being made.
Rex has done it again, I'm nervous. Yeah, because he
It's
hit
the first time.
Show me Trex. What's he up to? What's the game plan here? Posturing towards middle with the op. Okay.
KC doing that thing again when they got a protocol where they like to come back towards middle. Leaving that A site completely open.
Well,
there we
ladies
go.
and gents, first time for everything and it happens. He gets Elite down. And Elite's been a bit of a closer too. He's been around those late rounds doing well.
Right here.
It's already that nice first blood drawn. They can now pivot around the map.
It's like calling again, like I said,
Ooh,
like...
Sadak actually walked middle on this.
Yeah, the no sentinel means that these kind of approaches... Never mind. Less is the sentinel.
Yeah, NT Sadak. I like the idea behind it though, trying to get a little bit, you know, aggressive on that. But they've done so much damage by this point. It would take a real error or an over delivery to make this close. They've got such great impact kills and mess from Martin and clear, clean, concise work from Vitality.
I just wanted to highlight that, like, we saw Trex thinking about that op earlier in the half. And I was kind of alluding to the fact that Safe has players around him that are vocal players. And I think Trex is one of those players. He's had that idea, what, like 10 rounds ago or something?
Yeah.
And he's pulling it out now. Like, these are creative players that have ideas. So it's nice to see.
But let's see if they're ready for it. We've been seeing the orbs being vied for. Do they then go for a challenge on that? We've seen kind of what's been working for Carmine Corp on this attack.
Very different.
Yes.
I thought they were going to go for a fast mid.
Same, for a whole second I was...
Juicy rush. That was going to be the same as usual, very slow, methodical. Going to take some orbs.
It might just be for the audio that he's walking it rather than sending it.
Maybe.
Maybe. Who knows? Doesn't catch anything in middle here. They late look towards A. I don't know if they got the orb out of that. I don't think they did. Doesn't look like it.
Testing me here. Don't think so.
Thank you, observers. Cuties.
The drone back through A main now, so we know A's clear, but it's going to be too late. Only 2 on this B site for Vitality.
You safe? Are you sticking on this? Oh my god! That was so close, Safe. He's slipping there a bit here. Hold on. He's a bit close. He does get seized again. This was layered in last time, but he's really close to this corner. Aves, the savior, again on this side. He's been getting some critical kills. I can't stress it enough. Durka trying to lean out over towards those rafters. Way too open to it. Martin catches, falls away. Slips into that post plant. Not much to deal with the backline. We've even got a Lurkis who gets pop and swung on by Trex. Back down to a 4v3. Not impossible. Little uphill, but Sadak, ooh, the timing and a messy shot. Hold on, we are getting into the mess of things here. 3v3 now. Vitality with a chance to close here. Aves not really letting this happen, but that smoke's in play. The defuse is difficult. Wait, he's seeing this. He's seeing someone. Oh, those pings not being there anymore do make a whole lot of difference. We go again.
Yeah, Vitality still haven't problem solved this B site. Now their approach is Safe, just running across the site trying to make hero plays.
Do we see a timeout, do you reckon? Or do you think they're just going to let him go?
There's been 30 rounds.
We're in Counter-Strike now.
If we had the solution, we would have seen it earlier, I think.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, interesting here. This is something that KC were doing a lot in their last game, this kind of A-main control with these 2 stars.
They haven't seen this yet. Safe. Very diligent on the clear of that corner. So heads up from him to stay this sharp deep into OT. Could have been punished. He wasn't. And it looks like they try and pick up the pace.
The Vice wall there. Yeah. Vitality accelerating towards a B split, it looks like.
Sadak's forced to move, forced to either move forward, backward. So far he's chasing, but it's Durka, it's less. Sadak gonna get at least the dagger in the back of Kicks, but the site looking like it's clear. They can work towards it now. The other players trying to build their way back through. You've got Elite quite far away. Sadak and Aves building their way back as close and quickly as they can. You're looking at Trex sitting up on those rafters. Durka down below. Durka waiting. Ah, it's lovely from Durka and Drex. Nice positioning there. And now just Elite to try and go through it. And that is, again, Vitality taking the lead. Variation here, Minnie. We're seeing them start to toy with different ideas. I love that reaction, pacing it straight up middle.
Yeah, I mean, I like Casey's idea to try and take A main and leaving the Vice wall deep, meaning they could rotate towards B, but unfortunately, Vitality are too quick. They know that if you pushed A main, there's probably with numbers, and we can go straight into a fast-speed split. There's not going to be too much resistance there.
Oh, we spoke about timeouts. It is time. Again, Vitality, this is the common trend, isn't it, right? Vitality get that round and then just seem to not get the grip on it, get the read on it. It's a timeout. Now, I don't know if there's much to be said. There's not like a set piece they can lean on, but maybe just the awareness of what's been happening there, Aang, or, you know, anyone can see touching base on it here could be valuable information.
Yeah, I think for Vitality, if they need to close this out, it's going to be about how to approach that B side of the map. Durka, before the timeout even was called, pulled that up, so that he thinks that's the win condition here. But for Casey, it's been the same thing in the OT, that take the A main orb, go towards B, take that orb, finish B.
A couple times now we've seen it. Let's see. Timeout coming to a close here. Soon enough. Now, Operator in the hands of Durka. Do they go back to this?
Looks like I think he's going to go more aggressive now. We're going to see the fault line, I think, with the salvos trying to flush the players out of these awkward positions. I think Durka's going to try and catch someone behind this box or on the kind of left cubby.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Thank you again, observers. Absolutely killing it today. Durka, though, he's the one who has to draw the blood. He's the one who has to play it forward.
Beautiful recon behind as well. It's not going to catch anything there.
He's not been punished here. Does get away with his life. Tried to stay around as long as he could for that. Got really close to the wire.
I like
it does fall off.
Beautiful idea.
But you got to give credit on the other side as well to the fact that Casey were aware of it. They played super diligently, but again, very present. Durka could get timed on this though. This could be a little bit of an issue for him.
Angle.
It is. It's a very tough angle. It has been revealed again. So they're keeping track. It just feels like spot the Durka right now. Now the Aldron's going to see them shifting back towards the A side. So Durka once again tries to pick up the mantle over here.
The info cycling's been good. We saw Safe use his drone back through A main and then the drone back through mid. And we use the information to stack the correct bombs out.
Stuns there, Safe. A little bit of an off angle left side. You've got Durka right side. Carmine Core might be walking into the biggest trap yet. This could be a bloodbath. But their approaches have been solid. You got the lurk waiting, but can they get the site itself? Durka trying to defend. Spots out one, he goes for it, but he can't get what he needs here. Turned away, but he hits back hard. Safe, Durka in unison this time, combining on the back of the site. This might be the one. Sugetsu was meant to be the lurk, meant to be the final blow. But sadly for Carmine Core, they couldn't make it to the site. Vitality close out with an end zone flawless in overtime. Beautiful, beautiful form in the end.
And honestly, I think some very easy fixes from Vitality.
Yep.
And when they do that, they're going to be even better. Like, those simple fixes, I think that game would have been a lot more towards them. I was more impressed with Vitality that game than I was with KC, to be honest.
I'm really impressed that they got put under pressure and in a problem scenario against a very good team. Carmine Core are very, very good. They have good IGLs, they have good coaches, they've got good firepower, right? There's no need to overstress that, but I have to highlight it. Vitality,
32
kills. Drex, 29. I mean, we've seen some big performances from these boys here today, but they problem solved.
He just watched his former teammates lose, and he...
I mean, he took a risk, right? That is a big game for him, and he's got to be very happy about it. Similar things can be said for the likes of Safe, right? These guys have made a risky, I don't want to say risky really, they've gone for a high risk situation, and right now they're seeing the reward. We've got Safe looking good as an IGL, some nice mid-rounding there, some great calls, looking sharp, still hitting as well. It's not really impacted him too massively. You've got Durka firing up as well. Let them take to the stage here. The super team itself already looking strong, looking deadly, and a team to keep your eyes on going forward. I can't wait to see what they can become. And the fans, got to give it to them. Very, very dedicated here. But while we wait for the interview, let's take a look at the PaySafe card play of the week. This one goes to BBL's Social Beat, Ace with Chamber.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, decent.
Decent.
Solid.
Solid.
I always want to say Social Beat because of the ease. It is
Social Beat's alright.
It is sociable.
I was gonna laugh.
Nah, no, don't do this to me. Because next time you make a mistake, you're done for. You're absolutely cooked.
I made one bad one.
You haven't
No,
sworn yet.
two
You haven't
bad
sworn
ones.
yet. You haven't sworn yet, so you're fine.
That reaction is beautiful as well.
Yeah, we've actually...
Up and down off the chair.
Yeah. No, the coaches have been good so far. We've actually had some decent reactions from them. You know, unlike that Fnatic coach, he was boring. Sort of squeezy hand, that was it. But no, just having a little watch back here has been lovely to see this nice performance. However, everything is ready, so let's send it over to the stage for the post-match interview with Lou and whomever is willing to join.
It's such a pleasure for me to be here with Les, the winner of the French Today's Derby. Thank you very much, Les, for joining me. Congratulations on breaking through the blue wall. Bravo.
Thank you.
First of all, I wanted to talk to you about the stakes of the match because you were going up against your former IGL, Sadak, and we saw a little bit of banter, trash talking, you know. It was a match with high stakes, also between the two communities, KC and Vitality. So does it matter for you? Do you think about it before the match, or it's just like, not really?
I was excited to play against Sadak, of course. Like I was playing with him like 3 years.
Yeah.
But like didn't change my mentality. It was win the same. The only thing it was like I knew that it would be a really hard team to play against because like if he is in the team, it's gonna be hard to play against.
Yeah, there is a reason for him to be joining this team indeed, and I think Vitality fans are so happy that you defeated KC, of course. Second question, we saw a lot of analysts, people on social media talking about the risks of having a super team with star players, but you proved everyone wrong tonight, so I wanted to know if it's important for you to have team building. Do you have some in Vitality, and Vitality staff help you for this?
We had our coaching staff that was helping with this. Before we play, we were like doing more things out game than in game to help this relationship. Because like, for example, I am coming from a different country, so I have a very different culture, so they were trying to link us.
Yeah, so they're trying to help you in the cohesion of the team. That's very nice to hear. And you brought it up, but I was going to speak about your new life in Europe, of course. You're one of the best imports of this season. So first of all, I wanted to ask you one thing you enjoy about your new life in Europe. I know you went to Paris to Vitality's office too. And on the other side, one thing you miss from your Brazilian American life.
I think the first thing that I miss is the hot place, because this place is so cold. I'm not liking this, to be honest. But things that I like, I like more the vibe, like the Europe vibe. I went to him a lot of times in the international tournament, and like the Europe vibe is more chill, you know, like I like this.
Okay, yeah, maybe, and not everyone would say that indeed, and I agree with you. Berlin in winter is absolutely super cold. Fourth question, I wanted to know if you had the opportunity of watching other matches and if there was one team you think in Kickoff is underrated or you really want to face them.
To be honest, we don't have, like, we are not thinking about this.
Okay.
The next enemy is going to be the next enemy, and it's this.
And it's going to be exactly the same for you, of course. And last question, you see, your Vitality fans that came here, and trust me, they screamed. I think you hear us.
Yeah,
you heard them during the match. So do you have a few words for them to conclude this interview?
Thank you for the people, and sorry for this late, very long match. Like, I didn't expect so long, but it was really fun.
I think everyone enjoyed it still. Thank you very much. Les, it's a pleasure to have you on this side of the ocean, and we wish you good luck for your next matches. It's now my turn to thank you guys for following us, watching the first week of VCT EMEA 2025. We'll see you soon.
see if this is actually going to go through.
What? When Loon comes back, though, it won't quite be the same case. Standing inside the salvo, he claims a fourth. The lunatic. They bought that time and they bought enough. BBL, they've done it. There's no stopping it now. The spike explodes, and so do Fnatic's chances on map 1.
He's got his off. Now, normally, he has a judge, but he's going to do it with the shortiest.
No.
How?
No.
How has he managed to survive? No, not going for one. He's an absolute nut job.
A close-ranged fight against close-ranged weapons. Guess how that goes? Not in his favor. Sociable, the last man standing, and the headhunter finds its mark. The tap will be heard back, making his way, but it's not even half. The big swing!
To get to in a 1v3, I think his days are numbered. And Sugetsu heads up work here. He's on the heads up to heads off.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go, I'll go blazing. Hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. outside as you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come